Good morning and welcome to Space 2021 Online. I'm event coordinator Bob Corby. Space, with the small Press and Alternative Comics Expo, will be back in November in person. Earlier this year, we were moving ahead with the in-person show this weekend, but the vaccine numbers didn't look good, so I pulled the plug and moved the show. I'd like to thank all the exhibitors who stayed with me through all of the shifts over the last year and a half, and a real big thanks to Brian Kerr and the Northland Performing Arts Center for being so understanding. Really looking forward to seeing everybody. I might exchange mini comics for hugs. But for now, enjoy what I hope is the spirit that always prevails at Space. Sit back, enjoy, and buy some comics. To that end, there are two main components to the show. First is the live stream you're watching now, where we will have a number of live panels along with some pre-recorded portions scheduled throughout the day. A schedule of panels is actually a link over in the comments. And in the second part is the Space Comics Market, which you can visit at backporchcomics/spacecomicsmarket.html. And again, the link is in the comments. In the market, we have 19 exhibitors set up. You can browse the tables and make comic purchases at each exhibitor's table. You will also be greeted by many of the exhibitors in a short video. The comics market will be open through next weekend, so you can come back if you forgot something. We didn't set up a specific comics table at the Laughing Ogre this year, but they do have a local rack in the back that has many of the books that you'll see here. Please visit the Ogre this weekend. They have an incredible selection of comics and comics-related products. The Ogre and their staff has always been great friends to Space and the local comics community, so please support them. We'll have fun at Space, explore all the great comics, and stay here for the first programming, which is coming up in a minute or two. And don't worry about missing anything in the live stream, because it will be recorded and available later on our three different platforms: Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And to start us off, we have the CXC Super Comics Challenge replay from last night. Last night, they had a drawing game with a lot of local friends here. Jersey Drowse was the commentator. Ben Tao, Greg Campbell, Sequoia Bostic, and Jeremy Stout. So hang on, I will have that up here shortly.
Welcome to Super Comics Challenge, the game show where cartoonists match wits and pencils. And here is your host, Jersey Drowse.
Hi there, welcome to another edition of the Super Comics Challenge, the show where cartoonists match wits and pencils. My name is Jersey Drozd, and I am the interim executive director of Cartoon Crossroads Columbus, cartoonscrossroadscolumbus.org. This fall, September 30th through October 3rd, 2021. And we are going to have a rousing round of a bunch of different drawing challenges. And we're going to meet all the people all of these amazing Ohio cartoonists who are going to be leading these or participating in these cartooning challenges. But first, we have to meet my co-host and the commentator for this episode, Jeremy Stoll. Hey, Jeremy.
Hello. I'm done. Oh, go ahead.
Well, there were some people clapping for you being here. Jeremy Stoll, so, I mean, you have been part of the Columbus scene for some time now.
Only like 4 years.
Oh, only. Like in the case of like a 12-year-old, that's like a third of their life, right? So, but that you are an instructor at the Columbus College of Art Design, and also, where can we see some of the stuff that you make?
My stuff's mostly going to appear on my Instagram, although it's a lot of hiking and food right now. I've had kind of a dry spell of comics making, mostly because stuff's behind the scenes right now. But I'm going to have an essay in an upcoming anthology about X-Men the Animated Series, looking at toxic masculinity and Morph, the character. So that'll hopefully be showing up soon on there. Yeah.
Oh, so super! Thank you for being here today. You've also been part of CXC many times in the past, and I'm really glad to have you be a part of this today. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to hand it over to you to introduce our contestants today.
Okie doke. I guess we'll start with the fantastic Sequoia Bostic of Vagabond Comics, whose work I just love so much.
Yay!
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your work, where we can find stuff?
Yeah, so I'm an illustrator and I live in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm from the South, from Nashville. I love to draw plants. I work with children's media a lot with my illustration work, so you'll probably see that in my work a lot. And I like making comics. And I know I totally forgot to mention, but I did just start a Patreon this year. So if you're interested, definitely check that out as well.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess maybe...
Yes, there are many things. So I'm also co-creator of Vagabond Comics. It's something we started back in 2015 and it's been going ever since. We're on our 13th issue and we just released open submissions to submit to our unlucky issue that we're going to be releasing in the fall. So please come and check it out.
How about me?
And maybe one little factoid to kind of add some personality as well, but what's something most people don't know about you?
I really, really, really like Josh Groban. Like, really, really, really.
Nice.
Yes.
All right. Next up, we've got Professor Craig Campbell, also known as CM Campbell.
Hello, hello.
Here we go. Some nice applause. Would you mind telling us about yourself and your work?
Yeah, I teach at Columbus College of Art and Design. Have a great time teaching comics. Been making comics for years. If you see my work, I think the most likely place you'd seen it was in Hyperallergic. I was doing a lot of editorial work for them. Please feel free to check it out under CM Campbell. And I continue to make comics. About to come out with a project, That Old English. So feel free to swing by my Instagram within the next week or two. I should be popping up some information on how you might be able to check that out soon. So should be a good time. Hopefully, maybe. I mean, if you don't like it, that's cool. It's cool.
And what's something most people don't know about you, Craig?
Oh man, they know everything. I'm actually terrified. What doesn't the NSA know about me? What they don't know, I think, do you know what's interesting? I think that I've done so many things and lived in so many cities that everyone knows something about me. They just don't all know the same thing.
That's a good fact.
I was in the Marines. Like, that's about a 50-50 fact. Half the people I know that I was in the Marines, half the people I know don't. So there we go.
Nice.
If you knew that, I'm sorry. You got kind of that short end of that stick of getting to know me, but.
All right. And our last artist, last but not at all least, is Ben Toll.
Hi there.
And would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm a cartoonist here in Columbus, and I have done work for Oni Press and Disney Hyperion and Dark Horse and a bunch of other junk. And I have a book coming out called Four Fisted Tales, which It's coming out from Dead Reckoning Press, and it's a bunch of little stories about animals that are used in war and combat, like messenger dogs and carrier pigeons, and even stranger creatures like rats and camels and all sorts of stuff like that.
Nice. And what's something most folks don't know about you, Ben?
I have a full run of the Marvel Comics Trucking Series US1, and no, it's not for sale.
There you go.
Wow. Yeah, that is a man, you can't beat that as a secret fact. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I promised drawing challenges, and we're gonna have drawing challenges. So as everybody noticed who's watching this, everybody's got a whiteboard next to them, and you can all draw on your whiteboard. Now, for this first challenge, you will have 2 minutes to do it. Before we get started, what I'm gonna ask everybody to do is to draw a random shape in somebody else's canvas. I'm going to assign who's drawing in whose canvas, but I want to show you what I mean first. I'm going to draw on here, and first I should grab a pen so I can draw. That is usually customary. And I'm just talking about a closed random shape like that, okay? So it could be whatever shape you want, but it has to fit inside of the contestant's drawing area, and it has to be a closed shape. So Sequoia, if you would draw in Ben's box, Ben, you draw in Craig's box, and Craig, you draw in Sequoia's box. Please draw a closed random shape now. And watch the shapes appear.
Like magic.
Okay. So for this first round, you will have 2 minutes to turn the shape in your own box. Sequoia, you're going to draw in your box again. Ben, you're back in your box. Craig, in your box. You'll have 2 minutes to turn this into a thing, something recognizable as an object. And the challenge will start the moment you hear the music. Ready, set, go. And we're off.
It is funny looking at these. I could already imagine different things that could appear. Ah, yeah. That's what I was thinking too, Ben.
I had to go with the obvious choice. I mean, sometimes, somebody opens the door, you got to walk through it. You know what I'm saying? No need to make life more difficult than it needs to be.
Whoa, Craig has got some craziness going on. Not really sure what's happening. Oh, wait. Trying to see it. Okay. We got maybe a house here?
A house, or is it a chicken wearing a hat with X'd out eyes?
I kind of lost where I was going at the beginning, so I'm just gonna make it work.
Oh, I like all the roughage that's happening on around Ben's mushroom.
This is what we call in teaching class verisimilitude. You got to sell it. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
You have about 50 seconds left, everybody.
Not all that many lines of that mushroom, but it really looks like a mushroom. Oh my gosh, look at Craig's. So much personality. Okay.
So, Ben, are you doing foreground, midground, background by any chance?
Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah, I would tell my students that I got to have a foreground, right? And if you ever watching this and they show up for class next year, they're going to be like, you're not practicing what you're preaching, pal. Why should I listen to you?
And we're got about 10 seconds left, everybody, to put your final touches on.
I really want to move into Sequoia's house. That looks so cozy.
Me too. It's very cottagecore.
Especially on like a day like today, I bet that house gets a good cross breeze.
All right, that is time, contestants. So now let's check in with everybody and get them to defend their choices. Jeremy, do you want to take it away?
Sure. Let's go with the cozy house, Sequoia.
All right. Well, this was like 3 different things, and it ended up being a house. I was thinking of my illustration professor, Gary Dom, and he has a mustache, which is what this was at first, and like a gigantic nose. And I was going in that direction, and then I lost it. So here's my house.
Nice. All right, and let's go with Craig. Is this a rhino or a dog? I can't quite tell.
At some point, it was a ghost dog, and then it turned into some type of animal unknown dressed as a dog for Halloween.
Nice. I like how happy it seems. All right. And then with Ben's mushroom,
I love Ben's.
yeah.
Yeah, I went with the obvious choice. Also kind of a challenge. It's tempting for me. My main choice is my main inclination is always to make a face out of stuff for some reason. So like my first, my first choice was that, like a ears, and but then I was like, I got to do something that's not what I always do every single time. So I went with the mushroom. It's easy.
It could have been both. Could have been a mushroom head thing.
That's true.
Like I really like it right now.
Okay, so we are going to let the audience decide who is the winner this round. So first, let's see who votes for Ben Toll's mushroom. Strong showing. A lot of support. Oh, man. And let's see who votes for Craig Campbell's dog. Anybody? Oh,
There you go.
polite
Just a little bit.
applause.
Just
Say,
gonna
say you gave it your best. Okay, and finally let's see what we get for Sequoias. There's some support there as well. So it sounds like Ben took the round for round one. Some audience support.
I will fully admit to deliberately making things hard on Craig. I kind of knew where this was going because I've done this kind of thing before, and I decided I was going to mess with Craig.
Contestants, please take your erasers and clear your boards for the next round. For round two, this is a character design challenge that comes by way of the amazing Jessica Abel and Matt Madden's Drawing Words and Writing Pictures, which you can get in fine bookstores everywhere. I'm going to give you 4 random prompts, and you're going to make a character out of those prompts in 2 minutes or less. So we're going to have a personality trait, an occupation, a physical trait, and a story spark or a scenario that they are encountering, because cartoonists usually we're drawing people doing things. So for Ben, here is your occupation is a clown who is a loner. And
okay. Are you accusing me of this, or is this what I'm drawing?
So we're learning about client-artist interaction right now, everybody. I am being the client right now, and I'm saying this is for my new T-shirt screen printing business. I need a new mascot who is a clown, who is a loner, who wears an unusual hat, and is taking a phone call. That is your character that you're doing. A loner clown with an unusual hat who is taking a phone call. And so now for Craig, you have a spy who is highly intelligent and has a tattooed face, and they're being followed by someone. Wow, that one all worked out. That seemed like really congruous data points. I thought I shuffled these. Okay, and Sequoia, there are 2 left. So I'm going to ask you, or there's 3 occupations left, so I'm going to ask you to choose numbers 1 through 3, and then I'm going to follow on that line.
Okay. 2.
2. Okay, so you have a punk who is very vulnerable. A vulnerable punk with big eyes and has a new pet. A punk who's vulnerable with big eyes and has a new pet. Does anybody need me to repeat their criteria for their character? Okay. Cool. So I'm going to put 2 minutes on the clock. As soon as you hear the music start, you begin drawing your character. Ready, set, this one. Go.
I feel like one person got a really easy / fun character to draw, but I'm not going to say which one. Anyone who knows me will know which one I'd be like, yes!
That'll be another part of the game, is guessing which one Jeremy would have delighted to draw. Some of the prompts that were not available or that got left on the floor was a funny smell.
Oh, I would love that.
Long nose. And toll booth employee was one of the occupations. Could have been like an Adam Sandler skit.
Taking these sunglasses, I think, that Craig is doing. very cool looking style.
And here's Ben Toll penciling in a whiteboard app. Now that
Wow.
is, yeah, that's next level legit.
It's all about planning, kids.
Planning is good.
You now all have to hustle because you have about 40 seconds left.
Wow, there's some good acting already happening on all these whiteboard spaces. The face tattoo on Craig's character. Beautiful.
You are just,
Oh wow.
time is running out, everybody. About 4 seconons left.
Oh no!
no.
All right, I'll give you an
Ooh.
extra 10 seconds. Put your final touches on. 'Cause there's too much great storytelling happening on the screen right now.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about the big eyes. So yeah, here are some sunglasses. There we go.
And
This ain't getting no better. It's about the story. It's not about
Yeah. It's not getting any worse.
elements.
Hmm.
Still going.
I like the color.
I feel bad because it's such a hot day that if I see any character wearing not short sleeves and shorts, I'm like, ah!
Window for some fat. There we go.
So this is what we call in the business, everybody, a deadline extension.
Very good. I'm lost. I guess I could have him say that.
Yeah.
Actually, was there a big marker? Oh, is there?
Yes, you can change your pen size. Yeah.
Oh, Ruby.
I'm done. What's taking y'all so long?
Well,
I'm just
Oh,
still
you know.
going until someone stops me.
All right. all right.
okay. Okay.
So we will.
Yeah,
we
are we
will.
done?
Yes. The round is over.
Yeah.
So now I'll hand it off to Jeremy again to walk the floor and see what we've got on the boards. Jeremy?
I'll just point out that that is a chronic problem with artists. We all want to just keep going until someone tells us to stop.
Mhm.
The
That's true.
skill of a professional artist
The last
is
thing I heard was extension. I was like,
Yeah.
extension? Oh, okay.
you gotta stop yourself though. You gotta stop yourself. Otherwise, like if you're anything like me, you'll end up with way too much texture, and then everyone's like, "What's this black sheet of paper?" It's a landscape. So let's go with the person who has a landscape beyond just the character. Craig, can you tell us about your spy?
This is a very smart spy. And as I've learned from watching cartoons, smart people have massive heads. Little known fact. You know, he's keeping an eye out, making sure people can't tell where he's from or where he's going and why he's here. I'm assuming he's in maybe Russia or Germany or someplace like that, but he's keeping an eye out.
And
Yeah,
the face
And he has
tattoo.
It's a nice
He also
red
has a
herring.
face tattoo.
Yeah, it's a nice red herring though. Like, oh yeah, no, not from there. Just
Yeah.
like the flag.
I am so American. You wouldn't believe how American I am.
All right, let's check in with this funny-hatted clown.
Yeah, I feel like Funny Hat's kind of redundant. He's a clown, right? I mean,
True.
I don't know about this client that gave me this job. Yeah, you know, I feel like the clown. You know, it's like you got your basic signifiers. You get the giant shoes, the baggy pants, like the ridiculous bow tie. He's having a little trouble with the makeup there. He's got kind of a ICP look. I wasn't really going for. But and then you know, it's like I said, when you get to the hat, you're like, you know, it covers up. You want your clown to have a big giant wig, and like now he's got a hat. But you know, I did what I could here. I tried to go for posture. You know, wanted to get that that slopey posture to communicate some emotion. So
I definitely feel like that phone conversation is not one that clown wants to be having.
That's because he's a freelancer and someone's asking for revisions,
Yeah.
Oh.
and that's put him in a foul temper, as well it should.
Oh, there we go. That's some inside baseball humor for us all, everybody. Everybody's wincing when you hear that. Oh man, well done. All right.
All right, and then our punk with Pup.
All right. So yeah, like he's very self-conscious about his big eyes, so he wears sunglasses. Yeah, he's just like he wants to have this new dog, and he is kind of afraid of not being able to take care of it the right way. So he's kind of just like doing the opposite, which is just not, which is a thing that happens. And yes, and yeah, so just like trying to ignore his dog because he feels bad about getting a dog.
I do like that he's saying nothing.
Yes, he couldn't think of the right words. He's just so vulnerable.
It really does seem quite punk. Like, I grew up with a dog, and there were times when I'd just be like hanging out with my dog. Like, no, I'm not talking to my dog.
Yeah, it's like I don't know what to do with you. I'm like.
I guess like for most of us who love pets, right? We can't help but talk to them like almost baby talk. So I guess like the ultimate transgression would be to give your animal the silent treatment. That would be, defiant beyond all defiance, right?
I'm
My
going to
dog,
say, yes,
Sebastian-
the ultimate.
Yeah, my dog Sebastian did not like it. I would give him the silent treatment. He'd be like,
Sticking it to the dog.
sometimes he just really wants to bring poop in the house. I'm like, no,
All right.
not cool.
Time for the audience to vote for their favorites. So let's start with Sequoia with the vulnerable punk and dog. Oh my gosh, a lot of support for the punk and dog. I don't know how anybody's gonna top that. Whoa, all right, let's see what people say for the slouched clown. Oh, not a lot of support for that. Despite the fact that Ben pointed out how the spine is a key signal into a character's emotion, the audience is not with you.
Some people just don't want to learn. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man.
You can
That's
lead
some
a
good
horse to
body
water.
language.
All right, and finally, to the spy who telegraphs his punches with his face tattoos. No, not bad.
Yeah.
Respectable showing for Craig. I although I have to say it seems like Sequoia took the round for 1 point. So we have 1 point to Ben, 1 point Sequoia. All right, rounds. Contestants, please erase your boards for the next round. We have 3 more games to go. This next one, following on our talk about pets and mammals, I'm gonna ask each of you to write the name of your favorite mammal in somebody else's box. So Craig, please write your favorite mammal in Ben's box. Sequoia, write in Craig's. Ben, write in Sequoia's. Your favorite mammal.
I think would a human be against the rules?
No, that
I was going to put
if that's-
Angela Bassett.
Nice. Angela Bassett's pretty rad.
Oh, yeah. She's like my favorite person ever. I would do anything for her.
I don't feel like she would ever want me to do anything for her, but if she just showed up on like my street and was like, "Can you do this thing?" I'd be like, "Yes, you're Angela Bassett."
Yes, anything.
All right. So we got a lemur, a warthog, and is that squirrel?
Yes. Sorry, I
Alright.
had to look up how to spell it.
We are visual storytellers. We do not work in prose.
Exactly.
No,
All right.
I did not pick hyena specifically because I didn't want to have to spell it. H-Y-I? There's an I.
Yeah. I have a bad habit of adding too many R's and L's, and yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to go around the room and ask you to choose nasty or nice. Sequoia, nasty or nice?
Nasty.
All right, Craig?
Nasty. Gotta go nasty.
Ben?
Jackson's
I'll buck the trend and go nice.
Okay, so that's the disposition of your animal, but you are going to fuse it with another animal. We're having an aquatic theme for this round. So Ben, you got to fuse your warthog with a shark. Sequoia, you have to fuse your lemur with an octopus, and Chris, you're going to merge your squirrel with a koi fish. So
Can you spell that for me?
I think it's KOI. I think.
I could have the fish. I could have my squirrel just be kind of coy, just like, oh.
Ooh.
Yes, the copper toed baby. All right, when the music starts, you will begin. Ready, set, go.
I think the squirrel koi might be the hardest combo. I'm just trying to think of good portmanteaus for these animals, like lectopus, lemurctopus, octomere. It's an octomere.
Octomere, I think that is, yeah.
Wart shark. Look at that octomere. Beautiful.
Wart
Wart shark. Yes. Love the acting on that face.
Nobody is taking that bowling team name away from me. The Wart Sharks.
I would join that bowling team just for the shirts. I like the line quality that Greg's got going on there. Intriguing. Oh my gosh, look at the textures. So beautiful. It's key. Not a lot of textures create the sense of a larger grouping of textures. And somebody who likes to make lots of tiny marks. Very dangerous.
I think my favorite part of this round so far is how intense everybody looks.
It's the music.
It's like
Yeah.
cut the red wire. Cut the red wire.
Oh.
This kind of music is like the moment in a movie where shit happens. Where stuff happens. Like, everyone's ready to go. I mean, look at that wart shark. That wart shark is serious too.
It's for real.
Koirel is also looking pretty serious. Oh my. Also a little scary. Oh, Octomere. Beautiful. I wonder what wart sharks eat.
Oh
Wow.
my lord. Okay, that's time, everybody. Even if you're not finished. Wow. There are things here I will not be able to unsee. So, Jeremy, I wonder if you could take us around the room.
Yeah, let's start with that wart shark. What a beauty.
Thank you. And if anyone in the audience wants to, right now would be the time where you can screen cap this for a tattoo. So I'll give everyone just a sec. Okay, there you go. Gotcha. Yeah,
I mean, I feel like that would be a good. Oh, go ahead.
I would say I do have a little. I have to admit, I'm a bit of a cheat, which is that I'm a fan of the ridiculous Marvel villain character Razorback, who has the ability, who wears a giant hog mask / helmet and has the superpower that enables him to drive any vehicle. By far one of the stupidest characters ever made. But so I've drawn a few warthogs, is all I'm saying.
Nice. I think that's very apparent. Some warthogs too. All right, let's check out on the Octomere.
Awesome. Well, I was definitely trying to create a cursed image. I was hoping that this would end up on a creepypasta page at some point.
Somebody's making a Furby into this.
Oh my God! Yes, a Furby. But I think Tim Burton would be proud. So.
Especially those lovely stripes. All right, and then last but not least, our squirrel koi combo, our Koirel.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like when they're fused animals, often people choose too small of a fraction of each animal. And I was like, I'm going to go with a solid 80 of each. 80% of both animals. And I made the squirrel angry. I felt like the squirrel had to be angry, but the koi didn't. So I was like, I'm going to commit. There's no stipulations on the koi's mood. I don't think so.
So that's 160% awesome.
Oh man, well done, everybody. All right, well, let's go around the horn and see if we can get some votes for all of these, audience. This is your chance, especially young people who are watching right now. Scream at the screen so we can hear who won. So who votes for the creepypasta lemur octopus?
Screaming horror.
Oh, perfunctory.
Okay.
That's a scary
Perfect. It's
claw,
cursed
though.
image material.
Yeah.
That's fear. That's what that is. That's fear.
And let's see who votes for the Razorback. Not bad. Oh man. All right, but who votes for 160% of terrific animal? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Standing O. So I guess that tears it. Craig took the round. Oh my gosh. They're still cheering. All right. We got it. Yeah, he's great. Okay, so contestants, everybody screen cap if you want. This is your chance. And now contestants, raise your boards for the next round. For this next round, it's almost better if you don't know what I'm about to make a reference to. But this is the round where I am coming up to you at a comic convention with my themed sketchbook. And I have been asking everybody at this convention to draw characters from the Nickelodeon television show Pete and Pete, The Adventures of Pete and Pete. But you can't look anything up. You just have to.
Dang it.
You have to take the character name and draw whatever comes to mind when you hear the character name for my Pete and Pete sketchbook. Okay. So does anybody here has anybody here ever watched that show from the 1992? Okay, so some of you know.
I think I've seen it.
But it's even better if you don't remember what the characters look like, because I really want to see what these names evoke in your mind. All right, so and I'm gonna be kind and give you a chance to vote for your favorite. So I have 4 characters, and I'm gonna ask you to choose a number between 1 and 4. So Sequoia, choose a number between 1 and 4, please.
3.
You get Petunia. That is your character that you have to draw. Whatever comes to mind, you hear the name Petunia. Craig, 1, 2, or 4?
I'm gonna go with 4.
Nona Mecklenburg is your character. And then you have number 1 or number 2?
1.
Artie, the strongest man in the world.
Okay, Artie, the strongest man in the world. Okay.
The last one that nobody got was Mr. Tasty. That's too bad, because I was really curious what people would do with Mr. Tasty. When the music starts, you will have 2 minutes to draw the character, whatever comes to mind when you hear the name. In the case of Sequoia, you have Petunia. Craig has Nona Mecklenburg, and Ben has Artie, the strongest man in the world. As soon as the music starts, you go. Ready, set, go.
I'm intrigued to see what will happen, because I only know Pete and Pete from being at a Halloween party where someone was dressed as Artie, the strongest man in the world. And
I was hoping for Artie.
a friend of mine made me watch that whole episode. They were like, "You need to watch this to know the reference."
Yes, Artie, the strongest man in the world, is just a man who follows around young Pete and just helps him with things, and they never explain where he came from or why he's the strongest man in the world.
He doesn't seem like he is the strongest man in the world, but he is.
I'm going with the literal interpretation. I'm sure the gag probably is that he's not
He fought the ocean one.
overtly
Oh, he did
muscular.
fight the ocean.
He did, thank you.
That's amazing.
We've got some nice character building work happening. Oh, nice nose.
Oh, it's almost like a pepper
Yeah.
nose.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I don't know, this is like an older show. I'm picturing like some really noodly looking characters.
The music's pretty good.
I was a more of a Danny Phantom era of cartoons.
Nice. Wow. Ben's just looks like a giant chest with no head.
Jeremy did not say he was the smartest man in the world. It said,
I know,
I'm
gonna have
strongest.
I'm gonna have nightmares now. Just abs. Here we go. There's the face. I'm less
It's
terrified
happening.
now.
Oh,
Oh
no.
wow, I would be
Look at the
friends with him.
attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, sassy
She's,
nerd.
she's all kinds of done.
I love people who are done. I just do.
Just in general, I'm
I'm
a
all
fan.
Yeah, somebody was grumbling.
Am I doing it, guys?
Was the...
These are all fun characters.
All right, we are at time. All right.
Oh no!
No.
Green daggers, yes!
We have some excellent headway made on all of these designs. So I'm wondering if Jeremy, if you could take us around the room and get an interview with each and every contestant, find out what their thought
Sure.
process was.
I'm gonna go with the person whose characters I'm most intrigued by. Craig, can you tell us about Nona Mecklenburg?
Nona is, Nona is friends with Pete. I'm guessing. I feel like Nona is either friends or enemies with Pete. But either way, often looks at Big Pete, rough. Every once in a while, looks at Big Pete, rough. Daggers in the eyes. Smart though, smart.
See, this is something that I'm concerned about. We need more stories of characters who literally just stare daggers at people. I want that power. All right, let's check in with Petunia. Sequoia, can you tell us about your character?
Well, I've never seen the show, but I imagine that this character is popular and also a free spirit, so probably has a lot of crystals. Very, very, very comfortable with nudity, probably. I don't know. Yeah. She's probably the one who gives like stupid advice.
That's
Bad
actually
advice,
really,
friend.
really accurate. Very comfortable with me.
Oh yeah.
That's something that would probably fit in that show pretty okay, actually. Yeah.
All right, and let's check. Ben, tell us about your strongest man in the world.
Much like with the mushroom, I went with a literal interpretation. Sometimes you can, as a cartoonist, you can play the visual off the verbal. I could have done I was thinking I could have done a little skinny guy, but in this case, strongest guy in the world, you draw a big strong guy.
Cool. Is he also a fan of very well-groomed mustaches?
I figured, it would play off a little bit. I guess the standard there would have been the big square jaw, so I just figured to kind of have fun and go with something a little slightly different.
Very
Nice.
turn of the 20th century sort of.
Yeah,
style.
exactly.
Yeah.
I was thinking like the barbell with the round thing on the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well done. I'm proud to have these all in my sketchbook. Yes,
Awesome,
Sequoia?
awesome. I just looked up Petunia, and is it just a tattoo? It's
Yes.
just a tattoo.
Petunia. Oh, Petunia. Yes, Petunia gets screen credit at the top of every episode. That's why I thought she
Okay.
counted as a character. So.
Okay. I mean, it's cool. It's just like, huh.
You can all look up what your characters were while I polled the audience to see who takes this round. So first up, let's see who votes for Petunia, who's very comfortable with nudity.
Yeah.
Bonus points for the description of the character. The inner life sometimes helps sell the design, right? And let's see who votes for the strongest man in the world. Oh, decent showing.
Yeah.
Looks like the Ukrainian judge gave you 2 points out of 5. And let's see what everybody gives for Nona Mecklenburg. Oh, another big hand for Craig. The daggers in the eyes sell it. So Craig takes the round. So we've got 1-1-2.
I just looked it up. It was Harriet the Spy. Harriet the Spy was Nona Mecklenburg.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just looked up Artie, and he's amazing.
yeah.
I want to be friends with him.
The guy that I saw at the Halloween party who was dressed as Artie was also acting like him the entire time. which
Oh,
was
wow.
amazing.
Okay, it's time for our final round. So, contestants, you can erase your boards. Now we're going to do, this one is a longer round, but we'll have 4 minutes to do it because this is going to be the hardest one. And this one's for 2 points. So actually, you could tie for the lead or take it wholesale. Like if Sequoia or Ben, actually, if any of you get this one, you take the whole game. But actually, no, yeah, that's it. If it's 2 points, Craig's got 2, Ben's got 1, Sequoia's got 1. So, for all the marbles, we're going to do a sound design exercise. Now, the thing about sound design that I find very fascinating about it is you're representing a non-visual element with visuals, and that presents a lot of cool design opportunities. One, there's the onomatopoeia. So when you say the squealing of car tires, how do you spell that sound? Then, what shape of letters represent the quality of that sound, like the reverberation, the high pitch? And then you get into weird areas, like what is the color of the sound of tires squealing? Now, some people think you just take impact font, turn it sideways, and make it red, and say, I made a sound effect. Well, you started. You didn't fully do the job, right? So you all, brilliant, talented cartoonists who have demonstrated so much skill today, are going to put all that skill to work in this final round where I'm going to give each of you an individual sound. You each could have your own sound that you have to design in 4 minutes. You got to think about the onomatopoeia, the letter shape, and the color. All right, are you ready? So Craig, this is your sound. Do you need me to play it again?
Yes, but play it at the end. Let's go around and everybody first. I'm going to
Okay.
process this.
Okay. And Sequoia, this is yours.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
And Ben, listen carefully. This is yours. Okay. That was a very thoughtful. There was no what the hell in that at all. So, Craig, do you want me to play yours again? All right. Here comes Craig's sound. Okay. And does anybody else need their sound again?
I'll take mine one more time.
All right. So, as soon as the music starts, you will have 4 minutes. You have double the time because it's worth twice the points to draw your sound. So once you hear the music start, get going. Ready? Actually, no, I take it back. You're gonna have 4 minutes 50 seconds. I'm giving you bonus time because I have a giant Grinch-sized generous heart. So here we go. Ready, set, go.
Here we go. See how words turn into images. Arguably one of the trickiest aspects of comics making sound effects, which are already not something visible, into something visible that also is words. We're getting some bees.
In a real, I don't think I'm being wild when I say I feel like this is kind of how comics approaches visual poetry, because you're representing the invisible in a sort of figurative way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a whole realm of comics poetry as like a genre of comics that specifically focuses on this kind of stuff. Oh, look at those bees. Look at this font.
This is looking suspiciously like 1982 in television letters.
Oh, we got some image text combination happening here. Signifying the thing that makes the noise as well as the noise itself.
Now I have to wonder if Craig is evoking the Price is Right sort of letter style in
Definitely seems that way. That U is overpowering. I'm very scared of it.
This is an important round. You all have approximately 3 minutes to go. Oh my gosh.
Oh, we've got some stuff going on in Ben's drawing board. Perhaps color?
I'm trying for that green screen effect. It's sort of hard to do.
Oh. Run out of rooms like a bad artist. Okay.
Nah, you just put it in Photoshop. Shrink it down.
That's right. Transform. Sequoia, do you write your dialogue before you draw the balloons? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sometimes.
No.
No. Maybe. It depends.
I just did my first comics essay and it was horrible just because there's so many words when it's an essay rather than a story. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah.
Oh, and Craig Campbell using directionality to show the change in tone.
Yep. And font size. Giving different emphasis.
1 minute 50 seconds, everybody.
No penciling. This is free-form font design happening while we sit and breathe and watch it happen. I forgot what idiom I was using right there, so it got messy. Oh yeah, we got lots of color going on with Ben's. Arguably one of the harder sounds to put into words using all of the tools in his toolkit.
And I can actually hear the sound of Pac-Man eating the ghost with that what hoot. Wow. Y'all have 1 minute to go. So get your color in there while you
Some
can.
extra emanata in sequoias. Stars letting us know this is a celebrity ding dong.
Nice.
So you're not walking off the stage without explaining what emanata is.
Emanata is the kinds of symbols that kind of express and usually some kind of emotion or acting or emphasis. So in this case, the lines around the ding dong button, the doorbell button, are letting us know something's happening there. It's the kind of classic one is a sweat drop on someone's forehead to express their emotion, but they can take a lot of different forms, and there's new ones all the time.
Term coined, I believe, by cartoonist Mort Walker, was it not?
I think so.
Yep, Lexicon of Kamikana, everybody. Get it at finer
Yeah,
bookstores
that's it.
everywhere.
What is happening with Craig's? There's some sort of image text combo at the very bottom.
Oh.
Something is hit by the words.
Oh my gosh. All right, everybody. That is time. We are at time. 4 minutes is not very long when you're trying to do something as challenging as sound design. So, all right, let's look in on everybody and see how they did and what they thought. Jeremy?
Let's go with our most colorful combination of images and text and emanata. Ben, would you describe your approach to this?
Yeah, well, I was getting a real kind of 80s computer vibe from those sounds. You know, it sounded like, you know, back in the days when you had to, like, you know, hook your computer to the phone to get it to do something very slowly. So I was going with those sort of strange letters that, you know, sort of 80s computer letters that you used to see on, like, checks and stuff that have the weird little divots and things in the corners. For the boop boop stuff, I was going for sort of a green screen effect. You know, back in the day, you used to have the monitor that had the black background with the green writing. And then the blats were like a little kind of harsher sounding, so I went with sort of some sharper letter forms for those. Then the woot seemed to me to be more bell-like, so I softened it up a little bit, and then I went back to my kind of 80s computer-esque font for my blat, and then just to kind of like, you know, beat people over the head with it, I kind of gave myself some line numbers like I was, you know, programming in BASIC or something like that, like, you know, as one does back in the day.
Nice. Some contextual cues to let us know where we would encounter such sounds.
Very nice.
All right, let's jump on over to Sequoia's Ding Dong.
Nice. So this one's kind of more of a personal one for me because I in my apartment I have a doorbell that, well, rather I live in a house that's half a house, so the other half belongs to someone else. And there's two doorbells, but everyone always rings ours because it's bigger, and it's the most terrifying noise in the entire world. And it scares the crap out of me every time. Of course, it's every day because our neighbor gets a lot of packages. So it's just like terrifying. I'm surprised it hasn't gone off yet, but yeah.
Nice.
It's just like pulling in those lines and stuff yeah.
Yeah, it's very much directing our line of sight on the, well, not the page, but the whiteboard here. And that yellow also pulling us in too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if the button on your doorbell is yellow as well, you may want to paint over it because it'll just make people...
I might just like tape over it and just have it go off forever. You know? Maybe if I really just want the rest of this year to not go well.
All right, let's check in with our final sound designer. Craig, can you talk about your piece here?
Yeah, it was the horn, and it was the and it was all horn, but it sounded so confident at the beginning, and just kind of petered off into a deep failure. And I wanted to really capture it. Like it took up a lot, like burner. So it's something that seems like started off nicely, taking up a lot of space, and then it just kind of like just fell on its face The sound probably flattened out. I totally like. I'm such an ink guy. I always forget to use any type of coloring. I'm like, ooh, do I get to use more lines? How about more lines? Can I use those?
How did that expression go? Peter out to deep failure? Is that what you said?
Yeah, this person clearly just spun that big wheel on Price is Right, and they got a 0.
That's right.
All flat on their face.
Everybody watching on the internet, raise your hand if you've ever petered out into deep failure. I'm busted. All right, so for 2 points and the game, let's see. Let's go around the room and see who takes it. So first up, let's go to the ding dong that ruins the rest of the year. Who votes for that?
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
And for boot boot blat blat woo. Not bad. And for petering out into deep failure. Let's hear it. Oh, this sounds like it's a lot of support for this one. Oh my gosh, the crowd's going wild. My goodness. That sounds like Craig took the game with 4 points. It's a sweep. Wow.
It's for the 90s audience. It's for the 90s audience out there. You just have to know the crowd. The crowd wanted sadness.
That's right.
This was Oscar bait.
Oh man, well thanks everybody for being here and playing today. Going around one more time to give a sound out for everybody, like just pointing people at if they watch this today and they said, hey, this was a good time, I think these cartoonists are brilliant and I would like to know more about them. Where can we find them? So let's start with Jeremy, my beloved co-host, who did such a fantastic job today interviewing everybody and keeping things moving. Where should they go to find more about you?
You can just look at my Instagram at Great Bear Comics. Like I said, it's a lot of food and nature right now, but that's fun too.
Mm-hmm.
And
there's
some comics. All right. And Sequoia, where can we discover more about you?
You can find me on my website at sequoiabosticart.com. Pretty much any updates or anything that's going on in my life, I try to keep it updated on there. But of course, if you're looking for funny jokes, check out my Instagram. My stories are gold, I'm told.
Oh, great. And that's all at sequoiabosticart.com. They'll all be linked in the notes for this, everybody. Okay, and the winner, Craig Campbell. Where should we go to find out more about you? Like, if people want to go and like really hoist you on their shoulders and parade around town because you brought the sadness in a way that nobody else could.
I'd say head over to my website, cmcampbellart.com. Also, I would recommend, like, in terms of getting like dates on all these things, I post regularly on Instagram, Mr. Corporal Craig, MRCPL Mr. Corporal Craig. So feel free to follow me on IG. And I don't tell jokes on Instagram. I just play music sometimes. It's good songs though. I got some great records. Great records.
Sweet. All right, and then Ben, where can we find more of your things?
If you go to benzilla.com, that's like Godzilla except with my name in it. You can find pretty much everything. I need to add my Instagram on there, don't I? I will throw that up there. But yeah, you can find my ramblings about comics and links to my books. And my Twitter is up there in the top, and email, and you can sign up for a newsletter and all that good stuff.
All right. Thank you, Ben. And everybody, if you have not gone to cartooncrossroadscolumbus.org yet, our fall dates are currently on there. We are doing a hybrid show this year where we're going to have some events that are virtual, some in-person events. Cartoon Crossroads Columbus is a nonprofit 501c3 organization which relies on the support of corporate and individual funders. We thank everybody who supports our festival, and we thank our partners, the Billy Ireland Cartoon Library Museum, the Columbus Metropolitan Library, the Wexner Center for the Arts, and the Columbus College of Art and Design, of which we have 3 members right here, and the Columbus Museum of Art. And also, this event is part of the Space Online Expo, July 10th. So everybody go to backporchcomics.com/space.htm to find out about all the stuff that's happening at Space this weekend. So once again, thanks everybody for being a part of this today. And I've been Jersey Joseph, CartoonCrossroadsColumbus.org. And okay, bye.
Okay, we're about to bring our next group up. I'd like to thank our CXC friends for that. That was a lot of fun. I didn't get to watch it last night. I was having stern conversations with my computer. Next group, I'll start loading them up. It's the Comics Anthology process working on Less Than Secret. And we'll bring Ben up here and he can start introducing people. Hey.
Yay, all the people.
Yay, all the people.
Howdy.
I'm not hearing anybody. Let me hold on.
Oh, no.
Oh. Can you hear us now?
Seems like a no.
I'm going to take that as a no.
How many fingers am I holding up?
Oof.
8.
Okay.
3.
Hold on.
Cool. You're fine.
Okay,
42.
just do that again.
Can you hear us now?
Let me check my mic.
We can all hear each other, right?
I can
And
hear
your
you.
Bob.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can hear
Okay.
everybody.
Same.
I'm gonna have to switch over.
Well, how's everybody doing? How's
Doing good.
everybody's week?
Might as well do introductions while Bob's figuring out his tech. I am Ben Wright Human, cartoonist extraordinaire, and I'm one of the co-organizers along with Rainer.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I can
Yeah.
oh dear.
There's
No,
an echo.
I can hear you now. I'm having problems with that headset.
Yeah.
Echoes now?
I hope not. Are you hearing echoes now?
Yeah. It started when you got that activated. Sorry.
I got a backup one here, so
It's a running joke in our group that Rainer's the one who always caused the echoes. It's not him this time.
I am wearing headphones. For once in my life.
You came prepared.
Yep.
Good job.
This is an excellent time to have a animated flashback. Remember like yesterday.
For anyone watching, here's a cat.
There we go.
The cat taxes we take.
okay. How are we doing now?
Check. Nope.
Still echoing.
Yep.
Try going your...
I'll just keep quiet then. How's that?
I mean, we can run the show if you want. We've done. We're
Okay.
barely done talking.
How's that now?
There's no echo.
No.
Okay.
Here we go.
Hey, we're good.
The old reliable headphones worked.
Yay!
Okay. Well, I will let you run the show. I'm going to step off and just listen in
Okay.
and see what you're up to. But take it away. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting us.
Sounds good. Well, we were just getting to Rainer's introduction, so why don't we just start there?
Well, howdy. My name is Rainer Canstein. I'm the other person who ran this anthology. What else were we saying? I did a comic in the anthology about the Dover Demon. Whoa.
Also, what is the name of your adorable cat?
This is Tuna.
Hi, Tuna.
He is
One
a
of the very
very
good
fun boy.
cryptids we actually had.
Yes.
Yep.
So,
We'll
yeah.
see if the other one shows up. Is Abe awake?
I think he's out for a walk. So he might show up in the background when he comes back.
That would be fantastic.
Okay. Yes.
All right. Who's next?
How about you?
Sure. I'm Kelsey Crawford. I make comics. I contributed to the Less Than Secret anthology, a story about the Mothman. I had no part in organizing this at all. I just made stuff.
You had a pretty big part during the Kickstarter, but we can get into that in a bit.
Yeah.
And last but not least.
And then I'm Angela Boyle, Angela B Comics, and I contributed Seed of Truth about the Elvatritsk, which is a weird little German avian cryptid that has scales and antlers, and they're very cute.
And I think to this point, you're the only person in the anthology who can pronounce it.
I'm not even positive I'm pronouncing it right. But I have my way, and I'm sticking to it.
And I never said, by the way, I did a story on the Chupacabra that was a fantasy Western called A Mother's Love. So what Less Than Secret was, last year, Rainer and I pretty much decided we wanted to do an anthology because we've contributed to them before, but we've never actually run one. Mm-hmm. So we basically grabbed a bunch of cartoonists that we knew, pulled them together, decided we want to do one on cryptids, and figured out the process from there. Because anthologies are kind of one of those things that you really want to throw yourself into to figure out how they work. And it's been one of the best creative processes I've ever worked on.
Same. Been a great team. Been a great experience overall, though it's easy for us to say that.
And the management was fantastic.
It's certainly been a learning experience from what I've gathered.
Yeah, for us. I hope you guys have learned that you still want to work with us, but I'd understand if you didn't.
You're pushing your luck.
Yeah. No, I've been reminded I don't know if I want to run another anthology. It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. You're not wrong.
Yep. Well, for clarification, for folks who have no idea, Angela, you ran an anthology for many years before working on Less Than Secret.
That is true. Awesome Possum, a natural science comic anthology.
Mm-hmm.
Find it at itsopossum.flyingdodostudio.com. And yeah, I ran it by myself. So maybe if I trusted another human, I could get someone to help me with it.
I will say the biggest part of this anthology, and pro tip for anyone running the anthology, having 10 billion people all actually working on the behind the scenes of the anthology reduced everyone's workload a fair bit.
Yeah, because this was a community effort, whereas mine was very much solo. Everyone, all the contributors just were like, here's my comic. Go.
Yeah, the way we did it was kind of unusual, and in part that was us not realizing it was unusual. Because again, Rainer and I had never actually run one of these before. We just submitted stuff, and it never clicked with us. Oh, you don't normally have everybody staying in contact the entire time. You don't actually the fact that the contributors were communicating at all was a little crazy. Most anthologies I've done, I've talked to the organizer, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it was fantastic. We had weekly meetings where everyone talked about their stories and how it was going. We had everyone proofread all the works, and every single person went through there. And we had an editor who wasn't either me or Ben. Thank you, JD.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't even an official job, but at the end, Angela took over with proofreading and was absolutely invaluable in cleaning up the file, which, by the way, I'm really hoping we're going to be sending to the printer for a test print. I want to do it by the end of the weekend, but I've told people end of the week just to hedge the bets. There he is. Cryptid spotted.
The cryptid has arrived.
The abominable snowman.
Yeah.
So I feel like this was pretty much the group that was part of it when we came up with the idea of doing cryptids. Am I crazy? Like, we had a couple other people who didn't end up being able to show up, but I feel like this is the group that decided that before we started inviting people.
I feel like this was the core group. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kelsey and Angela were two of the people we brought on first because Angela knows anthologies really well, and Kelsey knows comic marketing really well. They're the most successful Kickstarter runner that I've met.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So you and I had talked about the idea of doing what became the interview process during the Kickstarter for a while. And I was like, well, now we got a chance.
There is a window of opportunity, and we decided to seize it.
Exactly.
Those interviews are fantastic, and they can be still found on your YouTube channel. Am I right?
Yes. So what we did to help promote the anthology while the Kickstarter was running was I ran a series of creator interviews where I talked with the creators and the contributors who contributed to Less Than Secret, a cryptid anthology. I have all of those interviews archived on my YouTube channel in a playlist. I don't remember the exact name of the playlist off the top of my head right now. It's like Less Than Secret contributor interviews, I think, something like that. But it's in a playlist on my YouTube channel. If you go to youtube.com/c/Kelsey D, that's KELCI, capital D as in dog. It's in a playlist and it's all there.
And Kelsey's fun to talk to, so they're all really fun.
Very good interviews. Like, that honestly was one of the best things that came out of all this. Like, I really like. So for those who have
from the book,
I feel like we're talking a little bit inside baseball. So what we basically did was during the month-long Kickstarter we had to fund this project. By the way, that Kickstarter was absolutely insane. But one of the big things we did was we had Kelsey interview every single creator on their channel, and it went really well. I go back and watch them periodically. It's a lot of fun hearing everybody talk. But if you ever wanted to hear about the creative process from a bunch of different really cool creators, great way to check it out. That Kickstarter, by the way, like, there was a lot of angsting over how much to ask for, and we blew this thing out of the water.
Yeah. How much did we wind up asking for? Like $500? And
we asked for $1,500.
15. Okay, that's a lot more.
Honestly, if that's all we'd made, there would be a decent chance that Rainer and I would take a loss on this, just because we wanted to make sure everybody got paid. But the end result, like, we made that crazy fast. We funded it in 5 hours.
Yep.
And we ended up making $6,399. So we over 4 times what we'd originally asked for. It was unbelievable. Incredibly exciting. But yeah, it's
shout out to all of the backers who helped us reach that goal.
Woo! Thank you.
Also, I just want to say hi to Jessica. We don't have control over the chat and can't pop it up, but I see that you're in there.
It's good to see you, Jessica. She's one of our regular super fans.
Yep. And was one of the first people to back the project too.
Yes.
But yeah, going back to what Angela said, Rainer and I have talked about the fact that we want to run more anthologies, but I absolutely agree. Stressful process. It's
yes, we are.
It was a lot.
Yes, I am immensely thankful to everyone who was working on it, and I want to do another anthology on this series. I have decided I do not plan on running an anthology by myself ever. Ever.
Yeah. Well, good. I think the collaborative thing, like, we kind of struck gold with that, because if we can keep like working with people that want to do that,
Yep.
it makes our lives a lot easier. Also, it helps to have people who are willing to yell at us. So one of the things I learned working on this, like one of the, so I've done several Kickstarters before this for my own personal graphic novel projects, The Letters of the Devil and The Legacy of El, available over in the market space. But one of the things that I always did with it was I'd do the Kickstarter when the book was almost complete, was mostly done. And then a couple months later, I'd have actually finished all the final details of it. Because like I secure funding, then I finish everything. And to me, that was fine. And it's funny that as soon as the Kickstarter ended, Angela and Kelsey were both just like, what do you mean the book file's not done? What are you doing? And it's interesting because in my head, it's like, oh, everything's working perfectly on time. And it's like, no, quick, get more done.
Yeah, that was a big revelation for me. Most of the Kickstarters that I've personally supported have been for tabletop RPGs, and often they show layouts as it's being done and stuff. And then I'm like, right, but there's a difference between a book like that you need the money to start laying out, and a comic that we're already doing.
Yeah.
That we need printed. Big difference there. Did not think that through.
Yeah. I also have to miss the idea of regular updates. I know, apologies to some of the people who backed us it took a while to hear anything from us, because that was also like I kind of didn't realize I needed to be doing, and trying to get better about posting those updates more regularly. Yep.
I remember you posting about it, and I went, What?
Yeah.
Once a week at minimum until the project is done.
I mean, my on my previous projects, it was never an issue, but I never had 200 backers. 209. I want to count you all. But yeah, it was, I don't know. And also, like, my last Kickstarter happened in 2020, which was a really weird time for a lot of stuff, and there were delays anyway.
Yeah.
Which thankfully shouldn't be the same case here. Like they had with that which we will not discuss, they had the print shops were often down to like 2 people running the entire thing. And it's a very, from my understanding, printing is a very hands-on process. Like
yes,
Cryptid Abe might be able to tell us more about that because he worked in that a lot. But
yeah.
Yeah, my last book, it was crazy because a process that normally took a couple of weeks took a couple months, just getting the books out. And thankfully, like this time, first off, we are using a different printer, and I'm hopeful with that. But things have opened up a lot more, so we'll see a lot with this print test. We're going to be shipping out hopefully by the end of the weekend.
Huzzah!
Knock on wood.
Yep. And I will just say that I'm looking forward to that. I just sent a couple other books to the same printer, and they emailed me saying that my paper choices were bad. So they
actually told you before you did it. Yes. That was nice.
What did
they actually sent me a message being like, we put this on hold because you decided to not laminate your cover. Go laminate your cover, please, or else it's all going to smudge unless you don't want to laminate it, I guess. And I'm like,
interesting.
Fair.
Now I need to check to see if we had laminated the covers on the quotes.
We're not laminated. Whatever it's called. Coating.
Coating.
That's the word. Like
gloss. Oh, you went with uncoated.
Yep.
Interesting thing also, I don't know why this is, but anytime I've quoted uncoated stock for any printer, the price goes up. So coated stock's actually cheaper, apparently.
Weird.
They charged me $7. I don't know. Who knows?
Spooky.
Well, I liked that they contacted me.
Yeah.
So.
That's true. Like
that's very nice.
One of the crazy things, by the way, anyone who wants to do self-published stuff, you really need to understand what you're getting into, because we mentioned the collaborative process and how everyone was helping and pulling their weight. When you're doing your own work, that doesn't happen. You are so low.
Yeah.
And that sounds great. It's like, hey, you get to keep all the money. It's like, yes, because you're paying yourself for doing the marketing, for handling the printing.
Yep.
Like these are all things you normally pay someone else to do. That's basically why you're getting a cut when you work for a major publisher.
As a self-publisher, you can hire people like me to do book layout and proofreading.
Yes, you can.
And there are people you can hire for marketing. I don't know if anyone here does that, but boy, do I need to hire one.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, that kind of always falls into the catch-22 of, yeah, I should hire someone to do these things, but they're way more expensive because we're not part of a company that has security and is paying into taxes for us and things like that.
But boy, oh boy, can they make a difference.
It's true. That actually falls into one of the other things that was kind of a learning experience on this Kickstarter for us. We wanted to pay you guys way more than we did, which is kind of the eternal curse of the independent anthology. But like, it was weird because it's just one of those things that pay your artists what they're worth. We paid as best as we possibly could, but that we still wish we could have paid more.
Yeah, I'm thinking next time. I always say next time. If I ever run another anthology, maybe I'll see if I can get a grant ahead of time to make the initial payment bigger, and then the Kickstarter can just add to that.
That's not a bad idea. Like that's one of the things we're going to do with the whatever money we have left over after all this is we want to use that to help fund the next Kickstarter, so we have a starting nest that might make life a little easier. Even if we still do the same right at the bare edge Kickstarter, we'll have a buffer. Like that makes a massive difference.
Oh yeah.
Buffer's very nice.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. If you're running a Kickstarter, make sure you have buffer money because you never know what you miscalculated, and you definitely miscalculated something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. I'm really glad that, because at the same time that the Kickstarter for Less Than Secret was happening, I was also running a Kickstarter for my own book, The Legend of Jamie Roberts, Volume 1. And I made sure to have buffer for that one. It was very close.
And you just finished another Kickstarter for another company, hadn't you?
Yeah. There were 3 Kickstarters happening at the same time in like this 2-week window.
Oh, that's exhausting.
That is intense.
God, I'm so tired.
You definitely you had a little bit of the crazy eyes right at the beginning of things. It's like, okay, let's do this. We got it.
Yeah. And eventually it calmed down and I was like, okay, cool. I can be a person again and not like a promotion machine. This is nice. But yes, there were like 3 Kickstarters happening at once. There was the Less Than Secret Kickstarter. There was the Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1 Kickstarter. And then there was the campaign for Neverending Inc., which I was a part of. I was not a huge part of it like I was with Jamie Roberts or Less Than Secret, but still involved and promoting stuff for it. It was a lot. Pro tip, don't ever do like multiple Kickstarters at the same time if you can help it. It's exhausting.
Yeah, especially if you're the one running it. Like,
like the only one that I like ran on my own was the one for Jamie Roberts. I was like coordinating marketing stuff for Less Than Secret, and I was helping with promotions for Neverendings, but I was not like I wasn't dipping my fingers into the pie for like all 3.
Right.
Yeah.
One other thing I want to throw out there real quick. We are not exactly doing additional pre-orders or anything like that, but I have set up a mailing list on my website if you want more information on Less Than Secret for when it releases to the public. You can find that at bwhcomics.com/less-than-secret.
Smart.
Excuse me.
I just realized I'm at a Dutch angle.
Oh no!
I just thought you were being dramatic. You're also like looking inside, like you're interrogating me.
Yep. Terrifying. Our other cryptid.
can become.
That's our next cover, Rainer's Eye.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good work.
that's actually another thing that I ought to bring up. One thing I highly recommend for anybody running an anthology is get yourself an editor first off who's not one of the people running it, because it'll save you a lot of time. I thought of this because JD Lecleed, who was our editor, also ended up being our cover artist.
Yes.
Did a fantastic job on both. Actually, I was helping put together the file for the cover images, and we realized that we hadn't actually done anything for the back. So like a couple days ago, I asked JD, hey, any chance of doing one more tiny illustration like now?
Yep.
And not only did he, but he live streamed it, which was really cool.
Speaking of the cover, I feel that it should be mentioned because of some of the comments that the cover is of the Flatwoods Monster, which is one of the many cryptids involved in the book, though the cover is not one of the cryptids, because people are asking, what's the book about?
Yeah.
So we actually struggled for a fair while on what to make the book about, and we decided it'd be about cryptids in general.
Because you came up with that idea, and we all went, oh!
Yeah,
exactly.
Each story is of a wildly different genre, tone.
Yeah, our only restrictions were we gave like size, page count. It was going to be black and white, and that we wanted it to be roughly PG-13, and that was just so we had the freedom to tell people no if we needed to. And other than that, we're like, do whatever you want with it. Just pick a cryptid and go with it. Go ahead.
There's a variety of genres in there, which was funny. I think me and Ben and I both thought that it was going to be entirely horror when the theme was picked,
Right.
which it did not happen.
It's really funny because like I feel like you and I are the only ones that really dove into horror. There's a little bit of a horror theme to Kelsey's, but it's not.
It's more of a creep factor.
Yeah.
Mine is more. I didn't really come up with a name for this genre, but other people looked at it and went, "Oh, that's magical realism," and I'm like, "Okay, we'll go with that."
You want to talk about your story, by the way?
Sure, I'll talk about my story. Generally, how I write stuff is I don't generally think of like the genre first. I'm just like, oh, this is a neat idea, and I'm going to run with it, and we'll let the readers determine what genre it is, which is how The Day in the Life of Mothman got the moniker of magical realism attached to it. I was just like, I just want to write a story about a young woman who's going about her day, and she keeps coming across the Mothman, and the Mothman keeps popping up at moments where something bad is about to happen. And she eventually starts catching on to the pattern, and it goes from there. But like nobody else can see the Mothman. She's the only one who can see him.
Which tracks for the Mothman?
It does.
Yep. In case anyone is not familiar with West Virginia or Richard Gere movies. Anyway.
Well, I picked the Mothman because I grew up watching the Mothman prophecies, that Richard Gere film. I was a teenager with terrible taste in movies. But at the same time, I was just fascinated by the myth of the Mothman, and I grew up along the West Virginia border. So like I knew the town that was like singularly focused on him. Like there's a Mothman festival and everything, and there's a statue with apparently a very nicely sculpted butt. I have never touched it, but it exists.
Do we know when that festival is? Because a bunch of us are in Ohio. We could probably make a trip.
It's usually in the fall, from what I remember.
Okay. We'll need to keep an eye out. That might need to happen.
Yeah.
Keeping it rolling, Angela, you want to talk about picking the Elvitrift?
Yeah, so I think one of the things we had talked about was trying not to pick the big name like Bigfoot, Nessie. So I was like, well, then I want to pick something really weird. So I went through the entire Wikipedia article on cryptids. I wrote down a list of all of the ones that I was curious about and read those articles. This is a very long process. And I was finally like, well, it's between these. I don't really want to do horror. even though I've done a lot of horror, usually existential horror though.
Yeah.
And then, so I picked the Elvitrix because it was so cute. It was just such a weird chimera. It has antlers and scales and 6 legs, and it's a bird with no feathers. I'm a natural science illustrator, so that body shape intrigued me. And one of the things about them is that they're really curious. And one of the things about me is I really like murder mysteries. I was like, those two things seem like they would go well together. So let's do a murder mystery with an Elvitrisk that helps solve a murder. So that's how mine went. And then I also have been really inspired by hybrid comics lately. And this is so Posey Simmons is one of the big names in this, but also Ali Broche, who does Hyperbole and a Half, is a similar style. It's a combination of prose, comics, and illustrations that work together to tell the story. So this is a unique format that you may not have seen before unless you've read either of those two, which I guess everybody's read Ali Broche at this point, right? Because she's amazing and funny. Yeah, so this was I'm glad it was a short comic because it was a new process to figure out how to lay out prose with comics and illustration and figuring out how those page works.
It honestly was the project I was probably most excited about, just because that's such a cool way to do it.
Yeah,
it's fun. I loved it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to like read through the book and be like, comic. Oh, this is different.
Wait, what's happening?
I honestly considered it like Kelsey got the first story in the anthology, but I considered doing Angela, and I just decided I was worried that it would throw people off too much to be right at the beginning.
Yeah,
but I was really torn on that because I'm like, this is such a cool idea. And Kelsey's was also awesome. I'm not saying it wasn't. I feel
It's like, why did you say that? Like, why did you go into this spiel? Like, you could have
for shame.
We spent ages deciding on order.
We talked about it.
That's so hard. Working on Awesome Possum, that is so hard.
Yeah.
Because there's so many good comics. Like, how do you pick the first and last one?
Yeah. I think with the layout that we did ultimately go with, though, I think the one we did decide on was really the best way to go about it.
Yeah, I agree. I think you nailed it.
It's amazing when you have a bunch of stories that are completely separate, that just by changing the order, there's a sense to it. It really happens. We also had someone who was not able, that due to various reasons, was not able to insert a story which changed the entire order. And it's like, you can't tell. It ends up perfect.
Ben, why don't you talk about your comic next?
Oh, okay. Mine was called A Mother's Love. I went in a very different direction than most people because I went for fantasy Western. So I play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons with Rainer. And I've been working on a D&D setting that is influenced by like Western movies and things like that. So there's actually a lot of gun use and that kind of thing, but you're still working with elves and orcs and stuff like that. And so I decided I wanted to play around in that setting, since one of the ideas I'd had was statting the chupacabra as the monster equivalent of a coyote, which is a common adversary that you come across in frontier stories and things like that. Like, not necessarily, that sounds a little weird because I know a lot of people there's a sort of a bias of over hunting coyotes and things like that, but it comes up in homesteader stories and things like that. So I basically had a situation where you have this family that is being attacked by a pack of chupacabras, and they don't understand why. Like, they've set up a homestead out in the middle of nowhere. They have no support and and these creatures that normally are more, picking off stragglers or, just they tend to avoid conflict and things like that because that's actually how coyotes tend to work too. And yet they're acting very strangely and extra aggressive, and they don't know why. And the whole thing kind of builds to finding out to a big climactic moment where you find out why this is all happening and the consequences of it. But yeah, it was honestly a lot of fun to work in this because I've been doing a lot of just like modern mystery stuff or like drawing cosplayers doing funny stuff, which are my 2 other major projects.
Yeah.
So drawing fantasy action scenes was really nice.
It is really nice. Why do you think I make The Legend of Jamie Roberts?
Yes. No, I get it. Like, I've been thinking a lot about all these different projects I want to do lately, and it's like there's so much stuff I want to do that's not what I've been doing.
Yeah, it's so hard to focus.
Yeah. You got to make room for that, man.
Yeah, I've been getting back into watercolor, which has been helping me with that.
Good.
Anyway, Rainer, you got a story.
Yes, I do. It is called Demons in Dover. It is about the eponymous Dover demon. I was originally going to do a story about the Hopkinsville goblins until I'm like, are these cryptids? I'm not sure if these are cryptids. Gotta do the Dover demon. And it took me a long time to figure out what the story was going to be until I saw its weird hands in the there's like 3 drawings of it done by the 3 people who saw it. And like, I was very struck by the fact that it seemed to be a 4-legged quadruped. Is that the word? Science people,
quadruped.
you know. Yeah. A quadruped creature, but it was clinging to a tree bipedal in one of them. And I'm like, that's a odd thing to be doing. I'm not sure if it actually is, but it felt odd to me. So it was like, gripping hands, gripping, asthma attacks. I have breathing problems. And then the comic goes from there. So I just tried to make something vaguely related to the feeling of an asthma attack in comic form was what I was going for.
Huh. Okay.
And it was mostly just an excuse for me to play around in grayscale. I don't do that much digital painting, or I haven't in a while, and it was fun to just play around. I consider mine sort of a visual showing off story.
I also love we did interviews that went into a behind the scenes section, which is another great reason to pick up the book because we actually talk about our process and why we did all this in detail for every story.
At the back of the book.
In the back of the book.
Yeah.
And one of the things that you said that I really like is that you really felt uncomfortable seeing the Dover demon, so you decided to draw them 1,000 times. Like,
that's how I like to do all horror.
Yeah.
I can't blame you.
I was in an anthology once where we had to draw one panel that scared us. That was the whole theme.
Interesting.
It was fun. I think it was called It Is the Bad Time. I don't know if it's for sale anywhere, though.
That was a Cooper name, wasn't it?
Yes,
Yeah,
it was.
I thought
Cooper
so.
Whittlesey.
Yeah, we one of our classmates. So 3 of us in the current chat, me, Rainer, and Angela, all went to the Center for Cartoon Studies.
I am the outlier.
Yeah.
Well, half the anthology.
Half the
I think it's
anthology
slightly
didn't
less
go to
than half.
CCS, but
Less
in this
than half.
particular room, 3/4. So Sean. But
I'm just gonna stare at the chat and just be like, shoes.
Yeah.
One little tear.
Yeah. But one of our classmates, Cooper, came up with the best names for stuff. He was really good at it.
He was really good at naming.
Like, you were in the anthology about murder that was called "We Broke Our Own Fingers." Like, that was the name of the anthology.
Yes.
And the thing, finger breaking had nothing to do with the anthology. It was just the name of it.
It was such a good anthology. Eventually, I plan to do a reprint of that. So keep an eye on
Please do.
Angela B. Comics. I'm so happy with that comic. It was amazing.
It was
the whole
really
anthology.
My favorite thing in the anthology was Dean Sidarsky's, which is quite possibly the funniest comic about murder I've ever read.
I mean, he's an excellent cartoonist.
Yeah. That was probably my favorite of the anthology comics in that year. It was good.
I want so badly to pet your cat Tuna right now. He's just so chill. Look at that chill little nugget.
It looks like a fake cat. It looks like a stuffed animal. So
He essentially is.
and soft.
He's like Garfield, except with pizza instead of lasagna.
Oh.
What's else
Just
new?
to touch on them, we have also 3 more stories in the
Yes.
anthology.
Yes, yes,
We've
yes,
got Arian McCrae's story about the Fresno Nightcrawler.
So cute.
It ain't got no arms.
So
It's a baseball with legs, is the way that Arian describes this little guy, and that's also one of the fun ones. First off, like great cute comedy throughout it. But one of the things that was also kind of funny is any cryptids that were big that didn't get a nod got a nod in that comic because it just randomly walking around run into them.
Fresno Nightcrawler's roommate is the Loch Ness Monster.
Goes to Gil's bar at one point, which is the creature from the Black Lagoon, basically. It's great.
And one of the regulars is the Kraken.
Yep.
It's great. I love it.
Bigfoot's a bully.
That comic is extremely funny.
It's great.
It's I ended up drawing the Fresno Nightcrawler for something. That is so fun to draw.
It seems like it'd be really easy to draw too. Like circle, legs, eyes, fedora.
Except Ariane
fedora would be
chose
the hard part.
I am still like Ariane. You chose to draw a hat on this thing. You just increased your workload by like 90%.
That's so hard.
Yeah. The funny thing is, like, I drew, like I said, I did a fantasy western. So, of course, one of the characters is supposed to have a cowboy hat, which is absolutely just a fedora. Like, that's the best I could manage.
Oh, my geez.
We also have Rougarou catfished by a dog person, which is
probably
the best title
ever.
in the thing. Yeah. It's a great name.
Good.
So
It's
good.
all about a Rougarou, which is a it's originally so I know it exists in both Quebec's lore and in Louisiana. So I don't know if to say it's a Cajun Rougarou is the right
French.
term.
Vaguely French.
Because I don't know that it existed in France though, which is where it's confusing to me. Like I don't know what to call it, but it's basically a wolf person or a dog person, and it's all about one of them using social media or dating sites specifically to meet people without telling anyone that he's a Rougarou. This was made by a team actually. We had writer Ian Klesch and artist Andrew Small. It's their debut work. And honestly, they were 2 of the coolest people to work with in this. And I'm not just saying that because they were already friends of mine. But seriously, like they dove into this project. They came in at the 11th hour actually because they just randomly both came to me independently and were like, "Hey, you want to work on something? We're going crazy here." And I was like, each other, collaborate, anthology, and like. They came in like a month from the deadline for actually having it done and had like the first script done in a night. And like, they
were really fast with making this thing.
Also, that comic's really funny, and I have no idea how they pulled it off in that speed.
Honestly, a big part of it, working with a team. Like we've been talking about it on the administrative end, but
also having an editor on board with feedback can help a lot too.
Yes, absolutely. But from a creative perspective, like I worked on another anthology as a contributor where I wasn't the writer, I was just the artist. And it's interesting how much easier that is. It in part, and this is going to sound a little weird, I'm not sure if I'm putting this right, in part because when it's less your project, there's less pressure.
A little. I get
on some
that.
level, I'm looking at it. I'm like, well, I'm technically doing someone else's words, so it's less personal to me. You still put out good work, the best work you can do, but
often when you're not as worried about things, you can do better work.
You know what? It feels like a job. That's the difference. And when you treat it like a job, it gets a lot easier. It's really hard to treat your personal projects as jobs. Unless you're Kelsey, at which point you're very, very good at it.
I don't know. I have a unique philosophy on how to treat working on comics, I guess.
I don't know if it's unique. I'll say it's effective.
Thank you.
I'm still adjusting to it.
I keep looking at what Kelsey's doing and like, what am I doing wrong?
Well, you're running an anthology, so that's like I guess a leg up. I don't know. Don't
Yeah, I know.
try to like compare your successes to somebody else's. Like everybody's track is different.
This is true. Honestly, because in part with this anthology and some other stuff, this has been a surprisingly successful year for me. Probably my first arguably successful year as a freelancer. And I've been technically a freelancer since at least 2016. So it took long enough.
We should finish off. I just want to say the list of comics with Emo's Christmas by Jess Johnson.
Oh, that one is so good.
Very cute.
Yeah. It's about
it's about the Jersey Devil.
Yes, a New Jersey family Christmas, and then the Jersey Devil, a celebrity, comes to town.
Yeah. I love that the entire thing just is a slice of life story, but they swapped out the new boyfriend with the Jersey Devil.
It's actually really sweet.
It's super sweet.
It's a great story. Like it's the final story in the anthology on purpose, like because it kind of wraps everything up on a really happy note.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's also it hits all of the it hits all of the right beats, and they are beats that have resonated in the stories previous in the anthology too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of the things we've joked about is that with a little finagling, in theory, all of these stories could take place in the same universe.
Yep.
Easily.
The one kind of exception is mine, and we decided that if we were going to do the whole universe, and this would be what happened, this would be a D&D game run by the cryptids.
Yeah. It's a good way to approach it.
Yeah.
The Dover Demon would be a raccoon eating the trash of the snacks left out after game.
Digging through the trash can, just.
Or maybe it's the DM's cat.
I'm sorry. Mothman's there like, you're going to roll a 1.
Yes, just lingering in the back, just like, you're not going to succeed. This is not going to go well for you. The big bad is going to win this round.
So get ready for our second anthology. No.
TPK. Oh, that'd be great. That'd be so great. Actually, we have talked a little bit about other anthologies we might do. My favorite one that came up was Robots, because that had the same reaction when that was said to the group, because everyone immediately went, ooh.
Yep.
I mean, you can't go wrong with robots. I love robots.
We found that simple themes can really make work that is cohesive but varied enough that it's worth your money, you know?
Yeah.
Personally, my philosophy for an anthology is if I'm getting... Okay, there's stuff like Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, which is... Though that has comedy and horror in it, and personally in an anthology, I want bits of both. Like, my favorite anthology as a kid was, have any of you read this Unicorns versus Zombies? Or Zombies versus Unicorns?
No. I have not.
Every story switched between a zombie story and a unicorn story.
Okay.
And like half of them, a lot of the unicorn ones were horror, and a lot of the zombie ones were romance, if I remember right.
I like that.
But that set my bar for anthologies, where I'm like, if I'm paying however much I'm paying for this, I want a variety of things, and for them to be tied together still, for it to be a cohesive experience. And I really think we were able to pull that off with just cryptids.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like to say that one of the things you can do to help creators the most is give them guidelines they have to stick to, because it's weird how much having restrictions helps the creative process.
Yep.
Like it's really hard to say because censorship is also bad, but like in
This
a
is not
commissioning
censorship,
type of story.
No.
Yeah.
This is not censorship. This is okay. You have to work on this size of a page. You have only 12 pages to do it, and it's got to be in black and white, and it's got to be about a cryptid.
Right.
That's it.
I was more well, we also had the PG-13 thing, which I was a little nervous about, but it's the fact is when you give people these restrictions, they get ideas. Like as soon as you come up against a wall, like I actually remember first coming across this. This is going to get theater nerdy, but when I was a drama major and an English major, I double majored because I was crazy. But as a drama major, I had to take history of Western theater. And one of the things we learned is that in France, in like I believe 1800s, they established a council that said what was considered an actual French play. Like they actually had rules for it. If it is not this, it is not a French play. It had to all take place in one location, have only one plot, and take place over a 24-hour period. Those were basically the rules of all French plays for a while. And some really good French plays came out of that.
Huh. Okay.
I know. It sounds weird, but it's one of those things that a lot of people ended up rebelling against. But it's kind of crazy to look at some of the stories that come out of it because they're called the three unities. And I simplified them a little bit. It didn't have to be just 24 hours. You could theoretically have one or two other places, but those are supposed to be as close as possible. And you get some really funny, dynamic stories out of that because the writers had to figure out the playwrights had to figure out how to make that work.
Sure. Yeah. Get super creative about like how to implement the limitations that you were given.
Exactly.
If you have the whole universe, it's hard to decide.
Yeah.
There's such a thing as there's a technical term for this. It's like the overwhelming amount of choice having too many choices can overwhelm you.
Action paralysis?
That's it.
Yeah.
Decision paralysis.
I absolutely
There's
have
a term, and I forgot.
Yeah.
And there's an Abe.
Yeah.
There he is. Everyone can see you, Abe.
He disappears into the foliage.
Yep.
Just shoot. That was great.
So
we have about 9 minutes left if we're only keeping this to an hour.
I believe we only have an hour for it. So yeah, we probably are going to want to start wrapping it up. Does anyone have final thoughts? Where can we find everybody?
Oh, I'll start. You can find me at kelseydcrawford.com. That's Kelsey, Kelci, D as in dog, Crawford.com. All of my stuff is there.
And you can find me at AngelaBComics.com. I'm also Angela B Comics on Twitter and Instagram. So should be very easy to find. And my stores and everything are linked from there.
Yep.
Indeed. My thing is, as you can see on the screen, RFKANNEN and .com, Twitter, Instagram. Those are the main places to find me.
Yep. And I am BWH Comics pretty much everywhere. That's bwhcomics.com, patreon.com/BWH Comics. I'm on Instagram, Twitter. I have a YouTube channel where I'm mostly posting replays of what I'm doing on my Twitch channel, which is mostly gaming. Everything's under BWH Comics because nobody else uses BWH Comics, and please keep it that way because I like my in addition, later today at 5:00, there's going to be a live draw panel that I'm going to be participating in.
Ooh.
Rainer mentioned Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. The original art for that was done by a guy named Stephen Gamel, who used graphite wash, which is the same technique that I'll be using for this because Bob asked me to, and why not?
Just don't get it over my studio.
Yeah. No, that sounds about right. But so if you want to see how that process works, I'll be doing some of that at 5:00 today.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot for everybody dropping in here. I don't know if I did the Kickstarter for that, so I probably will look into picking up that anthology.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, well, if you want more information on it, you can go to BWH Comics /Less Than Secret and be notified when it goes on sale.
Ben got his table in about 6 hours with 6 hours to go yesterday, which I spent the evening setting up. And so there is a link to your website there with the information about the book. And I was really tempted. I had to add another row if you go over to the
I feel
comics
bad.
market.
That stuff's so
And
late.
I almost, the 2 tables that were left in that row that had nobody there, I was going to call restrooms. So
I would have
'cause-
deserved it. I
'cause
got you that so late.
somebody comes in the last minute on me, they usually get the choice table locations.
Yeah.
So
I really should have gotten you that stuff earlier.
That's okay.
Like working on an anthology, it takes up a lot of time, it turns out.
yeah, my nerves are shot by the time I get within a day or so of this thing. And that just gave me something to do. So that's.
Yeah, I don't blame you. And
I'm
also,
one of those people that, you know, if my nerves are shot and I don't think I could do anything about this problem, at least I can work on something to hit. Even if I know it's not going to work, I can, you know, feel better that I'm doing something. So.
Yeah, keep your hands busy, as it were.
Yeah. Same
And
I get that.
Also, I don't know when they go up, but there's a playlist of the live reads, right? Because I did.
Yeah, I think we have that. I have that scheduled right now for where is that? About 4:15, somewhere in there. 4 o'clock, 4:15, depends on how things roll.
Nice. Well,
So-
around that time, then you'll be able to see
Yeah.
live read of a comic I did for Bob's anthology, O Comics number 29.
Ooh,
Yeah,
very nice, very nice.
which we had no money to start with and no money after the fact. So you guys did okay. If you did put 4 times what you were asking for in the Kickstarter, that's pretty good.
One of the things that was weird when we first told people that what the default page rate was going to be, because we had a sliding page rate where it started at $10 a page and you'd get more the higher the Kickstarter went. And when we told people that by default they'd be getting $10 a page, there were several responses that led me to think that they thought we weren't going to be paying them. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, we're going to. Yes. We will.
Yeah.
We will always pay our contributors.
Well, that's great.
Yep.
Well, again, thanks a lot. It was entertaining, and you know, having done some anthologies in my time, it was great to see that I'm not the only one having interesting times doing that. But kind of have it down now, so it's.
Well,
but you do
Well,
29.
thanks for having us.
Well, thanks a lot. And my next guys are loading up here, so hope to see you guys around somewhere. And don't forget. Space in November, we're filling up. We've got about 110 tables filled in already, and so plenty more. So, yeah, let me start bringing up my other guys now. Thanks a lot.
Sounds good.
all right.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
All right. Have a great day, everybody.
Hey, Ryan,
Hey Bob, how you doing?
starting to load up your people here.
Great.
So, just
Hey, David,
you're
it's
here for the MSU comic studies, and
Are we
well,
are we live right now?
you're live right now. Yes,
Okay.
this goes all day. We just go through. And
Okay.
anything I say wrong is, you know, recorded for history. So, I don't know if you want to get going started, or do you have more people you're waiting for yet?
Should be one more person
Okay.
coming, and I don't mind waiting a little bit if you don't.
Okay.
but-
No. Well, I was going to ask.
Yeah.
I was going to ask about the MSU Comics Forum. You know, we did the last one online, obviously through COVID,
Yes.
and you. At the end of that, I believe you said that that was going to skip to a like every third year kind of affair. Do you want to talk a little bit about that while we're
Sure. So
Waiting.
for the last 14 consecutive years, the Michigan State University Comics Forum has been an annual event. And moving into the future, we will still have annual comics events at Michigan State University. However, the MSU Comics Forum will be moving to a triennial event, but in the intervening years, we will have alternate comics events. So we're not going to leave you high and dry. We're still going to have a bunch of comic stuff going on at Michigan State University.
I look forward to my trip to Michigan in February every year, so I'm going to miss that.
We try to keep the roads nice and slick for you.
Okay, well, still have a few minutes here.
So how have things been going for space so far today?
Pretty good. had some sound problems. I've gone through 2 different headsets that don't seem to do everything they're supposed to. So I'm back to the tried and true that I've had for a while, but that means I'm locked in with a cord. I had hoped to be able to wander around while the different programs are going on, but and we were just talking a little bit about we're going to have the live show in November up at the Northland Performing Arts Center, and that's going along pretty well. We've got about 110 tables filled up right now. I know you're signed up, and we still got a lot of room if anybody's interested. And we're seeing some people from different places, so it's kind of interesting that I think everybody's been tired of being tied down and finally wants to get moving again. And looking at the vaccine numbers here in Ohio, we're not restricted anymore, but I think we're only at about 50%, so I'd like to see that number go up a little bit more. So I'm glad we kind of put this off. And there was actually a plan of doing this outside, which doesn't look, it's kind of cloudy. It might rain any minute now, so that was probably not a good idea.
Always a gamble in the Midwest, right? It's been raining all summer long. It's crazy.
Okay, well, if you want to get started, I don't see anybody else here. I'll just add them in if they pop up while you're on your way. So I'm going to get out and I'll talk to you.
Share my screen. Let's see. I do the Zoom dance to share a screen. I want a tab, which is that one. Let's see if we can share it. View and present. Okay. I am hoping that is showing up for everyone. I think that's the case. So hello and welcome to everyone who is watching. I really appreciate you coming out today. My name is Ryan Clater. I am the professor of comic studies at Michigan State University. I teach the studio courses there, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about that today. So I just introduced myself, and over the course of my brief lecture today, I'm going to talk to you about a few things. First are the comic art and graphic novel studio courses that we offer here at MSU. Then those lead into the MSU Comic Art and Graphic Novel minor course of study. And in addition to that, we have a number of other resources like the MSU Comic Art and Graphic Novel podcast, the MSU Comics Forum, and the MSU Special Collections Library. And finally, we have a scholarship in comic study. So let's start off with those studio courses. So the first studio course is STA 201, or Fundamentals of Comic Art and Graphic Novels. And over the course of a semester, students complete several short story comics. And by the end of the semester, the students will compile those comics into their own books, at which point the students will typically sign and sell their books at a local comic book store. So these are some of the in-store signings that we've had over the course of the years. And this past year, obviously, we could not do that. So we pivoted to an online event where students sold their digital versions of their books. The STA 301 is the Advanced Comic Art and Graphic Novels course. And instead of completing several short stories over the course of the semester, students are tasked with completing one longer length comics narrative. And typically, at the end of the semester, instead of an in-store signing, they do an in-store signing tour where they sign and sell their books across the state of Michigan at several different stops. Now, again, this was moved online, only instead of simply selling digital versions of their comics, the students had the option of conducting a Kickstarter campaign and have me coach them through the crowdfunding process. Now, one of the students that took me up on that offer managed to raise over $2,500 for their very first Kickstarter campaign with the comic that they produced in that advanced comics course. So very proud of my students is the long story short. And this is a flyer for the courses that are being offered next year. We've got a couple in the fall, the intro and the advanced, and then a couple of intro courses in the spring of 2022. So these courses lead into the Michigan State University Comic Art and Graphic Novel minor course of study, which is an undergraduate minor that's housed in the art department, but it's actually an interdisciplinary minor between the art and English departments at Michigan State University. So if you want to know more about this, you can go to this easy to remember URL, or I try to actually make it easier for you to remember with a tinyurl.com/MSU Comics Minor. And that will take you to the same darn place as that big long address, which is this Office of the Registrar homepage, which talks to you about all the requirements of the minor, which are essentially 5 different classes. The 2 studio courses I just mentioned, an English course in comics literature, another art course, and then the 5th course is actually part of a pool of classes that you can use to tailor your minor to a more art or a more literature focused experience. And that is the Comic Art and Graphic Novel minor. And I want to talk to you about a few resources we have on campus too. So the first one is the Comic Art and Graphic Novel podcast. So this podcast has a number of different segments. It starts with regional comics announcements, comics happenings around MSU and surrounding areas. Then we talk to our special collections bibliographer, who I will talk about in just a moment. But the core of each episode is an in-depth creator interview with a different award-winning cartoonist. We've had plenty of different names. I don't even want to start because I'm sure I'll forget many. But we have almost 40 episodes that are up and live and free for you to download at this URL, msucomics.libsyn.com. And you can find us on any podcatching app from iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, Intune, etc. You name it, and we are probably there. And if we're not, let me know. I'd like to get us there, but I think we're pretty well covered at this point. We've also been nominated for a podcast award in the education category for the People's Choice Podcast Awards. And here we are alongside a bunch of other really great educational podcasts. So another resource that we have at Michigan State University for comics is the MSU Comics Forum, which is a multi-day event for scholars, creators, and fans of comics. And we have a great number of events associated with the forum every year. The headlining events are our 2 keynote speakers. The first keynote speech is from an award-winning creator, and here is lauded Canadian cartoonist Seth speaking to a packed room in our library. And we also bring in a second keynote speaker who is an award-winning scholar. So here is Kiana Whitted speaking to another standing room only during one of our MSU Comics forums. We also have an artist alley with dozens of creators behind the table of their own work, to academic panel discussions with scholars coming from literally all over the world to discuss their work in comics, to exhibitions of comic art from the MSU Special Collections Library, to reading discussions, film screenings, ancillary book signings, and the proverbial more. Every year we try to add more and more to the show. And as of this year, as you may have heard Bob and I talking about, we have now been running the Comics Forum for 14 consecutive years. This is something, as the director of the show, I am very proud of my team for helping me put this together each and every year. And we look forward to more shows moving into the future. And one thing I always forget to tell people is that all events associated with the MSU Comics Forum are absolutely free and open to the public. You do not have to be a professor or student or staff at MSU. Anybody is welcome to come and experience any of these events absolutely free of charge. And if you want to know more about it, you can go to this URL, comicsforum.msu.edu, and you should be able to find out more about it. So another resource we have, I've sort of been teasing all presentation here, and that is the MSU Special Collections Library, which is this unassuming glassed-in reading room on the first floor of the Michigan State University main library. Now, what you may not know is that underneath the floor of this reading room sits the largest public collection of comic books in the world. I'm going to let that sit with you for just a moment. At Michigan State University, we have the largest public collection of comic books anywhere in the world, in the galaxy. Now, I know that the Billy Ireland has a fantastic resource for original artwork, and they have the largest original artwork collection, and I don't want to take anything away from them. In fact, I have visited the Billy myself and was astounded at everything they have. But we sort of work in tandem with one another. So if we get original artwork, we send donators down to the Billy, and likewise, if the Billy receives large collections of comic books, they've sent them our way in the past before. So we really kind of fit those niches very well. But we are the ones who have the largest public collection of comic books in the world, and I would be remiss if I mentioned this without talking about the man behind this collection, Randy Scott. Now, Randy Scott is this lovely fellow who has been working at Michigan State University libraries since the early 1970s, and he has made it his life's work to amass this world-class collection. So again, this MSU Special Collections Library, home of the largest public collection of comic books in the world, is not only accessible to students. You know, if you want to come and check out, I say check out, meaning read it in our reading room. Wonder Woman #1, we have it. Walt Disney Comics and Stories #1, we have it. You know, these are books that are worth tens of thousands of dollars that you are able to read and access. You know, this is really a testament to Randy Scott and his staunch belief in the readability of comics, not slabbing them and frittering them away to never be read again. You know, these are accessible books. And finally, the last resource I wanted to mention is the Capital City Comic Con, Michigan State University Scholarship in Comics Studies. So we have a local convention in town called the Capital City Comic Con. And together we put on this scholarship in comic studies. And this is only open to Michigan State University comic studies students. So this is not a nationwide scholarship. It's not a university-wide scholarship or a departmental-wide scholarship. This is only open to MSU Comic Studies students. It's a very narrow applicant pool. And I'm really happy with everything we're able to offer the scholarship recipient, which I will go into right now. So first of all, the recipient's artwork is used to promote the event. So it's used anywhere from the website to publications around town. This is our local arts and entertainment magazine, the Lansing City Pulse, with a distribution of over 30,000 copies. And this particular year, they did this great write-up about Christy Hans, the scholarship recipient winner, and this huge fold-out of their artwork. In addition to that, the artwork is printed on the program book, and the recipient gets a free table to exhibit and sell their work. And if that wasn't enough, they also get $1,000 cold hard cash in their pocket to have and to hold. That is not tied to books. It's not tied to tuition. It's not tied to room and board. That is $1,000 for the recipient to have and to hold and to do what they want with. We hope that you make comics with it, but we don't check up on you. So this is an image of Christy Hans accepting her award from then Capital City Comic Con owner James Curtis. And that is all I want to talk to you about today. But I think the stars of the show are still yet to come. I have a few students with me today, and I would like to turn over the show to them. So first up, I believe we have Antoinette, if I am not mistaken. So I'm going to turn it over to them.
Thank you. Yeah. Just getting my screen up.
In the meantime, I want to thank each of my students for coming out today. I'm really glad that you're here. I can't wait to showcase your work and hear about some of your experiences in the program here. So thanks again for being here, guys.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Antoinette Davis, and I am a mixed Filipino-American student here at Michigan State University. I transferred here from Lansing Community College about 2 years ago, and my major is in graphic design, and my minor is in the comic art and graphic novels that Ryan Claytor has been talking about. I am also the author of 2 short comics, Right and Other Short Comics, and Morning Frankie. These 2 projects were born through the MSU Comics program, and through my work, I am interested in discussing all things horror and romance, which has me settled comfortably in the genre of monster romance, which is, if you're not familiar, it's like most popularized, I think, with the movie Shape of Water. But like anything from like vampire romances does count. So my first self-published mini comic was Right and Other Short Comics. I made this in the introduction class, and it's a short collection of stories that explores monsters and our human relationships with them. I had gone and printed and hand assembled 200 copies of this comic myself, and then took the time to bring the title story Right to the webcomic platform Line Webtoon, where I went and expanded upon this story until I reached about 74 pages. And this story at the time was, when I first created it for the comic class, was 10 pages. And so I just took the summer and I just rolled with it, and I ended up at 74. The fact that I made 74 pages over the summer made this next project in the advanced class less daunting. My second self-published book is Morning Frankie, and this is a queer Filipino-American vampire story which begins to explore the long-lasting connections of fictional monsters to like queerness, and while also being a nod to my own ethnic identity, specifically here in the United States. This comic was kickstarted for printing, and I ended up getting an overwhelming amount of support on it, and was able to print offset print 500 copies of my book, when originally I only asked for about $500 and only wanted to print a small amount digitally. I'm now currently in the process to also adapting this comic for Line Webtoon. So going through coloring the pages and then reassembling them for that webtoon release. So the fact of the matter is that neither of these projects would have been completed without the comic art and graphic novel minor here at MSU. I took the intro class taught by Ryan Claytor my first year at MSU, basically on a whim. Prior to this program, I was kind of on and off with the idea of comics. My general opinion about it was that it felt like very tedious, overwhelming, and largely undergratifying as an art medium, with the amount of work and how little story you can get through with that amount of work. And now it still at times feels tedious and overwhelming, but the ability to complete a comic has me truly like fully invested in this method of storytelling, as it is incredibly powerful. So the MSU Comic Studies has helped me define myself as an artist and develop the tools that I need to be able to complete projects. The classes associated with the minor have helped me think about storytelling and comics beyond just like art styles, and more focused on like the flow and like creative page layouts and what you can do basically with the page beyond just the art. And the most beneficial thing that has helped me with these classes is the opportunity to like make money off my own work, which is something that is often overlooked in art majors, especially. In 2 years of being in the comics program, I've managed to self-publish 2 comics and kickstart one of those and sell those with online, like with my own online store. And if I was told that that's what would end up happening to me when I was just going to MSU, like that first year, I probably would have never believed you. So that's my general experience with the MSU Comics program.
Great. Thanks so much, Antoinette. And I think David is up next.
I'm just getting this together. Just 1 second. I apologize.
No problem. We'll all hang in there with you.
Okay. All right. I think we're good. Let's see. Sorry, I think it's making me go through the whole process. Okay. Is that coming through? I can't tell. I think it is.
Yep, we can see it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So sorry about that. My name is David Hawley. I am a advertising major here at MSU, and I am also studying comic art and graphic novels as my minor. I am originally from Fort Myers, Florida, and through a long story that I don't have enough time to explain here, I ended up here in East Lansing, Michigan. And in that time, I went to Lansing Community College, and I then transferred to MSU in the fall 2020. But that's getting a little bit ahead of the story. Back in high school, I was back in high school, I was attending an art school, and I had the intentions of actually going to the Savannah College of Art and Design to attend their sequential art program. But just the way that life worked out, I ended up being here in Michigan. And so, so through here, I'm now going to go ahead and showcase some of the work I have. A lot of the work that I am currently working on showcases work as far as the human experience, very specifically race, gender, sexuality. And then I will also dabble in ideas of like mental health and like social economics and stuff like that. And so, yeah, so that tends to be the work that I am currently taking part in. And over the course of this past semester, so I am currently just coming out of the Fundamentals Art program. And I've only been able to produce 1 mini comic so far. And as you see on the screen, it's called About Flowers. And this is a collection of 3 short stories. And I will showcase a little bit of each one. And so this first one was referred to as Forget Me Not. And this was a self-therapeutic exploration of childhood and more of like the beginnings of that process. This is an idea that I would like to explore further on. But that is where we're at. And then the next page is going to show a couple different highlight pages of the next 2 comics that were referred to as Rose and Periwinkle, and Periwinkle and Rose, and then Marigold and Marjoram. And each of these stories focuses on either sexuality and gender, in the sense of the first story that focuses on the day-to-day life of a gay married couple, and then the second story focuses on the trauma and complicated relationship of grief in relation to emergency. And so, yeah, and those are stories I'm actually expanding into the work I'm actually doing in the fall. And so I'm currently actually working on that during the summer, so that way I can have that during the fall to work on. As far as my experience at MSU goes, in regards to the comic art program, as I mentioned before, I transferred here from Lansing Community College in the fall of 2020. And at that time, when I transferred, I initially had only seen that there was an animation program, or sorry, animation minor, I should say. And I was originally taking that. And when I first signed up, there was actually only the journalism comic course that was available. And so I ended up taking that instead of an actual animation course. But through that, I had actually discovered that MSU did have a proper comic art minor. And so I decided in the following semester in the spring that I was going to start doing that. And that was actually kind of a win decision to make, because I was originally going to take the spring off. But then I decided to go back into it, and there was one more spot left. And so I took the spot for the fundamentals course, and I'm so glad I did, because it has changed how I'm actually progressing through the rest of my school. Going into it, I knew the basics of making comics. I've always been a fan of comics and storytelling and stuff like that. And so going into it, I had a very basic idea, but there was always this barrier as far as not knowing the exact, technical like application of making a comic and making the story flow as far as the panel to panel and other aspects of making comics like that. So, so that was one barrier that I had going in. And then also I knew instinctively that I was probably going to be the oldest student, because I'm 26 right now. And so that was actually a very interesting barrier to kind of push through and to navigate. But to specifically talk about that aspect of my experience with the course, the two factors I had in relation to being the oldest student was that because I'm 26 and the majority of my classmates were 18, 19, 20, there is a generational difference, millennial versus Gen Z. And so even just in conversations or in critiques or just even conversations of comics itself, there would be, excuse me, that's not English. There would be just conversational differences and references. I remember specifically that there was a critique and we were talking about one student's work, and Professor Clater and I had actually mentioned that one student's work reminded us of Daria, which is an older show, but they didn't know of that reference. And so just stuff like that, it was interesting to navigate. But also going into it, I knew there would be a difference of experience, because as I had mentioned before, back in Florida, I went to a specialized high school that had a focus on arts. And so I took visual arts in that time. And so I was classically trained through that experience. And then I continued practicing my craft after that. And so I knew going into it that a lot of these students, because the only prereq to this course is drawing one, and so I knew that a lot of the students were just coming from that. And so I had to modify how I talked about and critique their work to make sure that I wasn't trying to speak above them from experience, but also trying to still help them in a way that made sense to their point in their creative journeys. As far as the impact of the courses go so far, it really has helped me to cross off a goal in my life of creating and publishing a comic. And not only that, it's been able to provide a space that I can fail and learn and develop even further as a comic artist. And from there, I've been able to get the courage and the ambition to pursue comic art as a profession, because that was something I wanted to do when I was younger, but then just the way that life had kind of flowed, that dream had died to some degree. But now that I've gone through this course and I'm going through the advanced course in the fall, I'm more prepared than ever, and I'm more excited than ever to actually pursue that as a lifelong career. And just the what phrase am I looking for? Sorry. Just the I'm so sorry. the work was well received. I'm just going to go based on my notes to just the feedback from the work that I've been able to do just in this first comic has been so amazing. It's been incredible. I actually had a really in-depth conversation with my mom yesterday about it. And just to hear feedback and just how it has impacted people now with such a small 36-page book, it's given me the confidence to be able to make work that is much longer, much more subtle and nuanced, and it's just creating spaces that allow people to relate to work in some way. And yeah, that is everything for my piece. And I just want to say thank you to Ryan Clater for allowing me to be a part of this panel with him and the other students.
David, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here. And Sophia, I think you're going to bring us home today. And while Sophia is getting her presentation ready, I thought I would also put out a call for anyone watching on YouTube or Facebook. And I think there's some Twitch streams going on too. If anybody has any questions about MSU Comic Studies or for any of my students, David, Sophia, Antoinette, please chime in the chats. I'm sitting here on Facebook and YouTube, so I'll try to keep an eye on that. And Bob, maybe if you see something on Twitter, you can let us know. All right, Sophia, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. Did it stop presenting? I think so. Okay. Can you hear me? Yes, okay, cool. So hi, I'm Sophia Abreu. I'm a graduate student in the Prime program. I'll explain in a second what that means. But I always get a little bit nervous, so I hope that this flows and what I say makes sense. Also, I lost my presentation in all of these tabs. I'm okay, I'm ready. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about my wanderings and my experience with the MSU Comic Studies program. And as I said, I'm a graduate student in the program in mathematics education at MSU. And so my background is I've been in the math world for a while. I graduated from math, and for me, I've never been like a person of very good with words, but at the same time, I haven't really been like 100% just visual. So I never found a space either in the art world or in the academic world. So I felt like that was like on me. I was like something wrong. But then, sorry, there you go. But then Nick Susan is published on flattening, and that changed my way of viewing things. It was what I was waiting for my entire life. And for people that are not familiar with this work, it's the first graduate dissertation that it was written fully in comic book form, and precisely challenges and questions why we have so much, or why we value so much words over image, especially in terms of what we call valuable knowledge, or in academia, what is publishable and what's valued. So I always bring up this quote from that comic book because I feel like it very shortly says a lot. And it says, in relying on text as the primary means of formulating understanding, what stands outside its linear structures is dismissed, labeled irrational, nor more conceivable than the notion of upwards to a flatlander. That's a reference to a book called Flatland. And the visual provides expression where words fail. What have we been missing? And what can be made visible when we work in a format that is not only about, but is also the thing itself. So I love this quote because precisely it highlights how, yes, words are helpful, they are valuable, but there are some things that just cannot be captured with words. And what are we missing because we're dismissing some other ways of expressing and of sharing knowledge? So precisely this idea of what is valuable knowledge and how we prefer one over the other. All of this has to do also with philosophical exploration. So a lot of my work is guided by philosophical explorations and wanderings of what we consider valuable knowledge and what we consider to be desirable. So part of my work and part of why I like comics is because they allow me to explore continuities and precisely not be stuck in this linearity, right? So we can have, yes, a sequential linearity, but we can also have an all-over relationality in the page. And it allows for a lot of keeping what I believe is very important, like a fundamental aspect of life, which is the continuity. It's not one or the other. It can be both at the same time, and there's like a flow to it. So for me, my work is all of it. Like, it's poems, it's a way of expressing myself, it's a way of wandering, and it's also a way of conversing with myself and with ideas that I want to understand further. So here is some examples of my work after the class that I took in MSU. And as I said, I like having the linearity still. That's an important aspect, but at the same time, I like to play with the all-over relationality of the page and the flow and the continuity. So for example, in Somos Mar, which means we are sea, I try to not use any panels, like any restrictions, and just follow the flow so that there's a linearity, but at the same time, everything together is just like the waves. And the continuity and the flow is also an important part. And here's another example. This was about the pandemic and how it coexists, right? My being entirely alone, and then also seeking out, like going back to Mexico. I went back to Mexico for a while to be with my family, and these tensions of closeness and isolation. And right now, I wish I could show you, but I'm working on a comic around a conversation in a 5th grade classroom about space. But because of regulations, I cannot do that, but I'm very excited. I'm working with my advisor. And my experience with the program at MSU, one, I had no idea it existed, but I am extremely happy that a friend invited me to the 2020 MSU Comics Forum, and would you believe it, Nick Susanis was the keynote speaker for that year. I was mind blown. I felt it was destiny. And right away, honestly, yeah, if you can go to the Comics Forum, as Ryan talked about, there's so much at MSU in terms of comics. And I learned about the comics minor. I emailed everyone that I had to get into that class. And they let me be in the class. So I was the happiest person. I was so happy. I was super tired, but it was so worth it. It was that type of exhaustion that is like gratifying. And yeah, I had like the biggest bags under my eyes, but I don't know. At the end of that semester, I was very happy. And yeah, I was just very grateful to be at MSU. I had no idea this was here. I just came here for my program. So I'm always very grateful for everything that Ryan has done in this department at MSU. And here you can see this is my first comic that I did in the fundamentals of comic art and graphic novels class. And is my artist statement. And here, I hope you can see that I was precisely trying to start playing with this idea of continuity, of flow, of not staying within a confined panel. And I think it was a good first try. And then this was my some pages of my final project for that class as well. And where I could fully see now, yes, can I do this or not, in terms of like exploring philosophical ideas with something that I felt was more compatible, or it flowed more naturally from me in terms of like sharing philosophical ideas and explore these ideas. And yes, this program has helped me a lot. One, yes, it provided me the space for me to explore, because one thing is to have this feeling that maybe it could be a good idea to explore philosophical ideas with comics, and the other one is actually doing it and seeing if it actually flows. And it did. And not only the space, but also having a community that helps you helps you know whether what you're doing is effective, if it could be better, and just know what you can work on to improve what you want to do. And being part of that community, it was very, very helpful. Sometimes you're in your mind, you're like, this is the perfect comic, and then you show it, it's like, I have no idea what happened in that page. So it's good to have that feedback, and also ideas of how you can make it more clear. And yeah, and honestly, at first I think my committee let me take that class just so that I could stop, just so that I stop bothering them. But now they take me seriously about it, and now I'm working in a comic book with my advisor in the program. So I'm extremely grateful. Like, the whole path of my graduate experience has changed because of this course. And I really, really hope that this just, yeah, I really hope that this goes somewhere in terms, like, in a long-term thing. And if it doesn't matter. It's just a very meaningful part of my life already. And I'm working on comics, like, on my own. So yeah, I'm very grateful. And yeah, that's me.
Well, thank you, Sophia. I really appreciate you and David and Antoinette and all the students at MSU who have gone through my classes, but you guys especially right now today for, you know, painting a picture of your own work and what you've been through at Michigan State University and how it's helped you. I really appreciate your time. So if there are any questions, you are free to post in the YouTube chat. I saw Chris Lachowski. Chris, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but Chris says, glad you're pondering this in academia, Sophia. So Sophia, you've got some watchers on YouTube right now. I saw some folks chiming in over on Facebook. But again, if you have any questions in the next couple minutes here, feel free to chime in. Otherwise, I am available at R Claytor, that's my name, R like Ryan, and then Claytor, CLAYTOR, at MSU, like Michigan State University.edu. So once again, that's R Claytor at MSU.edu. If there's any questions that you might have about Michigan State University Comic Studies or for any of the students that you see here.
Am I too old to go?
No, we make no discrimination on age either. As David can attest to, right? At the ripe old age of 26.
Yeah, I'm restarted my life again last year, so have some open time.
It looks like Chris Lachowski is chiming in here. It says, I have a question for Sophia. I don't know what it is, but I'm assuming they're typing it right now.
Yeah, Chris has been an exhibitor, and I know I've seen him up in Cleveland at some shows up there. So.
Right. Bob, did you have any questions?
No, I just asked that one. It sounds like you're a tough taskmaster, too, from what I'm hearing here. I don't know if it's you or your students seem to think that's a lot of work, this program. So.
Well, you've got a good audience of people to ask that. David, Antoinette, Sophia, what do you guys feel about the workload?
The workload of the classes?
Yeah, the comics program, the comic studio courses. Yeah, I'd be interested to hear too.
I think that it's not for the faint of heart, for sure. I think that I know some students who definitely did struggle with managing the workload, but like at the same time, some students, like including myself at times, like they get so caught up in what they're making because it is so personal to them that like you end up doing way extra, and then you're over there like telling me like, now you need to stop. Like you're good, no more pages. So
David, Sophia, any thoughts?
I think Antoinette brought a good point. I'm one of those people that need to be told to stop. And yeah, if nobody tells me I'm gonna be there until 4 a.m. and suddenly like, oh my god, I need to go to sleep. But I still need to fix this one thing, so I'll just fix it.
So, Sophia, I was kind of curious. You said you were in math previously, and
yes.
So which one's harder? I'm an engineer by profession and education, and a cartoonist on the weekends, and now full time. So I'm kind of interested. I know the rigors of what I went through. I had a lot of math and physics, and
Yeah, that's a tough question. I think I don't know, because for a while I thought math was easier precisely because of the rigor, and I think it has to do with Chris's question. It's zero ambiguity, so I knew what to do to get it right.
Right.
And in art, there's a little bit more of an exploration thing that takes time and takes some self-reflection to be okay, I'm done, this is worth it. That is hard to identify, I feel. So I think it depends on the day, honestly, which one is harder. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, for me, the engineering was, but that's.
Okay.
I don't have Ryan as a teacher. Not yet.
David, any thoughts on the workload?
Yeah, I think it's just as Antoinette and Sophia both said, it's based on the student. I knew for myself that I could have done more, but I would have had to basically risk my health. And I did towards the end. I actually after finishing everything, and this is not against Professor Clayton or anything. I was getting really sick after we finished it. After we finished the mini book, I was down for a week just because I'd overworked myself. And so I think it just depends on the student. I think to some people it could be a lot of work. So again, from experience, I am used to pumping out work in that degree. So. But maybe not to some degree because I did get sick, and so, but yeah. So I think it's just student to student, but it is also not for the faint of heart, as Antoinette said.
Yeah, I mean, you are looking at 3 wildly ambitious students of mine
right.
who put a lot on themselves, and I hope that you and the viewers will take some time to take a look at their work. It's worth it, and all very different types of work too. But in answer to workload, over the course of the semester, we complete a comic book. That's no joke. For anyone who has tried to do anything associated with comics, to complete an entire comic book over the course of 16 weeks is no joke. Plus, almost every student I have is a full-time student, so they have less important classes on top of the comics class. And a lot of them have jobs they do in addition to that. So yes, it's a lot to take on, but I'm really adamant about having the students have a product at the end of the class. So it's not just a bunch of busy work, it's not just a bunch of projects, but at the end of the semester they have a work that they can sell, they can monetize, and they can point to and use as a portfolio piece and say, this is something that I've completed. Not these are some school projects, but this is a completed work. And you get that from the very first fundamentals course. And then you can expand on that in the advanced course if you so choose. But that's kind of my approach. And I think you're hearing that, yes, comics is a lot of work. And not for the faint of heart, as they've said a few times. I'm trying to keep some tabs on YouTube and Facebook.
Well, Chris has his question up there. So.
Yeah. So
you see Sophia?
Sophia, I don't know if you can see YouTube or not, but I'll just read Chris's question here real quick. He says, I have a question for Sophia. The ambiguity of comics can make it hard to have them translate to quote-unquote serious academic works. Any thoughts on bridging that? For instance, how you mentioned drawing a panel and it not communicating your intended point. There are rules to written language that help mitigate confusion and meaning.
Yeah, so that's a good question, and I've thought about this before, but the more that I'm in academia, the more that I realize that language is also very ambiguous, and we read all of these articles, and the more that I talk to people around me, we have so many different interpretations of what we just read, and even in language that ambiguity is there. And I think that that is also a thing that we need to point towards in terms of language, that there's this idea that language has very clear rules, but those clear rules are kind of, it depends on where you are, like your space in which you move, right? There's those, I don't know how to explain, but language is also fluid. So the rules that might be like obvious for a specific circle might not be the rules that we think as obvious in another circle, and we're giving, there might be like giving for granted that the rules that you have are the universal rules, and I think that's also something that needs to be questioned with language, I think, especially in academia, and how formal English is like the way to like supposedly write serious academia, where there's like other ways of expressing knowledge and other ways that are very valuable. I don't know if that makes sense. But that's a good question. Yes, I think also maybe if we have more comics, there will be a little bit more of a kind of a culture of how to. We'll be more familiar in terms of how to interact with comics, I guess, just like we do with language. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, and I'll just chime in here to say that I think Sophia's work is a prime example of how comics can be used in these alternate spaces. You know, Sophia has a really heavy interest in philosophy and math, and she brings that interest to comics and makes some very different visuals. You know, and her influences, she mentioned Nick Susanis, was very apparent throughout the course, because I could tell she was really pushing the boundaries of the structure of the page, and you saw that in some of her examples too. So yeah, I love the fact that we have so many different approaches to storytelling, to didactics, to page layout, even just in these few heads in front of us.
I'm always kind of interested in when the technical person swings that direction, because I've always straddled that. So it's.
Yeah, I'm also seeing a couple comments here on Facebook I thought I'd mention before we wrap up. Amy Menke says, "Yay, David, and super interesting. Thanks for sharing. I can't wait to share with my middle school students." So that's really cool. Thank you, Amy. And,
that's my mom.
And Chris also chimed in on YouTube saying thank you and good points. I'm sure that was to Sophia. So thank you, Chris. So I know we've got some more folks coming up here, Bob, so we should probably make our way out.
Well,
but,
I appreciate.
Please tell Nate Powell that we say hello.
All right. Yeah, he'll be. He'll be up here next. So just stay on, keep watching.
He was one of our former Michigan State University Comics Forum keynote speakers,
right,
and we're just so proud of what Nate has been doing. So, hi, Nate. Have a great talk. And Bob, thanks so much for having us.
Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Like I said, I may show up on your doorstep at some point, but we'll see. So, thank you.
All right, take care.
Okay, now to kill some time. Well, it's not so much kill some time, but we have a comics market that you can link into. Let me put the banner up here. And there are 18 exhibitors over there, 19 exhibitors over there, and each of them, or most of them, have done a video. So let me get my share started while we wait for Nate Powell and Jared Gardner. So as you go over to the comics market and each of the tables, some of the exhibitors have welcome videos, and this is kind of what's going on over there.
Hi, I'm Stephen Hines. Thanks for stopping by my table. As you can see, I've written quite a few comic books in my time so far, but I want to tell you today about my bestseller, which is a trilogy. Only 2 issues are out so far. but it's called The Soccer Mom Killer, and it is about a deranged psychopath who preys upon minivan driving soccer moms in a suburb of Columbus, Ohio. If you like horror with amazingly brilliant art, check it out.
Hi, I'm Matt Fazell, creator of The Amazing Cynical Man, America's laid-off superhero. And here at my imaginary Comic-Con table, I've got mini comics, books, coffee cups, t-shirts, stick figure presidents, now updated with all 46. You can get all this stuff online at www.cynicalman.com. But the thing I love most about Comic-Cons is being able to meet my readers and fans in real life. Just like that time back in the 1900s where I went to a Comic-Con in Greensboro, North Carolina, and met Stan Lee. I got to shake his hand, tell him how much I loved his work, and gave him a Cynical Man mini comic. That made him happy because he said it was the only thing he got all day he didn't have to autograph. Thanks to Bob Corby and all the organizers of Space Online. We'll see you around.
Okay, it looks like our next panelists are showing up here. Jared, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Bob?
Pretty good. Nate, it's good to see you too.
Hey there, good to see you.
So appreciate you coming in here and doing this.
You bet.
Oh, this is super fun. Hey, Nate, I think, can you turn up your mic just a tad there? It looks a little
yes.
low.
Does that sound okay? I can also add
Good.
headphones if needed.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, that's I can hear you well. Whatever works.
Okay.
Whatever works good.
Well, you know we are on now, so I just wanted to let you know that's okay. We're doing a lot of having all kind of audio problems myself, so it's a little bit of fine tuning's great.
Every system is a little bit different. So should we get started now, even though we're a little ahead of schedule, or give people time so that we don't people were showing up at 1. We're getting one of the things. Nate, I'll keep an eye on the YouTube and Facebook threads so that if questions come up there, because in this system, that's the best way for folks to ask questions.
Sure.
Right.
Maybe we'll just kind of chat a little bit until 1, just so that folks can make sure they have a chance to come and join us.
Yep. Ryan Clater, who just left, says hi. He was just on with his MSU people.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, they were great. Yeah, impressive young people there, talking about comics with a level of sophistication that is just was unimaginable for young people to have 20 years ago, and now they could all be teaching the comics courses themselves. It's pretty awesome. So Nate, we have so much to talk about, and obviously there's going to be, I'm sure, people who want to ask questions and kind of talk about your work. And I know you have a secret, unnameable project that you're not allowed to.
Well, that's why we're here. You know, we want to.
I can share a little bit of what I'm doing, what it's about. I think technically I just can't name the project, and in 2 of those cases that means I can't name a collaborator or anybody else. But I will certainly show you what I'm working on.
Wait, so you're working on 3 projects?
Yes, this is mostly it's a result of 2020 happening. finally I like dug myself out of this scheduling hole, and I was like, got this. At the end of 2019, I was like, one book at a time from now on. No more huge like stress
I remember
mountains.
that when we talked in 2019, or the last time we were at a festival together, which I think was around then. You were like, "That's it. I'm going slow from now on."
I like getting a Nate Powell book every month or so.
Yeah,
it's true. It does.
So a lot of it is like I started work on several of these things, and I had everything perfectly lined up, and then when certain publishers put their whole schedule on hold, or all of our lives had to go on hold. Basically, for 8 or 9 months, there was very little comics I could do, and then all of it just reactivated at once. So
I think everybody in and outside of comics is feeling that sudden sense of all the faucets suddenly turned on at once.
Without a doubt.
Except Bob, who's enjoying the joys of retirement. I'm very jealous.
I've done 4 comics last year.
Right on.
Wow, that's fabulous.
If you go over to the comics,
should be about.
If you go over to the comics market, all 4 of them are up.
Awesome. I will.
Everything new since the last online space. So, but anyhow,
that's terrific.
But that's, to me, this is retirement. This is much
that's what it should be about.
Much more relaxing.
Yeah.
So, well, I'll just pop out, let you guys take over. If anything comes up, just yell, and I'll be back in here to help you out.
Thanks.
Sounds great.
All right.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks a lot.
Well, here we are, Jared.
Here we are. Now we can really cut loose. So I'm just going to take a quick second for those who don't know. I mean, I suspect many of the folks here know Nate Powell well, and he's obviously been a longtime friend for those of us in Columbus. Nate, you've been to space from the early years, on and off, and of course, you've been with us at CXC, I think, every year that we've had a live show. So Columbus is kind of your second home. But for those of you guys who are completely new, there may be one person out there. Nate Powell is, in addition to being honestly one of the most awesome people I've ever met in my life, also happens to be one of the most awesome cartoonists you will ever read in your life. And, in addition to winning the kind of dream prizes that every kind of cartoonist, dreams of, like the Ignatz or the Eisner, he's also won a National Book Prize and the Robert Kennedy Prize and many, many others. And he has done everything from fiction, some of it semi-autobiographical, to nonfiction, particularly most famously with his trilogy, the March trilogy that he collaborated on with Andrew Aden and the late Congressman John Lewis. And now the beginning of, is it a new trilogy? Is Run going to be a trilogy as well?
The plan is that Run would probably function as 2 books.
2 books.
That really depends on the rolling out of the writing.
Right.
But yeah, in a nutshell, it does span a pretty decent chunk of time from 65 to late 68. But it's young John Lewis's transition from direct action to public service.
To public service.
It has a very different tone than March. It's a lot more personal. It's more emotional in a different way than how March is emotional. And we started work on it when we were still doing March Book 3, actually. But a lot of the big questions were, what is the structure of March? What is the beginning and ending of this story? And ultimately, the answer was, this is different enough. This needs to not be March Book 4.
Right. And that book is out early next month, right?
It's true. Oh, what do you know? I've got it right here next to me.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful cover. Yeah, no, I'm incredibly excited for, and this is for those of you guys who don't know, this is, something that scripts that the late Congressman was working on. And so it's just wonderful to have his voice and your art, and you have a new collaborator working with you on this project as well.
So Lauren Fury is the primary artist for this book, and And I've got a good chunk of art in here, but my role on Run is considerably different than anything else I've done. I wound up drawing the first 10 pages sort of as an aesthetic bridge between March and Run. Also because the first scene takes place just 2 days after the signing of the Voting Rights Act, which ends March Book 3. And then I also did a ton of spot illustrations. With Run, it was like for Andrew and I, we finally, like a lot of the stuff that we wished we would have added to March as books, we finally get a chance to do. So there are a lot of like character profiles, there are indexes, reference materials to kind of fill things out the way that, now that we've grown enough into this role, like we recognize we have a responsibility to do this too. So I added a bunch of art there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've only gotten to see previews of the book, but I was just kind of amazed how, the art obviously has a unique look, but it feels like a jam between you two in terms of the styles. It's just a beautiful merger of your two styles there.
Yeah, Fury's art is fantastic, and she really not only rose to the challenges of telling the John Lewis story, but also was like just really tackling it with a lot of mindfulness and really like sunk into the role and some of the particular challenges of telling John Lewis's story and working with him to do so. So what's also, she's got more digital chops than I do too. So she's able to actually mix up a lot of textures and materials and layers in ways that I didn't or couldn't.
Because you're an old schooler. I've seen you with your brushes and pens. You taught my youngest son how to use ink and pen, and he's grateful to you for that. So, one of the things, I was just before we kind of turn to your other new work, particularly, getting on camera here, particularly this book, which I've been just so incredibly moved by since I got my hands on it. I was thinking back to an earlier conversation we had. I think it was after the first or the second March book came out, and I think it was when you came to visit us at the Billy Ireland during the Civil Rights and Comics exhibition we had then. And one of the things we were talking about is the kind of role that early comic book about the Montgomery boycott had played for young John Lewis, and the ways in which it kind of provided a kind of roadmap, a kind of guidebook for young activists who were interested in getting started in organizing and nonviolence, but maybe didn't know where to start, and to show how this works and what this can accomplish and how the comics form can do that. And I remember when we were talking then, one of the things that Congressman Lewis was interested in when he thought about telling his story in comics form was trying to reach out to people who, might not be particularly in the 21st century, as drawn to, long books of history, kind of reading, Taylor Branch and those kind of remarkable histories of the period, and finding a way to kind of make sure people knew this story and knew what they were capable of in the future. And, as you said, that trilogy has now become an important work of history itself. And now you need to add some of that apparatus, that historical apparatus, because it is, for I think many young people, it is going to be a key text going forward. It's not just a kind of introduction. It is so rich and so detailed, and it's been so widely received that it's taken on a new weight. Is it more of a weight than you perhaps imagined when you started out?
It's hard to say. I think there is definitely a learning curve in terms of handling the expanding kind of scope, scale, influence of March and its role in society. Frankly, a lot of that, I think, like got smoothed out and normalized, and I was able to kind of roll and work with it. But yeah, now that March has been finished for 5 years, now that Run's about to come out, including other work, like including Save It for Later and including some of the stuff I'm working on right now, there is a different kind of weight, a different kind of dread, recognizing that there's a massive wave of right-wing legislation under the guise of opposing what's referred to as, critical race teaching or critical race theory, which is not in fact, but is being used as a pretense to intimidate and dissuade using particular nonfiction works in class to discuss,
including
race,
books like
racism,
March.
power.
I mean, this is one of the terrifying things about this moment. And, one of the, if all of you haven't had a chance to pick this book up yet, I think I'm having a little dyslexia here.
Let's do this. Let's use our split screen.
Our split screen. There we go. So we can join it. There we go.
Here we go. Back on up.
This is an amazing book. I mean, I had read a couple of the short pieces that were published separately, and especially the Punisher piece, which is, I think one of the best pieces of comics journalism and creative nonfiction that I have read in a long time. But seeing it in the context of the whole, I mean, I was just telling my wife because she wanted to read it, and I said, "Be careful. I mean, just be prepared. It's going to bring back traumatic memories, memories that are, of course, only 4 years old, right? I mean, that's what's so amazing, and memories of the election night, memories of." All of us remembering how to organize and how to march again, particularly those of us of a certain age who had perhaps fallen out of practice, much to my shame, since we realize, as you point out in the book, how vital it is that we never forget how to march, or as you say in the book, we'll be marching forever. And was it hard for you? I mean, some of this you were working on as it was unfolding, but was it kind of hard to explore those painful emotions? One of the things I love about the book is that you don't try and pretend you have all the answers, right? You really want to talk about feelings. You want to explore the feelings, and at times you get even a little defensive about it. Like, are you annoyed with me for talking too much about feelings? But you make the case for why this can't be divorced from our feelings and must be connected with our feelings, our fears, our desire for happy futures for our kids, and all of that. And I think you make it so personal, and I think in this way it felt like such a wonderful companion to March. It also serves as a kind of how-to guide. Like, here's how you and your family can just have a march on your own. Like, here's how you can connect with other people, and here's why we have to do it. Was it? I mean, you did most of this during the administration. Was it hard to work through this?
All of it during the previous regime. Yeah. Like, on one level, this is why a lot of us make comics. Is like, for a lot of us, the comics we make function as therapy, or they function to clarify and organize our thoughts. So yeah, like some parts of Save It for Later are much more in a memoir vein that come from more personal, subjective points of view, centered around my experiences, but that also means my family's experiences. Some other parts are more essay leaning, and they come with a little bit more objectivity. And both of those two sides, those two approaches, started out as different projects. But then, like in the beginning of 2018, when I recognized that I needed to work some of this stuff out on the page, but by the end of 2018, I realized that the essays and the memoir parts were part of the same book. And that's when the project really opened up. Also, sort of going back to what you were saying about establishing my focus, my intention, and kind of defending myself early on in the book, was basically that, recognizing, like, on one level, like, who cares what I think, and trying to be kind of upfront about that, but also recognizing if you want to get a certain kind of more grounded, objective, journalistic leaning writing, there are people who have influenced and informed me, and
Right.
and they're already doing that job so much better than I could do. So I decided that the only way to keep this from being like a you know, bordering on some kind of navel gazing is to recognize why I feel like it's important to clear out space for us to kind of air these more personal implications of living under this authoritarian power grab, and recognizing that we're not going to be able to stuff it back under a rock unless we provide space to communicate with each other about that. And I think that's only grown more intense as we've lost our casual social contact over the course of 2020. And, we're all basically just like socially stunted organisms now. So we've got a lot of exercise to do up here to get back in the communicative zone.
Absolutely. And personally, even though your feelings were obviously not identical to mine, they helped me articulate my own feelings and also legitimize some of the feelings I had. At one point you say, it's early in the book, I think, if I remember correctly, it's right after the election, you're walking around just trying to process that horrible kind of rending of the veil that everybody experienced at that moment. And you say you had this moment of feeling like a jealousy for people who were dead. And I was like, oh my God, I had that same feeling. And I never admitted it even to myself because it's one of those feelings you recoil from the minute you have it. But I just love that you shared that so honestly, because it helped me remember that, I tried to repress that thought, but it's so important, right? If we're going to do this kind of work, if we're going to stand up against fascism, if we're going to stand up, and this is not gone, as you point out, the election does not make this go away.
Certainly not.
It's going to be with us. We're seeing the signs of it, and we need to talk about that all around us, including in the assaults on this new kind of demon they've constructed out of nothing, deliberately out of nothing, because if it was out of something, you could argue with them, of critical race theory, which is not actually what they're attacking. It's one of the important things I think we all realize is that for a lot of reasons, doing this kind of work, facing up to what is, unthinkable when it starts to unfold, involves necessarily all kinds of feelings: fear, a desire to hide, a desire to be brave, and a questioning of like, who am I really at this moment? And I just love so much that you explore that in the context of your kids, and the wonderful title, which is also about this book as a kind of saving it for later, because we're going to need this. We're going to need the kinds of work you've done with you and your family in this book. You're going to need it in the future. We're all going to need it in the future. So it's just an incredible gift. It really is. I personally am immensely grateful to it. I think like all of us, we went, from the protests against the Muslim ban and against all the atrocities of the first couple of years into the much more hopeful, but still incredibly tragic protests surrounding the BLM movement. And, they brought up different kinds of feelings and different kinds of anxieties. And you also, of course, addressed the other big issue that hangs over so many young people today of climate change, something you've explored at greater length in another essay from which you're drawing here. And I think for young people who, and I, partly just because I've been teaching, 18 to 23-year-olds for so long. And one of the things I've realized is how desperate they are for some hope and some sense of a kind of how do I get started figuring out how to get myself into the front lines or into whatever part of the line I need to be on, right? Not everybody has to be on the front lines. You can do an incredible amount of activist work from the sidelines and all other places. And so I think it's the kind of book that is going to, as March has in a very different way, resonate with young people for years to come.
Thank you. I mean, a lot of it is like just trying to figure out how to use my time and skills in a way that's, healthy, constructive, but that's also realistically tied to my interests and what I can do with my time, especially as a professional cartoonist.
And you get to see Angry Nate. You don't really ever get to see Angry Nate in real life.
Yeah, very few people do.
Angry Nate is scary. But
I don't like Angry Nate. That's for sure.
No, it's and you can just feel there's a lot of care in the art as well as the writing, the writing is gorgeous, but you also can see there's a lot of pages I felt like you definitely needed to work through slowly. Were there some particularly painful or difficult places for you in writing and drawing this book that slowed you down?
Oh, certainly. Yeah. A lot of it came very automatically. Like the first 2 chapters of the book, which makes up over a third of it. I wrote the basic outline for the text and thumbnailed all of it in 2 days. That was just kind of like, you have this bottleneck of ideas, and then once you realize you've got a book or you've got a story, then that just flowed out very automatically. And then from there, I was able to I have a sense this is building up into a book. Then once you kind of clarify your intention, there are certain things where, I don't know, especially a lot of it in terms of like using your voice versus overusing your voice, in terms of like being self-righteous or being whatever, like not recognizing your privilege. There's a lot of stuff I wanted to be really, really hesitant about including. I completed the entire book by late January 2020. And I was like, that's it. There's the book. And then 2020 happened. And at a certain point, speaking with my editor, we're like, okay, well, obviously we're going to have to address 2020. I'd say that was probably in May of 2020. And I was like, don't worry, I've got this. But recognizing that the printer deadline was like the week of Election Day, a lot of it had to do with, number one, thinking ahead into a world 6 months after Election Day, thinking ahead to today, but a year ago, and trying to make something which would persevere regardless of the electoral outcome, regardless of what would happen with the production of a vaccine or without the status of coronavirus. It was a really weird set of challenges. In the middle of all that, living and working and dealing with the illness and the loss of Congressman Lewis, it took a couple of months for me to, or it took about a month for me to get over a very strong aversion to including a lot of that experience in this book. And a lot of it was just not wanting to either be perceived as or actually capitalizing off of his loss. Ultimately, it came back down to the role comics play in my life sometimes. And being cut off from everybody last summer and being cut off from a real social grieving process and shared grieving. About a month later, it occurred to me that the only way I was going to really work through it was on the comics page, which is how it's been most of my life. And then 5 days later, I had done an entirely new chapter that helped kind of process it. And I didn't really care at the time if it was in the book or not. It just served its purpose for me and helped me kind of begin to deal with those feelings. And then I was able to kind of whittle it into a shape that was appropriate, powerful, and relevant enough to be a part of the book.
And I think one of the things that I was, reading up this book, I was worried about how picking it up, because I'd read parts of it elsewhere, like how would this feel picking it up after the fantasies to which I think all of us, or maybe not you, but certainly I succumbed briefly. Oh, it's all going to be over now. Well, we're done, right? We're going to go back to normal. We're going to reset. And of course, one of the whether it happened the day after or whether it happened a couple months after, that slow realization that poison is in the waters now. It's in the groundwater. Yes. It's not going away, and it's going to return, and the fight is eternal. And it was always in the groundwater, and this fight is going to be ongoing. And I really like that constant refrain throughout the book of that. Just kind of that you kind of knew however the election went, it was going to be important to remind people that this didn't come out of nowhere, right? This came out of everything from, and you make just very gentle gestures towards that, even thinking about your own grandparents, the ways in which, no, they were not as you say, these were not the white people who were on the front lines of the fight against desegregation, but they were also allowing it to happen. They were accepting as their birthright, their privilege, as white people do, right? This is not to blame your grandparents. It's to think about privilege and think about the ways in which the toxin of white privilege has, as it starts to get challenged for the first time, has created the monster that we now see kind of unfolding around us. It's not all about whiteness, but it's at its root, it is, right, in a kind of fundamental way. And that's why the fight against critical race theory becomes such an important fight for them, to try and kind of keep that kind of toehold in the national discourse.
For sure. And for context, this is where like a lot of Save It for Later is about different kinds of intergenerational reckonings, like the reckonings between baby boomers and Generation X. And the older I get, especially as a parent, recognizing that I feel like, even though I'm almost a millennial, I feel like I have more similarities, broadly speaking, with baby boomers sometimes than millennials. And a lot of it is because of being raised on certain kinds of assumptions, misconceptions, and just a highly specific post-war, pre-9/11 worldview that shaped Generation X. Yeah. And so for context, like when we're talking about like my grandparents and parents growing up through the Jim Crow era, we're talking about my Mississippi parents and grandparents. And we're also talking about the way that impacted me as a young kid in the 80s growing up in Alabama and in Arkansas. And so, when we're talking about stuff like my parents weren't, or my grandparents may not have been the jerks, like, spitting on people, but they certainly didn't do anything to stop those people. I mean that in a very concrete Mississippi kind of way. Right. But
I think it speaks to our grandparents, whether they were in the North or in California too, right? I mean, there's also, the ways in which, the kind of exercise of white privilege is, I often think when I teach, when I'm teaching about, for example, the struggle against slavery in the 19th century, one of the things that's always important to remind students of is that Northern whites were huge beneficiaries of slavery. Certainly. Always. Everything from the sugar on their table to, the kind of sense of privilege that they enjoyed and the kind of access to certain kinds of wages and protections all came from the fact that there was this kind of class of human beings that had been completely dehumanized by chattel slavery.
Well, also, and so one of the 18th and 19th century Northern textile industry and production industry was literally dependent on enslaved cotton production.
Enslaved cotton production and weavers as well, who were doing a lot of the industrial textile work in the Caribbean and in London as well, where a lot of African Americans were working at the time. Yeah, it's a fascinating history, and I think it's just a reminder always that it's so easy for Northerners or Midwesterners to think, oh, it's just the South who's responsible for this, and we need to remind ourselves constantly that is not true then, and it's not true now.
Well, that's also easy for Southerners to think. Like one of my big early wake up calls, I think, as I moved to Bloomington, Indiana, here in the lower Midwest in early 2004. And I think it took until about 2007 before I felt at home enough and acclimated enough to start to really see the Midwest with new eyes. Like, I had lived in Michigan before. I'd spent a good amount of time in Ohio just through punk bands and stuff. But essentially, like, it was a real hit to the noggin to recognize that, you know, most white Southerners had grown up being taught and believing, regardless of generation, that the South was the backwards racist part of the United States. And that serves a purpose, you know, that allows racism to keep on doing its thing across the country. And Southerners,
the quiet,
like,
soft
internalize that stuff
racism.
too. So, like,
yeah, I mean, even writers,
a while
I mean,
to see
a
the other
lot of
dimensions.
Frederick Douglass and Harriet Jacobs talk about the incredible disappointment of discovering when they finally get to the North how fucking racist the North is. They thought, oh, you know, this is going to be great, and you know, it's a different kind of racism, but it's as toxic and as poisonous and potentially even in the long run more dangerous because it's harder to see and fight. And you know, I think one of the I never want to say that there's anything good about what we've gone through in the last few years, of course, but one thing that is potentially good for the long run is the kind of soft institutional racism that has always hid itself in the bricks and mortars of this country is more visible than ever. And it's been called out into the open. And so what, you know, I know one of the things that you and I have talked about is the kind of ongoing assault right now on what the right chooses to call critical race theory. And what they really mean is any discourse that is calling attention to precisely that infrastructure, to precisely the way in which the nation has historically depended upon not just the forcible removal of American Indians, not just the chattel slavery and the enslavement and kidnapping of Africans and people of African descent, but the ongoing structures of whiteness and white privilege that are built into everything from where in the 1940s and 50s we chose to run our highways in the Highway Acts, from the decisions to shut down streetcars, particularly thinking about cities like Columbus and a lot of Midwest cities. You can see those scars running through the attempts of Black communities to build a kind of middle-class American dream for themselves after World War I and World War II, or in the ways in which the GI Bill failed to extend to African-American veterans all the benefits that led to a huge acceleration of wealth and property ownership for white Americans. That's what they call critical race theory. What, you know, is simply history, right? It's simply saying this is the stuff we weren't taught in school and should have been, because it happened, because it has ongoing effects, because it shapes the ways, the incredible disparities we see in terms of access to food and medical care and to inherited wealth, has everything to do with these decisions that have been replayed in different ways, generation after generation. And it's gonna, you know, I do imagine books like March or Mouse and others are gonna be targets of this. Have you guys faced any attacks yet in the schools?
Well, yeah, the thing is, like, this was one of the earliest big roadblocks we recognized was heading up the tunnel our direction way back in 2014. Wow. And a lot of this has to do with approaching my work on March as an indie cartoonist, and by that I mean, like, before March I had kind of just like a little bit of just like snooty author tunnel vision, where always I was just like, I'm doing my own thing. I mean, a lot of it is like punk infused, making it worse even, I think, where I had this attitude like, I'm doing my own thing. I don't need to worry about potential readership of any book, or like how people do or don't read through the words and images and what they do or don't know already that they might bring to the table. I was like, I just make my books, they get published, they wind up on a bookshelf, people wind up finding them and reading them. And on one side, that means like I had to kind of give myself a crash course very quickly when March Book 1 came out to recognize, in a positive sense, the gatekeepers who fight and take risks for comics to wind up in school libraries and in regular libraries and in bookstores prominently, and in certain kinds of comic book stores and on community reading programs. There is a degree of risk to this. So like where we are right now, I feel like I was blind to its inevitability until mid 2014. I went to my local comic shop here, and the manager was basically like, he's like, oh yeah, hey, there's this middle school librarian who came up here from Southern Indiana for a weekend to shop for books for her library. And she was here each day. By the end of the second day, she still hadn't picked up a copy of March Book 1. So I was like, if she comes in tomorrow, I'm going to ask her about it and make sure she knows. And basically she did come in. The comic shop owner was like, oh, have you heard of this book March, blah, 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 blah. And the librarian was basically like, let me stop you there. If I get this book, like I know about March, but if I get this book for my school library, I will get enough parental comments that I may well lose my job. That was, and frankly, that was the first time in which I actually had a real life, concrete, first person testimonial about the degree of risk for what I had considered at the time to be a fundamentally uncontroversial project to be on bookshelves. Right. Not only that it was nonfiction, but that, like, even as much as I've put in my comics in the past about racism, power, violence, and its social and political implications in America, there's still this kind of assumption where, like, this is a safe thing. Like, we publish comics, they wind up on shelves. This is not the kind of thing you can take out of a library or take out of a class. And so this is precisely, like, March, for example, has always been at a bit of a disadvantage because not only is it reintroducing and revitalizing this history, also from a first-person source, like combining history with memoir, but it is a comic. And so we're constantly having to make the case for the fundamental legitimacy of the information we're presenting just because comics is the medium we have chosen. And so it's interesting to think that, like, the fact that it's a comic was the primary obstacle at first. And that's sort of being superseded by, 2021, 2022 and beyond, the notion that the first person history being presented and documented within the books, is being sought as a legal precedent to make people uncomfortable enough that it's just icing on the cake that it's a comic anyway. And the goal being, like, yeah, if March is the preeminent means by which a generation of kids is learning about civil rights history, then if the fascist right of the 2020s is able to take a book like March out of classrooms, what that also means is that it's largely taking the civil rights movement out of classrooms.
Right. Which is what they want to do, right? I mean, they want to erase it entirely, not just from history, but as we're seeing with the assault on voting and so much else, to literally undo all of the achievements of John Lewis and his generation, which must be painful for you, in as it is for all of us, in the wake of his death, to see the Voting Rights Act being dismantled before our eyes.
Yeah, it hurts, and like, this is the kind of stuff where Congressman Lewis kept it cool a lot, kept a real poker face, but by the time I came on board in 2011 to do March, like, he had a very clear vision about where the 2010s were headed, and what the stakes were. And, like, that's the part where for people who at the time would naysay him for being, too moderate of a political figure, etc., or being too palatable to the mainstream for being a formerly radical young civil rights icon. This is where he has been entirely vindicated along this journey by recognizing the stakes and by recognizing what needs to be done along the way to sort of cement some of the legacy of this history.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Trump and his cronies targeted the congressman from day one and tried to make him an object of ridicule shows how threatened they were by him and how aware they were that he saw through them in a way that made him particularly dangerous. It's a remarkable thing because it makes me realize that, I mean, one of the things I've commented to you about this before. I've just always been so impressed by how generous you've been and tireless you've been, and this is true for Andrew and for the congressman as well. Back in the days of promoting the book, of visiting libraries and schools and really kind of doing the work of kind of advocating for why this is important for students to have. Was it partly based on that kind of early experience with that librarian telling the comic store owner that this is dangerous for her that made you guys want to get out there?
Well, yeah, that certainly played a big role. At the same time, like that was coupled with this simultaneous recognition that like literally the day March Book 1 came out, where people were standing in signing lines and they would read the entire book while standing in this line and would talk to us about it. Day one gave us these initial discussions with teachers and librarians, so that basically we came home ready to work on book 2, and we were like, okay, like this is already being used as history in history classes. How do you keep a history book in a history class? What are the guidelines? We don't know these things. And so a lot of it was like doing a second job at full speed while you're making the book. You're also kind of taking a crash course on how to make this book as bulletproof as possible. Right. And so that wound up affecting some of the work. Like as we move on, as there's more documentation and accountability for the history, you'll notice that like in March Book 1, I add a lot of like incidental dialogue that fills up the space. That's very similar to how I do dialogue in a lot of my other books. And I was allowed the freedom to do that because so much of the experiences in Book 1 are from the limited viewpoint of young John Lewis, and because there's less press at these protests and stuff. But yeah, as Book 2 went on, we were basically like, oh, right. Okay.
You're in the public eye events that are historical records.
Establish or prove that someone said something, it's not going to make its way into the book. So we had to have sort of like creative reworkings and reimaginings of, or at least I did on the drawing table, of how to execute my typical way in which I love to depict environments and groups of people in my comics.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating. I wanted to, before there are some questions I want to get to, but before I do, I want to make sure we also mention, I mean, again, we're talking about a book a year, it seems like lately. And I just want to ask you, this book, I love this book. I love crime. I love this. This is exactly the kind of work. And I know it's a historical fiction, but it's based on real events. And it's, I can feel there's a lot of research. You're collaborating with a writer who himself has a background in crime reporting. And I just thought really an incredible read as a huge fan of crime comics. Not necessarily a genre I imagined you would be yourself drawn to, although there are elements of crime in a variety of ways kind of circle around a lot of your work for sure. But here, this is straight up within the genre, doing really interesting things with it. What drew you to this project?
Well, actually, Two Dead, just like Come Again, both of those books were started in like 2011, within the same month that I signed on to start drawing March. All of it happened at the same time, and a lot of it was just delayed. So yeah, for Two Dead, which is definitely like a hard-boiled detective tale that is rooted in my hometown of Little Rock, Arkansas, and deals with all the same stuff. It's like a lot of like huge moral questions, family transitions and sacrifices, mystical, somewhat magical ghost scenarios and inner voices, but also like power, racism, resistance, counter resistance. It's everything I love. The way in which it stands out is that it was sort of the first project I worked on that was unabashedly embracing a genre. And over the course of the 2010s, I think really probably through one of my faves and also old classmate, the wonderful Becky Cloonan, and some of her self-published solo work that she's done during the 2010s, really her work and Matt Kent's work really acclimated me to the beauty of embracing certain kinds of genre comics. And it was something that I had never, I presumed I always wanted to be a certain kind of freeform cartoonist, not recognizing
you're
that
a punk. It's all about, it's all about smashing
certain kinds of parameters, certain kinds of limitations that box you in one way also liberate you in other ways. So Come Again functioning as like a horror fairy tale, and Two Dead functioning as like a hard-boiled detective comic allowed me to be much more expansive and much weirder in other capacities on the book. So I feel like as a storyteller, I grew a lot just by spending a couple of years really like living in genre limitations.
Yeah, no, I'm a huge fan of genre for precisely the kinds of things that Matt Kent and Becky Cloonan, as you say, can do with it, because it gives them kind of structures to their weirdness. And I really felt that with this book. I feel like this book hasn't gotten nearly enough. Enough love out there, so everybody grab it.
It's probably been remaindered. Like it's a casualty of the pandemic. It came out at the very end of 2019, and basically we're like, all right, you guys, when March 2020 rolls around, we're gonna hit that convention scene so hard. And nothing happened. So yeah, if you can find it, we're very proud of it. I've got a giant mountain of boxes of the book here. But that's definitely I'm trying to think of a musical analogy for like the album that falls between the cracks.
Every great artist needs one that then gets kind of rediscovered by the next hipster generation. So it's important to have this in your oeuvre. I think you still need to do a science fiction. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, I've tried to get started a couple of times, and it's going to happen at some point. But I feel like I'm not like I love reading certain kinds of sci-fi, but to me it seems even more intimidating because you start to step into angry nerd territory, like with sci-fi, where I'm like, now I know that there are like sins and rules for sci-fi, and I just kind of want to stay away from that.
I just don't think every writer loves the world building, rule making, Bible writing kind of part of it. So it may not be, but there's I think I'd love to see it, just what you could do with that on the page. I want to turn to some of the questions before we run out of time. We got some folks on the YouTube chat here. Brandon asks, I want to know more about that automatic process that you talk about. This is earlier in our conversation. Says so much of your work feels organic, and I always wondered how much of your work is spontaneous.
A lot of it, I mean, like when I'm lucky, a lot of it happens very quickly. Let me see if I have some really good example. Oh, here we go. This is like from the very beginning of Save It for Later. What do you know with this journal that just happened to be over here? This is actually the journal where I started working on it. Yeah, so apparently by December 3rd, 2017, it was originally called Tornado Children. I knew that I had something, and a lot of it is like sitting down and just making an outline of ideas and trying to figure out in what way they might make sense. And a lot of this is like before I've really gotten to the commitment that I'm actually going to make a comic of any length about it, a lot of this is like, this is how I clarify my thoughts. I used to be a big, journal writer, and now that's basically how I hash out and crystallize my ideas. But once I realize I've got something, I do know that almost immediately I kind of jumped in. Here we go. This is the day that I actually sat down and started to work on it. So I'm like, okay, like this first chapter, this is really about those first 3 or 4 months after Election Day 2016. All the stuff I'd worked out previously, just start a new page. And to me, I'm all about the list. And then once I realized, okay, man, this is like a 40-page comic. Okay. Little did I know that it was going to be 40 pages of 160, and then from there, I'm like, all right, this seems solid. And then I start a new sheet of paper and I take that outline and I just kind of start writing prose. And this is where, like, a lot of times it doesn't work in my comics, but when it does work, I like it when my text and especially my captions function as kind of like a cascading lyric.
Yeah.
And I pay more attention to the rhythm, and that's when I really start to enjoy the writing. So this is where I'm turning that just prose writing into something that's actually functional. And then from there, like, it was, once that was ironed out, the same day, sat down, and then I thumbnailed the entire first chapter just by hashing out those points and trying to figure out how to turn them into pages that made sense. So it's like, I mean, everybody who makes comics and a lot of people who who are fans of comics recognize these different layers of invisible labor before you actually get to like drawing a page of comics.
Yeah. So when we're talking about spontaneous, there's a lot of baking and thinking.
Oh yeah,
and processing.
It's like 80% is the baking and gestating.
Yeah, I often talk about the creative process, and even when we're working on nonfiction, that pre-production is going to be longer than the production in most cases.
Certainly, yeah.
And then there's the post-production stage of editing and kind of fine-tuning. But that pre-production stage is the stage where all the self-doubts creep in, all the kind of, do I really have it? Is this really going to happen? And then that wonderful feeling when it, like, oh, I've got it. And you can, as you said, you could all that work in one day, but it was a result of probably a lot of agonizing as well.
Sure. And that's also the breakthrough moment, because finally it's like you have something you can move forward to, and then the cycle begins again. So I'm like, oh, I have all these thumbnails. Now I get to turn it into 40 pages of comics. And then it becomes another thing where you're stalling and sweating. And then eventually you have another breakthrough.
And there's another question here from Brandon. Let's see if I can catch this. And some of it, again, we're catching up on earlier questions. It says, Nate, I always appreciate how much work you do to confront and upend the biases and assumptions within yourself and understanding where they really come from. And, making that process, those processes visible for others as a model. And that's particularly, of course, true in this book. But it's, I think it's something that there's, even in your very earliest work, where you're, not necessarily kind of dealing directly with issues of race, but you are being incredibly emotionally honest, and without doing there's something that some comics writers do that I'll confess I sometimes get frustrated, which is a kind of self-castigation and flagellation that feels performative. It doesn't feel like it's about trying to grow or share. It's about like, oh, I'm going to kind of beat myself up, but I really want everybody to tell me how awesome I am.
Sure.
Your work really feels like it's about like, here's some things I've worked through and I'm working through in front of you on the page. And I am sharing that, not as self-aggrandizement or abnegation, but as a way of kind of being honest and making connections so that, that these feelings are okay to have, and you might have some ideas how you can work through your own. And I find that in in kind of all of your work, going back to some of the earliest, I think some of the very early stuff, you really are dealing with a lot of the, the hard kind of existential challenges of being a young man trying to make sense of the world and struggling to kind of figure out how to be the kind of good person you want to be. And the kind of now and save it for later, which is obviously you're in a very different place in life. But you're still thinking about the same kinds of questions and with so much sincerity. How am I going to be a good dad? How do I be a good dad in a world that is under threat from fascism and climate change? And that to me is as I mentioned before, just such a great gift. But as you said, you're not thinking about it as a gift. You're often thinking about it as something you yourself are just using comics to help you process. And then you share it, and that becomes the gift. Is it ever hard to share that stuff? Does it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of hesitancy, but a lot of it is like, if I feel like usually it's by the end of the writing phase when I'm writing down the prose version from my outline, that's when I know if I've got something that's worth actually saying or not. And to kind of go back a step, like I have made plenty and published plenty of the more embarrassing, self-aggrandizing, like fake navel-gazing comics and writing too. This is actually where, because I started, putting out zines and comics as like a punk teenager in the 90s, right. The personal is political era of navel gazing, right. Especially in punk. It's just that I worked a lot of that out in a different community by making like copies that, like 100 copies of a zine that are quite embarrassing, or putting my bad poetry.
Now I got to go find them.
Yeah. Oh, they exist. But yeah, like I'm guilty of that too. A lot of it is just like when you get embarrassed for someone else, yeah. But it's when you get embarrassed for someone else when you read it and it's not coming from you, the natural next thought should be like, uh-oh, wait, I've made this comic too. And you're like, right. Okay, note to self, someone else feels that way about my comics when they read me make this kind of stuff. So, like, what is the function of it? It's just like being willing to criticize yourself. Oh man, I didn't make a critical Nate theory joke there. And I'm just so pleased that I didn't say that.
That's
okay.
Well, one last thing before we wrap up, I just want to say, it's like, in addition to just, as being, so incredibly hardworking and such a brilliant cartoonist and so generous with schools, you always also strike me as particularly for a cartoonist of your stature and success, you're incredibly available to your readers, right? You go to SPX, you go to CXC, you come to Space. You always have really, it strikes me when I watch you at SPX, for example, you just seem to really want to connect to your readers and hear, their thoughts and questions. Does that help you? I mean, obviously it means a lot to your readers. I know that, speaking as one of your readers, but is it also generative for you to kind of make those kind of human connections with readers?
Oh, it's essential. I mean, like, this is where there are two things at play. One is that, especially as a dad who is no longer in bands or really actively part of the punk network, I spent so many years of my life socially, having so many things structured and having so many friendships and relationships develop as a result of this social network, I'm like pretty starved for connection and for the kind of payoff that our expression and our creative endeavors make. So that's a big part of it, is like, that's something that I've been seeking since I was like 14 years old. And so, like when I drive to DC and go to SPX, a lot of it is like to power up. It's to power up for the fall and the winter with that feeling that we were a part of.
It looks like together. That. You look powered. You look like you're about to dive into the mosh pit of SPX.
And the other half of it is simply that nobody cares in like a way that should liberate you. Not in any kind of like depressing, intimidating way, but like comics is a small pond, and so like that's an important thing as far as just like not being a dick, but also like you can experiment and do really weird stuff with comics, and if it bombs, nobody really cares. Also, if you really nail it, not that many people are going to care. And so instead of like getting hung up about like, oh, I mean, I do this all the time. I was doing this just yesterday, like, oh, nothing I do matters. Everybody goes through that stuff. It's just sort of feeling liberated to be like, right, so the pressure's off. Keep doing your thing. Try to stay true to like the reason why you like to make or read comics. And you don't get hung up on these sort of like false notions of making it or not making it or squandering your time or whatever.
That's great advice. That's a perfect place to end. Thank you so much, Nate. That was just wonderful.
That was it's great. Both of you guys were great. Appreciate it. And be there in November. Get some of that energy that you're looking for.
Count on it.
We love everybody who does comics, good or bad.
We'll get out of the way for the next. For the next
Yep, we got Brian Christopher Moss coming up here, going to show us how to paint.
Oh, awesome!
So, thanks a lot, Brian.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
Bob?
sorry for the wait. Oh, great. I'm not completely frozen right now, so that's. Awesome. I was kind of freaking out earlier today, but Brian Christopher Moss is here to kind of give us a painting demo. It's my way of getting a free painting lesson from him.
Well said,
but I may show up on your doorstep too. I threatened that with Ryan Clater at MSU about his comics program, but I'm I'm doing this full time now. I'm retired, so
yeah,
I would love to see. Thank you. And basically, you're the beginning of my little DIY art. Analog art section here we're going to do for space. Awesome. We got you on painting. We got Arthur Moxley on he's going to do some water prints for us. And,
that's really cool.
And I tried some other things, and we're going to have a block printing demo by Shandu Tanidi, and then my horrible silk screening video. So we'll if nothing else. People will learn what not to do from me. So that's
well, that's been my whole career. I mess up and then I try again.
That's what it works. You just get up and keep going.
Definitely.
So I'll get out of your way here, and you can just get to it here.
Okay, cool.
That'll be.
What I'll do, Bob, is I'll go through just like who I am and stuff like that, and then I'll tell everybody the process. So.
Sounds great.
Brian Christopher Moss. I probably know a lot of you if I haven't met you. Pleasure to meet everybody. And what we're going to do today. Oh, by the way, thank you, and I'm honored to be here. It's always good to show humility. So what I'll be teaching you guys today is oil painting. You're probably like, why is oil painting in comics? It's because in comics, the great thing about comics is you can use any medium to create what you want. So what I do I use oil paint in comics? No, not necessarily, but I do paint comics. So that's what I'll be showing you. A little bit about myself. I know I'm rambling a little bit, but it's just because I'm getting ready, so I apologize. But a little about myself. I publish with Abrams currently. And we are doing a book called Eightfold Path Under Megascope. The book got finished. It goes to print next week, actually. So that being said, the book comes out February 22nd. So it'll be really cool to show you guys that next year around this time. I also just finished up a project with White Castle. I did a mural for their 100th anniversary, and I also contributed 3 cups to that. What I like to do when it comes to comics is push comics and its narrative past its original medium. So I do regular traditional comics, right? Floppies. But what I like to do is, like I said, push it further. So what I did for White Castle was these cup designs in a comic style, which is, let's get it on camera. And they're animated through augmented reality. And I did 3 of these. So I'm just going through and redefining comics. It doesn't have to be this very like rigid form that we traditionally work in. Think of it as different ways, because this reads like a comic, right? Directly off of a cup. So what's cooler than that? So I finished up that project, and I am having a solo show. I'll announce it here, actually, Bob. This is the first place I said it. I'm not going public with it, but this is basically for everybody in the chat now. I'll be doing a solo exhibition at the Columbus Museum of Art next year in March. What that will include is comics and paintings. So I'm really excited about that. Found out about that yesterday. Also, I have, if you're local to Columbus, I have paintings on display at Gateway Films, and it's all comic paintings. So it's like, you know, Ghost in the Shell, just mostly manga, and then like some like few traditional comic stuff, you know, like American stuff, whatever. Anyway, check that out if you have time. Okay, now I'm kind of finished with the rambling, and we're going to paint. Sorry, I'm not going to be able to deliver as well as Bob Ross. So hang out, chill, soak up the vibes. I'll try to entertain you guys. First off, with oil painting, we're going to do a painting in black and white. The reason I'm doing it in black and white, because I have pretty low lighting in my studio, and it will show up better visually. We might add some color to it in a little bit. We'll see. So I'm starting out with, this is going to be burnt umber. Oh, there we go. Burnt umber. I usually use Payne's Gray for my black, but today we'll be using just standard ivory. And then my white, it is, I think, a titanium buff. Let's see here. Titanium white. Okay. So I think today we'll paint Felix the cat. Now the thing is, when you first start painting and you're doing a comic, you want to feel like a comic. So a lot of times people have this notion of like a painting feeling like a painting, comics feeling like a comic, and I like to blend those two. And that's what we're going to do today. Combination of illustration and oil painting. Now, as you know, with oil, it's oil, it repels water. So we use for our medium paint thinner, I use a odorless mineral spirit because it's, you know, doesn't get me a headache. And then, so what I'll do though is I usually draw with a marker. I'll be drawing with a marker in order to so it shows up visually. So I think with Felix the cat, what I'm going to do is just look up a quick reference, kind of like to play with it. Now, when you paint, a lot of times people think it's permanent, and that's like the last thing it actually is. Oil paint is actually a great subtractor and a great additive. Now, what that means is that we can scrape it, and then we can just like cover something up with it. So it's really flexible. And people always complain about like the drying time with oil paint, but that doesn't really bother me at all. Okay, that reads pretty. See how that reads. Okay, you guys can't see much of that so far, so I'll speed through this process, guys. So and what we'll do, we'll deconstruct the character. I think that'll be really fun. So, and what I mean by that is that we'll do a bunch of different versions, maybe break off limbs of them, make it into a painting. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Let's go with the classic Felix with his arms out. Right. Let's do something. Let's drop that circle down a little bit, a little smaller. Boom. Those ears are just little Astro Boy kind of spikes, which are always fun. The thing is like you can tell that this character had so much influence and impact historically with just its visual language, you know. Let's do the. So as you can see, I keep it super loose, just as if I'm sketching. I'm going to open the eyes. Let's do that. I think that gives it a little bit of style. And the thing about this is when we're working, you don't feel that this means anything, meaning that if we draw this, it doesn't turn out well. You just go draw through it. That's why I call it, which is why I teach a lot of my students to draw through the problem. So let's see, got so Whiskers there. Boom, boom. And then let's go ahead and finish this. Okay. Really simple, basic noodle arms. And then that chest, his body's actually really small, surprisingly. So the funny thing, guys, is this is my first time drawing him. I've never drawn Felix before. All right, I'm just gonna finish this out real quick, guys. So give me 1 second. Let's see if that's showing. Yeah, it's showing up pretty well. Boom, boom, there. Okay, so now what we did was created a problem, which is what I really like to do with art. So you have to always have to start somewhere. And what I mean by creating a problem is that we have this isolated idea here, and the rest of this is really empty and unbalanced. Like I said, we're sticking with the character to create a nice visual language and a deconstruction. So let's go ahead and get these hands in real quick. Boom. We'll just draw. Now, when you draw, a lot of times I like to keep the image within frame a couple of inches on every side, so you focus that composition. Now, the issue that happens, though, is that a lot of times things will be out of proportion. It doesn't matter with painting, and you'll see as we go through this, because you just correct everything on the fly. And this is mainly in oil because, like I said, it's forgiving. So what we're going to do is kind of push the visual language of Felix now. And I'm going to use another image, a different position of him. So I think this will be a fun reference, the one where he's fishing. Maybe that face. So we'll take that. Now in painting, one of the things that's important is the scale. So that means that, and we all know what it is, but let's just go through it to actually humor the conversation. If we have an object this big, we want an object maybe that big, like super small. You probably can't even see that. You know, that's scale. So if we reinforce the scale as composition, we could do something like this. And this is where I was telling you guys that painting is very free. So this applies directly to comics, because in comics, it's all about problem solving. And so that is what we're doing here. Now, people might think or feel, based upon history, that painting doesn't really fit into comics because of the long arguing history of of the conflict between painters stealing everything from comic book artists. But I think there's actually room to grow and room for forgiveness when it comes to that. Sorry that you guys can't really see what I'm doing at the moment, but it's almost resolved. Okay. So now we have this right here. So I think if we throw in a couple of arms, I think that will resolve our composition. So what we'll do, we'll draw through this one, arm here. And this is where you can just cartoon. Maybe we could do an arm behind. Okay. And the thing is, the goal is when you paint, is you want to, it's a painting, so you want it to be visually interesting. So, and like I said, there's so much freedom in painting. Another good reason to paint, everyone, is because what it allows you to do, it brings ideas to your comics. This is for my younger artists who aren't too familiar as to how this is important to the world of painting. Art's important overall. I say anything that you can bring in to art. Now this is where we can get weird, guys. Like I said, we can just use any of the visual language that we established to create our idea. Okay. I think the eyes work really well because that's a visual that we're familiar with. when it comes to cartoons, now I'm going to add one more face. I'm going to do something that's interesting to me. So we can do this. Here, we have a mouth. Okay, I think we better start painting. That's enough of this because it's already 15 into it. 15 after 2. Okay, here we go, guys. So, like I said, the great thing about this is that's just black and white, so you can just paint very directly. Painting directly, that includes things like just taking your brush and going directly onto canvas, no thinner or thinner. But we'll just go ahead and start filling this guy in. So my paint's a little thick right there, so I'm going to thin it out a little bit so we can get a quicker spread. Now, a lot of times I don't really paint. There we go. Yeah, that's quick and fun. Okay. I don't really mix down my palettes. I'm what you call a tube painter, which is where a tube painter is just someone that just works directly from tubes. And then I end up doing my blending after that. Sometimes, but usually doesn't have to. Usually I can nail it the first pass, so I don't have to do. Sorry, let me pull up my reference. 1 second, guys. Okay, that's supposed to be white. Okay, well, we'll just go through it. So here's an example already of where my white, where I want to keep it white, has blended into, the black has blended to the white. So we'll come back around to that part, and I'll show you how we fix it. He has kind of a Batman feel right now, which is pretty funny. It's like Batmite. So when in this phase of the painting, you can just lay it down really quick. This is just your sketch layer, or if you want to be fancy, it's called a grisaille, which is just your values. But since we're painting directly, we can kind of jump over a little bit of that. Let's go ahead and play with this one real quick. Now, as a painter, you can see I'm holding my brush a different way. So as illustrators, we hold the brush like, we hold the pencil like this. But as a painter, you hold it like this, right? Because you're painting, not drawing. So if you wanted to take a tip today in your painting, don't do this. Do this. And the reason for that is because it fills in quicker, it's looser, and it's more visceral. It feels good. And it saves your wrist from carpal tunnel, which is a long-term problem with artists. You don't realize it until you get older, how bad and how much it hurts your hand. Okay, so we're going to move through this part quickly because we're figuring out the composition still. So as you can see, our composition is still very loose, very open. We're not really sure what direction we're going, and that's okay. Most people have a really hard time in this space because they're afraid to let the paint work, right? You just let the paint go and do its thing. Now, the thing about it is that a lot of times when we paint, it's an expressive process, but it's still, if you handle painting more technical, then I think you'll get, or if you treat it as you would treat like drawing, you know, which means keeping it fun, but at the same time, getting progressively better, then painting and comics go hand in hand. But if you go into painting blind and you don't, and you're just like, I'm going to throw some paint on a canvas, it's kind of an insincere approach to painting. And because, so think of it as if you're making a comic and vice versa. When you make a comic, think about painting. I do those things a lot because it gets really bogged down really easy when making comics because it's such a psychological process and there's always doubt and you're isolated. So you get really caught up in your head while being a comic book artist. That's why a lot of times we're very neurotic. But painting kind of liberates that because it's almost as if you're not taking it too serious. And that's why I was telling you about the play part. So it's always a celebration. And a lot of times artists, they secretly paint, like comic book artists, they're painters, they just don't really show it because it kind of disrupts their brand or confuses their buyers, or people anticipate a lot out of them. So it's kind of funny that a lot of my comic friends do paint or know how to paint better than me, but they just don't do it or they don't show them. And whereas I don't really separate it. So you can see here that we have, let's see here, we'll take that. So you're picking and choosing lines throughout this whole process. And that's what we're going to be doing here. So I'm going to focus on this because I know I'm rambling a little bit and I want to refocus the conversation. So just give me 1 second while I set up the rest of this. I think what would be kind of cool is if we left like one of the eyes white. That's kind of a contemporary thing you'll see. And like you can blame Murakami for a lot of that. The idea of like actually just going through and exaggerating the eye, right? He just like completely just would do something like this. Put like like an anime star in the eye. And people just picked up on it and start doing stuff like that. So I find that to be kind of funny, kind of cool. Let's go ahead and fill this in. Boom. Fill it in. So as you can see, we're setting up kind of like a coloring book. Now, okay, so the painting's pretty interesting in a compositional standpoint, but it's just kind of boring. So what we want to do is now give it some range, some pushing and pulling. So I'm going to now include my white, okay? So I'm going to mix down black and a white, obviously to make gray, because we're working in black and white today. Which actually, just so you guys know, it's my favorite to work in. I actually don't like working in color because it's really easy for me. Black and white, with that hard of a restriction, it's a pretty strict challenge. Okay, so what you're seeing now, what I'm doing. So, okay, let's back up a little bit. I got to explain this. So what we have is a directional flow. What directional flow is when the painting reads a certain direction. I actually learned this from Frank Miller when he talked about the difference between 300 and drawing Daredevil. He said it's landscapes are are horizontal, left to right, and then cities are vertical. So that means your canvas would be vertical, or your paper, or the panel in that case. Okay, so the character doesn't really subscribe to those standards because we're drawing a character and the composition's based off of a character. But what happens with directional flow is you can kind of see that the painting has a compositional flow. It kind of goes like this, right? Now, we can take this concept because that gives us a left or right kind of flow. Now we could shift our directional flow with the paint and go vertical. The reason for that is because it stops your viewer. It slows the viewer down, right? So we know this is where the viewer is going to start because this character is so prominent. But the directional flow is going to probably shoot left immediately. So what I do to control the composition is I start painting vertical, okay? Like I said, that slows our viewer down. And you'll see this part in my paintings a lot. If you ever look at my paintings where I do this kind of like scrub with the color on here, okay? I'll darken this gray a little bit because it's not showing up too well on camera. And now I'm going to throw in some burnt umber into it too. Okay. Now, this is technically the only color we're using. So you can see now it's showing up. We're getting a nice texture and a nice tear and a nice directional flow. Okay. And what you'll notice a lot of times is when I paint, usually, like, anyone can paint all my paintings. Like, I don't care. Meaning, like, if I'm working, if there's another person here, they would start painting too. Because the techniques that I'm showing and that I do aren't anything special. Meaning that anyone can do it. The idea is that you are focusing and carrying that composition. So it's not about the actual painting. Okay. I lost a little bit of my visual language there. His little hair, his little whisker. So we're gonna bring that back in, and we're gonna bring in the top of his head. Because we kind of want this circle here to communicate some ideas. Okay, so we're gonna switch conversations real quick. I'm gonna tell you guys about where cartoon painting got kind of popular and where it started. So, and it's kind of, I think it was Art Spiegelman was the one to connect Philip Guston into comics. And so what happens is that I think he drew the conclusion that a painter named Philip Guston was doing this painting style that Robert Crumb was also drawing. So it was like they had similar styles. I think this was like in the 70s. And so what that conversation did was bring painters like Philip Guston into comics. If you study art history, Philip Guston is like really critical and really important. If you're watching this stream, you can go ahead and type in his name and look at his art while I talk about this, because we're just filling in backgrounds right now at this point. So it's not really too exciting. So Philip Guston, what he did, he was an abstract, well, he was a I think he was born here in America. I think his parents were immigrants, so he's first generation Jewish. He and Jackson Pollock went to high school together out in California. Philip Guston became a muralist, and then he became an abstract expressionist. So he went through these two movements, right? And then one day, I think he stopped painting for like 10 years or something like that. This is when he was up in, I think, Syracuse. And I apologize if my memory's rusty. You're probably reading this online, like reading his wiki page, and you're like, man, Brian, you are off on every comment you're saying. But it's like, I'm a little rusty. It's been a while. But hopefully I'm telling you guys the story correctly. So what you'll notice also, a lot of people like the gratification of drips in their painting. 1 second, everyone. Everyone likes the gratification of dripping in their painting. Oil's really great for that. What you do, sorry, I'm sidetracking real quick again, is that you can just load it just like water. You just let it run. I don't like the drips too much because it's like overdone. It's kind of like if someone's doing a guitar solo, they're just like going crazy. It's like, nah, it's all right. Back to the hits for me, So I don't really do too much of that, but that's just an example. It's okay to let the paint run, is what I'm saying with that. Okay, back to Philip Guston. So Philip Guston did this thing where he went back to his childhood, the comics that he read as a kid, the cartoons, and he started painting their stuff, right? Now, when he's painting this stuff, no one really took to it too well. They thought it was like bad. It got very poor reviews, all that kind of fun stuff. But what happened is that his cartoon paintings were so ahead of their time that okay, let's see how that looks on camera. Sorry guys, 1 second. Okay, that's actually reading really well. Let's check the time real quick. 2:30. Okay, cool. We won't finish this painting, but we'll at least get the center composition really fleshed out. Okay, back to Gustin. So if Gustin does this thing where he's painting these cartoons, they're actually really crude. But the younger kids really got into them. And then that's where it kind of took off. So I would say that Philip Gustin is like a proto to like what you guys know as like Gerald Scarf, Basquiat, Keith Haring, all that fun stuff. That's kind of like what came out, I would say, what's coming out after Gustin. So Gustin was definitely on top of this aesthetic of painting cartoons. Now, when Spiegelman spoke about it, I think it kind of like brought a lot into comics, meaning that like comics could get anchored onto that, opposed to like Liechtenstein swiping from comic books. So this kind of offered, I would say, like that's when painting finally was accepted by comic creators, because they started documenting Gustin. So obviously Spiegelman, Noah Van Sciver documented Philip Gustin in one of his comics, and I'm sure there's many before and after that. Those are two off the top of my head. So anyway, so as you can see here, it's starting to look like a painting now, and that's what we're going for. We want it to feel like a painting first, and I'm actually really excited about this piece now, because we're getting past the fussiness of it, and it's starting to look like something. Now, a lot of times people think the idea of painting, and this is like a rule of thumb for me, no different than comics having a visual language. So, you can read indie, underground, mainstream stuff. Honestly, we're used to mainstream stuff where it's super polished, but it doesn't have to be. We all know that comics don't have to be that way. Just think about like Raw as an example. Like they're just completely avant-garde, or like Gary Panter, right? Gary Panter's a painter and a comic book artist, and it's the same thing, right? So there's no reason to polish the aesthetic, meaning that if you want to render this out, that's fine. But if you're thinking like, oh, Brian, this painting's not impressive, then you should probably like reconsider what you think painting is, because painting is not about like making a pretty painting at all. It's about communicating an idea the same way as a comic, but you're just putting all the information into one piece versus each panel. Okay? Some people might disagree with this. That's fine. Like I'm not the only voice in this conversation. So if you beg to differ, then that's okay too. Because this is just the process that I do. This is a process I teach, so that everyone who paints under me or that I teach, they have a clear understanding and no pressure, because like I said, none of it's sacred. When you paint, you just make cool stuff and communicate ideas. No one cares about how it looks in the sense of like a pretty painting. If you want a painting for your house, like a bathroom, a pretty painting for a gift, that's a different conversation. But if we're exploring composition, ideas, then okay, so this is gonna be pretty fun. Remember when we drew, like when I said we're taking the visual language and just exploiting it? So I drew like these two hands here. So now it's kind of revealed to me we can do something like this. Well, I'll start with this side. This hand kind of jets out of Felix here, so we're going to keep that completely black, because I think that adds a really cool composition. And this is what we call visual language, which is where you can pick up things that are like Brian Moss-isms. So have you ever heard that term like, oh, that's Picasso-esque? That's visual language they're referring to. That's the visual language that's indicative to that artist. So this is kind of like a thing I do where I draw multiple limbs in repetition. It confuses a lot of people, which makes me laugh. Because it's like, why does that person have two hands coming out of the side of his leg? It's like, why not? It creates a really cool composition. So as you can see here, my approach to painting is very fun, very celebratory, very passive. And what that does, it's infectious. It allows people, it liberates people. It allows them to feel like they're a part of it, okay? So you always want your paintings to feel like art, you know? So how would this feel or look in a gallery, okay? This is actually, now I'm looking on camera, this is really wild. I actually like this a lot. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, I'm gonna hold off on connecting that arm because I kind of like this break here, but I am okay with doing something like this. Let's do, maybe we can just do some lines here. Let's explore this. Something like that. So another part of painting that you want to always put in there is repetition. You see the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I usually work in threes, just because it's easy to balance it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is pull in some of these values, and we're going to start cutting into the painting now to create a little bit of, bring back some of our structure. Okay, now there's two ways we could do that. We can paint over it like this, and then I'll show you the other technique. It's not going to show up on camera, but you'll understand it when I do it, and it will liberate you as a painter. So, and the reason why painting has this approach, or the reason painting this way, meaning like, we'll just call it a sloppy painting, right? Or a painting that feels like a painting. The reason why this is like very accepted today, and like people are comfortable with this, is because it allows the viewer to finish the work, right? We're past the point of rendering everything out. That's like a very antiquated approach. Anyone who like renders out, unless you're like, I don't know, I can't think of anyone off the top of my head right now, but rendering out an oil painting is a very like amateur, like romantic notion. Because like, think about the time and the situation we live in. Think about the music. The music's made really fast. Painting used to be like a leisurely kind of thing. Like the idea, and we're talking like post like Renaissance, right? We're talking like the idea of like, I'm going to sit down, think about the Impressionists. I'm going to sit and paint outside all day, right? Only person that could do that now is Bob, because he's retired, which is going to be amazing. Congratulations, sir. But it's not really a productive way of working. So let's take Kehinde Wiley for an example. His painting, he paints representational painting, so he paints Black people because it's in the gallery space. There's not really like a narrative for us there. So he's kind of like bringing that back. So he paints very perfect because it's representational, meaning that, like I said, if someone doesn't have representation in that space, what does that look like? And to Kehinde Wiley, that means painting realistic paintings. So when you paint, or when you, let's get in here real quick, get this tangent. 1 second, guys. So when I said like we're painting against technology, what happened was that the camera was invented. When that camera was invented, a lot of painters lost their job, because at that point you don't have to have someone do a painting of you. You can just have someone take a photo, and it's cheaper, quicker, and we're to the point now where you have what, 4K, 8K cameras, all that crazy stuff. That idea and that notion doesn't really lend itself well to painting, meaning that doesn't, we can't compete against that. That's something I actively avoid, is like competing against like a camera of high definition. So a lot of times I'll do the opposite. We'll get a lot of scrubbing, a lot of this painterly feel in it. Now, that's my argument for not painting realistic. But what you do want to do is, as a painter, you do want to challenge technology in the sense of like, this is something that only a painter can do, you know? And that's where you start getting like the effects on cameras, right? Those filters. I sound really old. Like, you know, those filters. So, so anyway, so now they do filters like comic book filters, you know, Warhol filters. So now you have this conversation where cameras are now trying to emulate painting. So it's like, so we're on the up and up now, you know what I mean? So those are the kind of conversations you're really having, is with technology, the times, those kind of things. Here's another thing that you can do. This is just like a simple inversion. So here, I never painted that hand, and we're losing a lot of the illustration, which is fine. So what I'm going to do is keep that hand, but I'm going to paint around it. So the hand's going to be white, and then behind it's going to be black. This is a way to also challenge your compositions, make it feel like a painting and look like a painting, but also keep the integrity of that drawing in there. Okay. Now the reason that this process that you're seeing me do, where I'm painting really fast and getting it down, is because we're getting down the idea. Now, I actually think this painting is going to turn out really well. I'm actually excited about this. I'm always excited about art, but this is looking really good. Okay, back on track. So now you can see how that reads. Isn't that awesome, guys? That actually reads really well. That's considered a success, because the great thing that I actually appreciate about this right now is that when you are looking at it through a camera, and I'm considering the audience, it carries a different cue. Like there's different cues in it now. So there's things I'm learning because we're working with contrast, right? So it's all about like getting up close and looking at the details. It's how far can you read the painting from across the street? Like, whoa, that's really cool. You know, it's like, that's Felix the cat. And then that invites you into the painting, right? And that's why this is really gratifying right now, because I'm seeing so much activity and we haven't even got that far. We've only been painting for 40 minutes. So another thing that you guys can do that helps a lot with your with painting, and it's productivity. And oh yeah, and we're technically only using one color. We're only using brown. Black and white isn't a color, but that just shows you how awesome oil actually is. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and knock this out real quick. Get in there. Get this down. Give me 1 second. I'll get back to the conversation. I'm going to do this. Okay. So where I left off at is productivity, guys. So when you paint, that's so good. Okay. Actually, I'm going to show you guys a subtracting process. So what happens is that when you do, hey babe, you want to say hi to the camera? Hey, everybody at space. There's Rachel. So what we can do here, this is the process where I said that oils are forgiving, is that we can scrape. You can scrape a few ways. You can scrape the palette knife, which is what I'll do first. But you can use a butter knife too. Just bend the butter knife to get a nice angle on it. So, but I have, a palette, so use that. Let's see here. Okay. Here we go. So I think that would make like a really cool nose. So you can see that scrape didn't work. So I'm going to use a cloth That didn't work. So now what we're going to do is just lay down our white on top of it. And so you can see here, we got our nose, nice little nose, which allows it to be very, don't ever overpaint, guys. So we have a nice clean nose there. So we got a nice repetition here. Going. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and scrub this down. Okay, back to it now. Productivity. So the great thing about oil painting is that people always complain about that drying time, which if you paint your painting the right way and do it correctly, which is like only put so much down, just the right balance of thinner and the right balance of color, it will dry really fast. It could dry in a couple of hours under the right conditions. Okay, here we go. I'm going to cover that up. I don't like that. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, back to productivity. Sorry, guys. So with productivity, the goal is when you do paintings, like when you're working on a oil painting, is that you work on multiple paintings at once. Okay. Now the reason for this is because it gives you that it cuts that drying time in half. Because while a painting's drying, you're working on another painting. Okay. And then so you work in sets. I usually do 3 to 5 paintings at once, and then maybe some of them are duds, but it's all process because, like I said, the drying times just take so long, but oil, you can lay it down really fast. Okay. Let's go ahead and. Now, some of it, I leave tears and blotchiness in it because that's just considered texture. So go ahead and we'll resolve some of this down here. So this kind of stuff, I'm not really going to bother with because I can just do that off camera. So you guys can see here that we have a pretty solid, substantial flow to this. Now you can see here, it's okay to leave canvas empty. I actually think the emptiness of this works really well over on this side. So what we're looking for is a balance now. So we have our compositional flow, kind of starts here, goes over, comes down and around, okay? Some of these ideas and these tangents, we can kind of like reprise them. So like this one, we can kind of, so now since we have kind of an idea, kind of fill that in, boom. So I think that's really gratifying right there, right? That reads really well. Let me see. Yep, that's great. Okay. So you can see here now we kind of have this problem, like this idea. I'm gonna show you guys this. It's kind of a wild technique. Well, for an oil painting, it's like, whoa, watch out, we're doing this crazy stuff now. I'm gonna grab a piece of paper or cardboard real quick. Give me 1 second. Actually, I'll use this. I'm gonna use a comic book backer. Let's grab that real quick. Okay. All right. So what we have is kind of like this idea or this technique I'm gonna show you. It's called breaking the painting, and what that is, it's like you either take your favorite part or the part you dislike the most, and you just nix it. Okay. So what does that look like? On here, what we can do is load up the parts of it that pop. So I'm going to put some more paint down here, here. Let's do some on the nose, okay? So I'm going to do a tear on it. And what that means, let's load it up a little bit more. I'm going to do a tear. Now, so I'm going to take this cardboard and go across it, because this is kind of just like an afterthought, it feels like. This doesn't really lend itself to these two parts. But we can fix it by destroying it, okay? So we're going to give it a flow. So we're going to go two directions. We're going to go this way, and we're going to take it back that way, like a window shield wiper. Okay? So that's our first. Okay? Then here's our second. Okay? So now it's kind of like almost like weird looking. It's a weird shape. So we're going to push it a little bit more. I'm going to go and pull it through. So I'm going to load it up a little bit. I'll load it up here. I'll load here. And then I'm going to load here on this side. Okay? And tear. And when I do my tears, I'm not really like digging into the painting. I'm just kind of smearing it. Okay? All right. So it's kind of considered a scrub. Think about if you're a wall and you do graffiti and you come back and they spray it the next day. That's this idea, is that we're like, kind of, it's like a relief almost. Okay? So there's a few parts I do like. We're going to bring back this. I like that. Now this gets interesting. We do something like this. Oops. So now we're kind of bringing back in our Felix, the cat. Okay. Then we can do something goofy on it. Now we're going to draw with the paint. So we're just going to draw a simple face back on it. We're just going to do a stupid smile. Okay. Bring it back. And this still fits into our visual language, everyone, because we established that earlier with those arms and everything. So now we'll go ahead and close this, kind of like, because I don't like that other mouth at the bottom at all. So we're going to take that out and over into our composition, back into our flow. So now we have a whole expression. And I'm actually really proud of this piece because it's actually, I think it looks really cool, honestly. And I'm not saying it because I'm painting it. I'm saying it because it's like, because I'm learning a lot from this. Because it's a new experience for me to teach in this way. So I think we can add to our directional flow. Now, a lot of times, something I learned, this is going to be kind of weird. I learned one key to painting. What people would always ask me, they would always say, oh, because I would forget to sign my paintings. They'd be like, oh, Brian, can you sign the painting? Make sure you sign the painting, sign the painting, sign the painting. And let's do a little bit of this real quick. So I actually made part of the painting process, my signature is part of the process. And it's kind of funny because I do it really big, but it's part of the composition when I do it. So that's why this kind of area is kind of like empty and along here, so I can decide what I'm going to do. So what you guys should be thinking about is not the fact of like, one second, these are getting a little messy. Let me just set this stuff over here. So what you have to consider is the notion of painting in the time frame that we painted in. But this is how I paint regardless of, because the time that we're spending here is the time that I actually have because I'm really busy in order to paint. So this is how paintings actually come together and look if you're actually active doing it. So I'll add my signature real quick, and that will resolve our composition. How's it going, Bob?
Pretty good. You've convinced me I'm an uptight old white guy. I need to loosen up.
No, you got this, dude. You're retired now, so you can like really get into painting.
Well, I've been trying a little bit. I'll have to show you it sometime, but
yeah, definitely.
not quite that loose yet.
Oh yeah, we'll get you there. So as you can see, guys, in finishing, we did a painting in like 45 minutes. So you can always go back in and render this tightly if you want to. Change things, usually give it about a day to dry, and then you can go back into it, and the paint's very, like, you could paint over it directly. So, yeah, that's the process.
All right. Looks great. Wasn't quite sure where you were going with it, but it's
Yeah, so like the thing about it, Bob, is like with a lot of it, it's like kind of impromptu, you know, just figure it out as you go along. But the good thing about the camera is that you can look back at it and get a direct read. So something I learned today.
Glad we could push art forward.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. Well, thank you for having me, sir.
Well, I appreciate it. Like I said, I wanted to get a free lesson here, and I do need to be more fluid and
yeah, it's always one of those things where it's hard at first when you start, but once you actually get into it, it becomes very liberating. Just a matter of getting in there and doing it, committing to that time, you know.
Sounds great.
Awesome. So if anyone's interested in painting, or I usually do it, I teach it privately, and then I'm going to start doing summer outdoor lessons. So maybe we could get together, Bob, as a group.
That'd be great.
And do some of that. So, awesome.
So when do you just call it at some point and say it's done?
Yeah, so usually what happens is like I'll return some of the markings so it's not like too muddy, because what happens with oil paint, if you, let's say for an example, if you do this, you're like keep blending and blending, it just turns to mud.
Right.
And so you always want to like not really go too into it, so it's more like you're striking. So once you have a clear read on the painting, then it's considered finished. And usually you can ask about a dozen people, and they'll let you know if it's good or not. Usually I say that for the internet. I'll just post it and then see what everyone says. That's how I know if it's finished or not.
Well, you have a lot of good friends for that.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's kind of what I was trying to do here with, I've always enjoyed hands-on artwork and never really took to doing things digitally, which I'm sure you could do similar things with the tablet, but
yeah.
Just
the interesting thing about the tablet is that it like saves you time and money because you
Right.
have to buy this stuff. But
Right.
honestly, paints aren't really that expensive, guys. But I like working traditionally because I stare at a screen so much for making comics that I always try to make everything by hand as much as possible. So I still draw pages. Traditionally, I just scan them.
Right.
And same way with painting, always do traditional. Something tangible to sell also. So it's a way to sustain yourself as an artist.
Right.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I feel it's
Sounds
complete.
great.
Thank you
All
for
right.
having me.
Well, terrific.
I
Oh,
really appreciate
it's my pleasure. Like I said, I've seen a lot of your work, and I always wanted to kind of see you do it and see what the process was. And like I said, I got to loosen up, and definitely got it.
Yeah, all good. Cool. Well, thank
All right.
you, everybody.
Well, thanks
really
a lot, Brian.
it. Yep. Have a great
Bye-bye.
day, and thank you for having me. Cheers.
Yep. Bye. So our next portion, we're going to continue on with the DIY stuff, and let me get this all set. The first part of this is paper marbling by Arthur Moxley. I've used water prints in some of the backgrounds of my comics over the years. Now my process is a lot different than Arthur's, but I might have learned a few things here too. So we'll get rolling here in a sec.
Hi, this is Max Moxley. I am going to present how to use paper marbling, ink floating on water, the simplest method that I have found over the course of the last year. What you'll need is a small bowl. It could be any size bowl, but you want it to be shallow, and white is really helpful because you can see your design before you print it. So you'll fill this with water. You're going to need brushes, and this is the cheapest calligraphy brush I could find, and it's a little fuller, and that is so it can hold the ink. You'll just be touching the very tip to the surface of the ink, but I've seen people squeeze it so that you can squeeze out more ink. I use a fine brush for the surfactant, which is just water and 2 drops of dish soap in a 1/4 cup. And the paper I'm going to be using today is also an Asian calligraphy paper of a grade noted Hoshu, and this is sturdy enough to take the ink but not dissolve in your hands without treating the paper. I've added a couple of things to my setup of shallow dish with a light bottom and water, brushes, surfactant, which is water with 2 drops of dishwashing liquid, and ink. I have cut some rice paper to size, and then I also have newspaper, which I'll use for cleaning off the top of the water. In fact, before you start, it's often good to clean it up once, because that breaks the surface tension a little bit. Some people say it's good to have your ink on one side, and I fill the brush pretty full, and your surfactant on the other, so you don't mess it up. So your first one will go out, spread out pretty much, and here is the surfactant, ink, surfactant, ink, surfactant, ink, surfactant. From here, which is the very basics of the floating ink paper marbling, you can blow on it. go back into it, give it a stir. And wherever it reaches a stage you like, and I'm using rice paper from a roll, you lay it down. Some people push it into the water and accomplish the rinse. I'm using this rice paper because you get a nice dark print and it doesn't run. There isn't any ink left over on the surface of the water. It's a little gray. That doesn't hurt anything. It's not necessarily to clean it off. The binder in the ink is of some sort of viscosity that's different than the water. So the surface, it has a slightly different surface tension to the water, so they don't quite mix. Here's the surfactant. You can see where there's too much ink on the black brush, and when that happens, it just drops through the surface of the water and lands on the bottom. It doesn't affect the print in any way at all, except that the water might be a little murkier on the next time around. But I'm looking for some bigger dark areas. I'm going to use the surfactant to chase it away from the edges a little bit. You can make snowman shapes. Or one of the things you can do is flick the surfactant over the surface. I'm going to introduce a little color. I'm going to let it settle a little bit and talk. So I have tried all kinds of different colors. In watercolors, I've tried gouache, I've tried traditional Asian ink sticks, and I've tried different brands of acrylic ink. This FW brand is the one that, again, works the most foolproof.
Hello and welcome to my session on block printing in Space 2021. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Chandru Kennedy, and I'm a local artist. And I've been drawing for a long time. My go-to medium is painting, but I've also been doing some wood carving.
Wow.
And I've done some block printing. And I'm currently working on a book project that I'm illustrating using block prints. So, what is block printing? I'm glad you asked. Block printing or relief printing is a printing technique by which you carve an illustration into a surface and then use that surface to make an impression on a different medium like textile or paper. The thing you can carve can be wood, linoleum, rubber. I personally like to use a form of synthetic rubber, and here's an example of what it could look like. As you can see, the illustration is of this animal walking out of a gate, and it's been carved onto the surface of this material. And then when you put ink over that surface, the paper picks that ink up. Here's another example of a block print that I made during a workshop. This actually has two plates, and it's an illustration of a hawk on a tree. And the hawk plate part can be removed so that I could, if I wanted, to print it with two different colors. So I could use one color for the background and a different color for the hawk, and then assemble them like that and then print them on the paper. I personally, the way I work is I typically draw out the illustration I want to do either digitally or on paper, and then you can transfer that onto the plate, or I just tend to go ahead and draw it again on the paper. Typically I can, on a darker kind of surface like this, I could use like a white crayon, like charcoal, or sometimes I can use ink to draw it out. Some folks have also had success with using printer ink, so like they print it out on paper and then use methods like transfer paper to transfer it onto the block. And once you have the artwork on the block, then you can carve it out. And you have to be careful. It's kind of you have to think in negative space. So essentially you want to know that the parts that you're carving out are not the parts that you're going to take the ink. So like the part that remains is the part that's going to be raised enough to like pick up the ink, and the part that you carve out is the part that's going to be below that surface, and so it will not get the ink when you roll it on there. I'll show it to you as we go forward with this video. Today I'm going to be carving an illustration for my book project, and I have right here this material called Easy Cut from Blick, and it's basically two layers of rubber put together, and there is a dark layer on which the artwork goes, and the white layer that's underneath, that's a little bit harder. The dark layer is soft and it cuts really easily. As you can see, I've started work on this, and the picture shows a deer and a dog interacting with each other. And in this session, I'm going to carve this out, and then we're going to try and print it. All right. just wanted to show you a couple of things. The tool I'm using right now is this little tool that you can get at any art store, whether it's Blake or Michael's. It essentially is a plastic handle with a ratchet head, and it comes with a set of 5 or 6 cutting tools. And it's relatively cheap. It's, I would say, it's anywhere between like about around $15. But the thing of it is, you can't really sharpen the tools. Once they start wearing out, you probably want to replace them. And then the key with this material is that you want to leave the parts that are going to take the ink, you want to leave them dark. And any parts that remain that look dark are going to get ink on them. So you want to remove everything that you don't want to get ink. And when you remove it, what you see is the white layer that's underneath. So as I've been working around the deer, this is basically the negative space. So if you look at it, there's the deer, the head of the deer, and then there's some flowers underneath. And I'm going to keep doing this until the only thing that's left is the deer and the dog. And then once I have that, then I can start to add detail to the individual elements, so that then again, any parts that I want to show up, like hair or eyes or whiskers, whatever those are, I want to work in the detail so that the dark parts will take the ink and the white parts will not. So now I have most of the negative space taken out, and as you can see, most of it is white, and the detail is going to go on some of these areas, like on the dog or over here on the deer, and that's going to happen with a different set of gouges. But it's not unlike mowing the lawn, essentially. So you're taking out a bunch of stuff that you don't want, and you end up with a whole bunch of clippings. So that stuff was not as interesting. The detail work, though, is a little more interesting. So I'm going to turn my camera down towards the carving, and we'll take some time and work through the details. Sometimes when doing detail work, it helps to have more than one of these. So if you can see, this is a slightly more broad gouge, and this is a much narrower one. And using them in tandem, I started to work on the deer, and as you can see, I've worked through some of the head and some of the ear, and starting into the neck. I haven't done detail work on the snout or the eye yet, but that's coming up once I finish with the neck. So yeah, I've been using this broader one for the fur and to remove large chunks of the skull, of the head, and then the finer one for the details on things like the ear, for example, the tiny whiskers, and I hope to use it on like details in the eye or in the nose, and also for probably for the dog's fur as well. Stay tuned. Okay, so now we're done with all the detail carving, and the next step is to put ink on it and get a print. So in order to put ink on our print, first we need some ink. So this is water-soluble ink. But you can also get other kinds of ink that are oil-based. And then the other thing you need is a brayer. Now this is essentially like a paint roller, but instead of a sponge on the roller, this is like hard rubber. And what that can do is allow you to pick up the ink and then roll it on to the block. And in order to spread the ink, you need like some kind of tray, an ink tray. What works for me is this plastic cutting board that you can get at IKEA or Target, and it's like a few dollars. And it works really well. It has this one matte side and a glossy side. I typically use the matte side to spread the ink out. And in the next video, I'll show you the process. quickly wanted to show you some of the details and how they turned out after printing. I'm going to lower my camera a little bit. So as you can see, the fur on the deer's ears, and the eye, the highlights in the eye, and some of the hairs on its neck and the snout. Those are some of the areas where you can see where I removed the material, and that's the part that's actually white. And the part that's dark is the part that actually picked up the ink. So that's the part that's still raised on the final plate. Similarly, the flowers and the plants underneath work the same way. So the grass and the flowers are the parts that I did not carve, and I carved around all of that. Moving on to the dog, you can see also like the fur and its lips and the highlights in its eyes and its nose work the same way. So the neat thing with the water soluble ink that I used is that it's really easy to clean your block off after you've done printing by just running it under water. Now, if you used oil-based inks, that would be a little harder to clean, and you can. But then, this was the plate that I used the ink on, and it rinses right off. So it's a great way for beginners especially, to start with, so that they can, if you've made a mistake on the block and if you want to do something different, you could go back, clean it off, make your changes, and then go ahead and print again. And there you have it. With just a few materials and some time, you can get some really beautiful work and really unique kinds of illustrations using the block printing technique. There's many different kinds. There are more advanced users can make multiple stage prints. So you carve the block, take a print, and then you carve some more, and then take another print, and use multiple colors and such. There's a lot of variety that you can explore. So thank you so much for your time, and I hope this was useful. Thank you.
Okay, this last part of our DIY segments is my silk screening video. It's on. I'm sorry it runs a bit long. I actually chopped out a lot of it. One of the other things I wanted to let you know is in the process of doing this, I did have a complete failure of a screen and had to restart. So there's some reference to that, and there's some information about what went wrong with that, which is kind of part of the process. If you really want to do silk screening, it's good to know some of the things you're going to run into. So let's get it going here. Hi, this is Bob. I'm going to take you through a complete silkscreen project. The thing up on my screen there is a drawing I did for the cover of my next comic, Plans 02. Don't know if it'll be ready for the space online, but it definitely will be ready for space in person in November. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this drawing and make it a screen and then print it. And I don't know if I'm going to do some t-shirts or if I'm just going to make some prints and try to sell those. So what I need to do, it's going to be whatever it winds up being printed on. The medium will be black, and I'm going to print in white. So I need to take this and reverse it. And I think there's a negative image button on my program. So what I'll be printing then is what you see in black here. And now I need to print this out so that I can make the screen. Oh, I gotta break this in half. So hold on. Unfortunately, my printer in the other room can only handle 8.5 by 11. I don't have the size of this is 11 by 14. Trying to manipulate this with my one hand, and I realized I was pushing the wrong button. This is why I like to do things analog, because watching somebody play with their computer is not my idea of fun or interesting. But we'll get onto the physical stuff here shortly. I need to load some transparencies into my printer. These are hard to find. I did get, actually, it feeds from the top tray here. These are getting harder to find. I can still get them online. But they were, originally invented for overhead projectors, which have gone the way of the dinosaur. And so now I think the only people who use them are, silk screeners. So there, I got one ready to go, and I'll just run into the other room and push the button on my computer. After a few tries, I finally got this to come through, and I actually used the bottom tray. I forgot that's what I had been doing. So now I just need to go do the upper part of the image, and we'll move on to the next phase. Okay, we're on to the next phase here, and you're probably all wondering why I have a stretched canvas in front of me instead of a screen print type equipment. Well, actually, if you ever check on screen print frames at your local art supply store or online, they're outrageous. So what I do is when somebody has a stretched canvas with frame and with the spline on sale, I buy them, and then I take the splines off. This might be a little difficult because it's down pretty deep. Well, we'll just have to use another tack here. These are a little deeper than I remember. Well, the spline's deep enough, I could probably use a different spline, or the groove is deep enough that I could use another spline. I don't have to reuse the one that's provided here. So we can just do it the easy way to remove the canvas. So I'm just gonna cut this canvas off. And while I was off camera briefly, I realized I didn't have the right size spline, so after I do this step, we'll have to delay for a little while until I can run to the hardware store and get the right kind. If all went well, I would have pulled those staples out, removed that spline that was in there, and use it over again. this is a little better frame than the ones I had been buying, which is why the groove is deeper. And there we go, there's the freed frame. And don't throw this away. What I've done with these is chop them up and and glue them to smaller boards so I can do some other little paintings. I just recently used one for my cover of that Plans 02 because I just needed a little bit of color. I did ink drawing and then did a painting with the color parts of it, which is actually, you know, that was the cover that we're using that I'm going to use to do this, and then composited them on the computer, so these things come in handy. So I have a stack of them over there in the corner. I'm gonna see if I can pull this out with my pliers here, but it should work either way. Nope, can't get a good enough grip on it. So I'll be back later with some new spline, and I'll show you how to stretch the screen onto the frame. Okay, one trip to the hardware store and a day later, I think I've got the right spline that'll fit this groove on my frame. And this stuff is actually made mostly for screen doors and windows, and it reminded me that one of my very first screen print projects was Why I'm Not Musical, which was a full silk screen, or actually this was actually made for a t-shirt that came from the linoleum cut project I did years ago. And I actually did use screen window frames for that you could buy and cut down to any size and put together, but it really, it's not a good way to, I don't know, I just didn't like it, so I moved on to the wooden frames, which seem to work a lot better. So anyway, we got the spline. Did manage to pull out some of the last remnants of the canvas that was still stuck in the grooves with my pliers. I use all kinds of unconventional art equipment. And now we're going to see, and here's my roll of screen. And I don't recall, this is about 230, the 233 I think it is, optic orange, which I like better because you can kind of see when it's developing later on, you know, if it's taken or not, if you're getting anywhere with the, you know, the light. So we just cut this to the frame size. I could do a whole unboxing segment on getting this out of the box and wrapping that it was in online, which would it took me about 10 minutes to get through it all. Make sure you got a little overlap. That excess can be trimmed later.
thing I don't like about this hardware store spline, it is a little harder than the stuff that comes with the frames, so it's a little harder to get in there, but it should work. I already checked that it did fit. I have some larger stuff here I bought for some other frames. So I usually start with the long sides. That doesn't look like it's in there. And here's the spline tool, and that has the groove in it that matches up a little bit with the spline, so you can drive it down into that groove. And again, I could not get that old spline out, but I think I have enough depth to do the second one on top. And I should have dusted off or brushed off my desk surface, my table surface here, because it's got a lot of crumbs on it. But we'll use a dust brush, a lint brush on the screens at some point to get all the extra lint and dust off of them. I always usually start in the middle. Oops, doesn't want to go in. Be bunching up too much. We'll see. Lost my other long piece of spline. It's always best to work the spline away from your hand. This thing would hurt if you roll over it. I don't always do what I say, but okay, I think that one's in. We're not looking too bad. Last side. Make sure everything's tight when we're done. And I'm not listening to my advice right here, but I want to make sure this is tight. The tighter the screen is, the better job you're going to get with the emulsion when you put the emulsion on. And we'll be doing that next. This is down. Just to make sure they don't go anywhere. Staple them in. Okay, now we trim off the excess screen. Use my straight edge to this, so I don't accidentally cut into the part I want. Too close. As you can see on my straight edge, I have nickels taped to the bottom. That's an old drafting trick, so that when you're inking something, the ink won't roll underneath. I use nickels. Carol Tyler will argue with me about using dimes instead, but I'm not as good as Carol. So, but as you can see, got a pretty tight screen, so I'm pretty happy with that. Next, we need to see if I have my, hold on. Okay, we're back, and I'm just gonna put the two, these are the two parts of the transparency I shot the other day, printed the other day, and we're just gonna put them together, a little tape. This usually works that it won't show up on the screen. Okay, now we'll go get our screen. Okay, after a major failure, we're going to get back to it today. I went out and bought some new photo emulsion. And one of the things I'm going to do, since what I usually do is I activate the whole thing with the activator, and then I use it for years, so that's not working out. So what I'm going to try to do is divvy it up and at least do two different groupings. So luckily I happened to get a set of these this week, which have measurements on the side. That's for some pretty heavy drinkers. That holds that much, but that way I can see how much of this stuff, and I'll make sure it gets cleaned out really well before anybody drinks out of it. This is the kind of goopy. That might take a while. I thought there was more in there than that. Like I said, it's been a while since I did the last one. Let that drip. That's kind of neat. Look at the color of that, and you'll see the color after it gets activated. It turns a green. So let's see if we can even this out. Well, they're pretty close. This one has a little less, but I'm going to dump it back in here where there is still some, and activate this one. There isn't much of that. I thought there'd be more. can see it's still blue. Mix it up a little bit. I don't know if you can see that. It's you can just see it there, a little, that green color. That's what we're looking for. So, well, now let's go print another or put the emulsion on it. Okay, I cleaned up the mess I made upstairs, and that's one of the reasons I like the basement to work in, because I don't have to clean anything up. But anyhow, got my fresh photo emulsion, and I restringed the screen, so we're ready to roll. I should get a smaller scoop so that I could go this way in the shorter, using the shorter direction, so the sag wouldn't be as bad in the screen. But I happen not to have one. The one I have is about an inch longer than this frame, so didn't think of that. But I'm going to try it again. I did get a pretty good. The screen is pretty tight, so it may be better than we did last time. But that wasn't our problem last time. It was, I believe, the age of the emulsion. So hopefully we have. Oh, this looks a little. I'm gonna mix this up a little better, which I can do in the scoop. Okay, now this is ready to roll. I'm just going to do the same thing we did last time, hopefully with better results. So that looks pretty good, except for that last little bit. And I think we can work that into the design. I'm going to see if I can flatten that out a little bit. Looks a lot better. So I'm going to go hang this up in my dark closet here, and we'll see what happens when it comes out. Okay, so we got our transparency sitting on top of the screen. Let's make sure it's flat. Turn our spotlights on. And we're going to let it sit for about 35 minutes. It's time to check on our screen's development here. Let's take a look. Yeah, it looks a little better. I'm not sure if you can pick that up, but you can see definite discoloration where the image is. So we're going to take it out the backyard and blow it out. So here we go. we kind of had a somewhat successful screen here. I've got some problems up here that I'm going to patch up today. So what I did is I got a printout of the drawing. We're going to put it underneath and then line it up so that the parts that are missing I can pick up here with them. I'm going to use a acrylic paint marker. I tried it out over here a little bit and it looks like it should work. So I talked to people up at Blix today and none of them had experience trying to patch with this, but I checked a couple places online and some people said it works. So I'm just going to try to fill in the areas that are missing. Of course, my light is on the wrong side for my right-handedness. And I might have to go back and use some of the filler that you can get. The problem with the filler is it's liquid and you have to brush it on. And there's very little control over where it winds up going. So I have a little better control. I'm going to have to move my light over here. I think you can still see things. And since this is nothing but circles, I could probably handle it this way. Oops. Shifts it off a little. I've been using the acrylic paint markers now for a little while. They're great to make stipple dots on a painting. So you can do some serrays kind of stuff. Okay, I think I got most of it there. And then along the edges, I'll use, I usually use Gorilla Tape instead of, you could use the Gorilla Tape or duct tape if you want to kind of close off all the edges so that the ink doesn't flow through off the edges onto the wrong spot of your project. There's a little bit more right there. Just see if I see any other spots. Yeah, over here what happened is I did get you can see right there, I did get a thicker part of the emulsion that didn't completely dry, so when I was blowing it out with the hose, it kind of took a big swatch off that wasn't supposed to go. So no real problem. If it was a little more intricate, it might have been an issue, but I think that'll get us close enough. So hopefully maybe tomorrow we'll do some actual printing. Back at it. This is hopefully our last segment on the screen printing. So since you saw this last, I patched the screen and I put Gorilla Tape all around the perimeter to keep the ink into the screen. And also I went back through, and the red you see is a screen filler material that I was trying to, I picked up a couple other spots, holes, and I also tried to plug the holes where the tape wrinkled a little bit so there wouldn't be a direct access through. And so I've got a shirt prepared here on a masonite board. And this is actually a shirt I messed up on a previous printing. So this is the back side of it. So this is just a test run to make sure that the printing works. So I do have some hinges and a board set up on it, but I only use that when I'm kind of trying to register more than one color. But this is only one color, so I'm just going to, eyeball it here on the shirt. And I've already got my my opaque white. I've been mixing it up a little bit, and you can see this stuff is really thick. Yeah, the consistency of these different types of paint or ink varies a lot, but this stuff looks like marshmallow, but boy does it get messy if you're not careful. One of the things I did, this is a pretty big image on this screen. Usually I'll leave some room at the top, or at least the point where I'm going to screed downward from, so that I can lay ink across the whole top. I think I have a little bit of room up if I sit up on top of that tape. And then I'm going to take my screed and run it right down, and probably up and down a few times. I know most of the guys that know what they're doing usually only do it once, but this is such thick paint that I want to make sure it gets through. So we're just going to give it a try. Just going to spoon some out here. I don't have the fancy equipment to lay this out. I just use plastic spoons. Make sure we got plenty. So now just take the screed and give it a first shot. I'm holding down the frame with my other hand, and that usually works pretty well. I use masonite board because it is nice and smooth. I'm getting some kind of mark on there, but we'll go back over it again, so that the screed runs pretty clean. And if that screen is tight, everything should work out pretty well. I'm a little concerned about how thick this ink is. That I'm going to run this way too. Just set this over here and see what we come up with. And it's a little faint, but not too bad. It'll just have to work. That maybe I need to add a little water to that ink so that it comes through. But the image came through. So now I'll just usually put it on a hanger and hang it off a pipe down here in my work. So, that's it. There is to it, and hopefully it takes some frustration, because sometimes I do it this way. Like I said, I try to keep it economic. So I see a couple little holes in it. There's a lot of solidness down here. So yeah, that came out pretty well. And look at this ink a little better. Thanks for watching, and good luck.
And for our last, well, we'll have a little more here, but for one of our last sessions here, we'll have, this is the Space 2021 Cartoon Carnival. We've got about four comic readings by the creators of the comics. So here we go.
The Plague and Dr. Kane, written and illustrated by G.E. Gallus. An excerpt. Kane is the inventor of murder. He is the president of hell and commands 30 demon legions. Kane takes the form of a blackbird or thrush. I too have a beak. Dear Dr. Kane, our town needs you. The Black Death arrived last month and refuses to leave. We will pay you to treat both the rich and the poor. I would do so anyway. I am ready, I think. Dr. Kane, you came highly recommended by Dr. Astaroth. How is my dear teacher? The Black Death took him. Ah. You must first sign the contract. But of course, may I see it? Extraordinary. The town offers you food, housing, and a generous salary. You are prepared to risk your life? Always. What do I keep in my beak, you ask? Roses and carnations, lemon balm and mint, to filter evil smells and protect from infection. 1. Be not greedy. 2. Do not sell false cures. 3. Be a few words. This book, you ask? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We must record the dead. Confound it! Could you please remove your tunic? Oh. That is indeed the Black Death. Would you like to try bloodletting? Or would you prefer the leeches? We must rebalance the humors. I will leave you this potion. Thank you, Doctor. No need, poor fellow. For more information about the plague and Dr. Kane, please visit gegallus.com and castironbooks.com. Many thanks.
Rift, hey, it's me, Bill. Sorry about the entrance. There's not a good way to show up. Jerk. Just wanted to let you know he's at it again. Where? The park. I can make your dreams come true with just a simple signature. Oh, Mr. Rift, it's you, old buddy. It's been a while. Yeah. Give me a mo. Go.
Sure, it's getting kind of creepy around here anyway.
Ah, you ruined my fun. What did I ever do to you? And since we ran into each other, I think I forgot something last time. Wasn't that back in the 80s? Sure. That's it. I've heard you've been mucking about in places you shouldn't with that. Baby. I think I need it back. No. And pray tell why not? Needed. Oh. Maybe you should do something about that. Well, look, you got me off schedule. Adieu, Mr. Rift. Did he fall for it? Yep.
Yankee Doodle Strangler. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony. Stuck a feather in his cap and called it Mac Macaroni. Damn, another one? Yeah, and it's the 5th one in the past 24 hours. Oh, nurses. This is wicked rough stuff. I don't get the feathers, though. Some weird Yankee Doodle shit or something, man. What did you just say, kid? Yeah, like the song. Even stuck a feather in her cap. Oh, of course. It was right in front of me. It's not much, but it's a start. Bye. This is Detective Ketchum. I need an APB on any redcoats in the area. Also, I recommend increasing nightly patrols around city hospitals. Damn. No sign of the perp yet, dispatch. Fucking wild goose chase. You, hear that? Hear what? Who's there? Ah! Must have been the wind. I hope. How the hell did he get in? We didn't see anything, detective. Shit, fellas. No one at the hospital saw anything, detective. Then what is he, a ghost? Yankee Doodle.
Eternity is a long time. It is surprising how few really comprehend it. Eternity. I remember the beginning, or think I do. Time stretches equally in both directions, so perhaps the start for me was not the start at all. It takes a while for most of my charges to understand, sometimes centuries, as mortals measure such things. Most cannot face it and simply stop, ceasing to be as best they can. Those it was my duty to punish, even they eventually succumb. Tantalus over there has not tried to eat or drink in a very long time. Same with the Danaides. Once they realized the pool would never fill, they just gave up, one by one, and accepted their fates. Punishments of this type are only truly effective as long as there is the promise of an end, a taste of sustenance, the chance to cleanse sin and be free. Once they realize that there is no escape, once they comprehend eternity, they lose the spark that drives them. Empty shades, barely aware of their suffering, barely aware of anything. Such is the fate that befalls them all except him. As mortals count it, he has pushed that boulder for thousands of years. Every minute of every day, he suffers under its weight. He pushes, he strains, he sweats. When he first came here, I told him that getting the boulder to stand at the peak would mean his atonement was at an end, knowing that such a feat was impossible. The peak itself is smaller than the boulder. The climb becomes vertical and slick at points. I expected him to give up before the century was out, yet every day he tries, and every day he fails, and every day he gets back up and he tries again. Once, after he lost his boulder, I noticed him speaking under his breath. On the next attempt, I followed more closely to observe the effort, the hard-earned muscle and technique that let him traverse impassable slopes, the sheer force of will that kept him chasing an impossible dream. When he failed, I approached to hear what words of despair he was uttering.
A little farther that time.
And then he stood up wearily and went back down the mountain. Eternity is a long time, and his punishment is meant to span it. But a part of me hopes he makes it to the peak, and hope is a rare and beautiful thing in this place. Good luck.
Okay, that was our comics readings. We never did finish the exhibitor videos, so let's head back to the comics market right now.
Hi folks, this is Dr. Ben Anthony here. Oh, look, that's one of the comics I've got. It's Jam Space. It's kind of like Space Jam 2 with LeBron, but you know, it isn't. And no legs. This is a comic with a guy with robot legs, like cats gave him. And I've got a couple copies left of Image Grand Design / Grand Disaster, because I got a bunch of pages in here and it's a really cool book. Just come down and get some thick comics. Thank you.
Yo, welcome to Space 2021. I'm Brandon Hankins, and I make a webcomic called Autumn Wing and the Crown of Fire, which is basically a fantasy action adventure story about a half-angel kid on a quest to make his own Halo. If you enjoy, classic JRPGs like Final Fantasy, you enjoy shonen manga like Dragon Ball or Fullmetal Alchemist, I think you'll enjoy my comics, which you can either pay what you want for or read for free by following the links below. Thanks for giving it a look, and enjoy the rest of Space.
Oh yeah, space today. I'm really getting tired of these virtual cons. Oh well, I better get moving.
Hi, welcome to the Back Porch Comics table at Space Online. Since Space last year, Back Porch Comics has produced 4 new books. First, My Felicia's Quest, which was a prompt book. It was done as a continuous narrative based on daily prompts. Next is Plans 02, which is an anthology using a lot of my old characters that I wanted to revisit, and also tried to do a lot of different techniques to produce the artwork. Then my 24-hour comic, Robot 1010, was 24 pages in 24 hours, which we live cast online. And last, O Comics Hope, which has 17 stories by 19 contributors, all using the theme of hope. Thanks for dropping by and have fun at the rest of the Space Online.
Hello there, friends. My name is Kevin Marion, creator of the all-ages mini-comic Cincy-Net. Cincy-Net is a part bug, part human do-gooder from Cincinnati. Get it? Cincy-Net, Cincinnati. Oh, never mind. Plus, check out my Recycle Comics line. Older comics I've altered in the form of buttons, pop culture art, and remark covers like these. So thanks for stopping by, and check out the other creators at the show.
Hi everyone, my name is Ben Wright Human, cartoonist extraordinaire, and welcome to Space Online 2021. If you stop by my table, you'll be able to get The Letters of the Devil, a mystery graphic novel, its sequel, The Letters of the Devil 2, The Legacy of L, a bundle of my mini comic collections for Cospain, a weeb comic about cosplay and convention craziness, and you'll be able to sign up for information on Less Than Secret, a cryptid comic anthology slated to go up for sale in August 2021. If you want to find more of my work, you can go to the URL below. That's bwhcomics.com. Rock on, guys, and never stop drawing.
Hi, thank you for checking out Mars Grill Comics. I'm Ernie Anderson, the creator. Thanks for stopping by my table today. I have mini comics here, Mr. Jones and Me. I also have my first full-length graphic novel, Soylent Moon. That's me. These are my comics. This is what I have. I hope that you enjoy, and thank you again so much for checking out Mars Grill Comics, www.marsgrillcomics.com. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You ever wonder what actors and actresses do?
Well, that's it for at least this part of our session. We're going to shut down here shortly and restart about 5 o'clock for the Matt Fizzell sketch party. But in the meantime, and this is our Space Comics Market, which will be up until through next Sunday, and starts off with a little bit of exhibitor room information, and then in this is the kind of the center location that well, it's kind of too late for the feeds here, but they were there, and then each exhibitor has a table, and if you hit the table, it will take you to their individual, to the page that represents their individual table, and you can order order whatever comics they have available there. So just want to let you know, we will, like, the comics market will be up for the rest of the week, and we are going to, I'm going to shut down here now, take a break, rearrange some equipment, and we're going to be back with Matt Fazell and friends doing live sketches. So if anybody's got anything they want drawn, you can send us a request through one of the comment boxes. Either it will be streaming on all three systems again: Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So if anybody has any particular things they'd like drawn, just get on there and let us know. And I'm going to go get something to drink, and I'll talk to you in a little while. Bye.